Chapter 601 The negotiation between humans and demons was a big loss. Huaqian Liu. When Nyan Yazi appeared, the apostle whale set his sights on her. It did not forget its previous conflict with Huaqian Liu. But now was not the time to engage in personal grudges. The situation required by Tianlong needs to be maintained. Mr. Huaqian Liu, it's been a long time since we last met. Is this the legendary god's hand among the paladins? It seems that he is worthy of his reputation. At this time, the apostle Hung Liu took the lead in greeting, with a calm tone. He greeted Huaqian Liu as if chatting with family. He had met Huaqian Liu before. This time they came here not to use force, which is why Tianlong asked him to come. Because his character will not aggravate the conflict. Faced with Hung Liu's greetings, Nanozi also nodded. She knew that this conflict would probably end here. This demon hunting ceremony itself was to test the attitude of the demon apostles. The contradiction lies in the unstable factors in the large demon mine. Now, if humans want to solve it, they must take into account the attitude of the apostles. In this way, the real principles of both parties need to negotiate the matter. Just different from the human side. After all, humans and demons are separated by a line, and it is impossible to negotiate without doing anything. Although the demon hunting ceremony started with the world government, it was actually promoted by multiple forces. Even the demon apostles did not sabotage in advance. This involves the demands of all parties. Now it is really impossible to fight. Just like the apostles only dispatched two, the human side also dispatched two corresponding combat forces. The reason why more were not dispatched is that except for Tianlong, all other apostles have appeared in a certain area of the New World. The demon apostles deliberately revealed their whereabouts, and the high-level people on the human side also tacitly played this game. The deterrent power of the apostles is too great, especially the apostles who have the ability to cause a world-class disaster. If they are not dealt with, humans will not be able to really fight a war with the demons. And even if there is a chance to deal with the apostles, the human side also needs to consider the existence of the demon god. So, in the end, it is the best choice for both sides to have a limited war. Unless something happens to the gods, the situation will be like this. Strategy must be constrained by power after all. Let's stop this war. It's a pity that the beautiful underground scenery is now in ruins. Honglu looked at the messy underground space around him with a look of pity. However, it was only a pity. Originally, if the demon army living here could fight against the demon runes gathered here, then he could still use this to fight for it in the next negotiation. Now, it's hard to say. Especially when humans have a powerful fighting force. He looked at the witch who stopped not far away. The witch Kikyo, that powerful power, is hard for Honglu to predict. Everything in this conflict will become a reference for humans and demons at the negotiation table. Fortunately, the power of the War King will also arouse the other party's fear. You humans are so aggressive. Invading the homes of these demons like this is really a bad behavior. He spoke again, and as soon as he spoke, he directly gave humans the name of invading their homes. In a sense, it's not wrong. From the perspective of this demon clan, they really think so. When however, whether humans need to pay attention to these demons is another matter. Stop talking nonsense. Since you apostles are here, follow me. Looking at Honglu, Nanozi said coldly. A room for negotiations has been prepared in Shaolin City, and it can be used now. For this reason, Omi, who is in charge of the administration of the Kingdom of Miracles, has come. In addition to him, the Emperor of the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem and the first governor of the Xixiang Administrative Office of the Chaos Realm. Of course, the world government also has the space to reinstate the commander-in-chief of the entire army. These are all negotiators, who are here to negotiate the issue of the demons in the magic mine controlled by humans. This issue is actually urgent. Because the potential of the demon army that erupted from the large-scale magic mine this time is amazing, and this is just a large-scale magic mine. If they are allowed to grow, then the demon god island will intervene again, and the threat will be too great. So this is something that needs to be resolved as soon as possible, but such things cannot all be handled with violent means. The demon god island cannot sit idly by. Even if they stand aside and watch, the demons in the magic mines are not fools who are isolated from the news. They can't just sit and wait for death. Nowadays, if there are demon organizations in all medium-sized and larger magic mines that come out in full force to form a magic disaster, that would be too threatening to the people of the entire sea. Okay, please lead the way. Faced with Nyanya's invitation, Honglu nodded. Then he used magic power to send some information to Damo and Gusan, and Zhanwang and Yang Luo were asked to follow. Currently, Zhanwang's role has been played out. We have to keep him by our side and keep an eye on him, otherwise he might cause trouble again. Humph. For the apostle's request, Zhanwang snorted in his heart, but his body followed Honglu obediently. Although he believed that with the blessing of the breath of war, his strength would not be much inferior to that of the apostles. But the apostles are the creations of the demon god. That's right. Zhanwang can prevaricate their orders when the apostles are not there, but he will not refuse their orders when the apostles are present. Because the apostles' management of the demons was approved by the demon god, he would not confront the apostles openly. How boring! Yang Luo next to him said impatiently, and also came to Hung Liu's side. Then they followed Huaqian Liu's golden light and flew over a crack in the sky. That crack was the gap that Yang Luo had cut to the surface before. With the collapse of the ground just now, the gap of the crack became larger, and it was no problem for 2 or 3 people to pass through. Although the apostle's whale could not pass through according to its size, the pure demon species itself tends to be spiritual life. Its size can also be adjusted. Hello. Are you the priestess Kikyo? I am the holy knight Zhuoxi of the Kingdom of Miracles. You have cooperated with our Kingdom of Miracles before. After Nanako left, Zhuoxi, the god's hand, did not leave with her. She walked to Kikyo with enchanting steps. She was wearing a white coat, but her voice was very charming. At this time, Zhou Xi was very interested in Kikyo, who had just activated the sea but possessed terrible power. She exchanged a few words with Kikyo, and then invited her to go to Shaolin City for a visit. Kikyo looked at the woman wearing a ghost mask in front of her and frequently showed a hot look to the Shikigami beside her. That kind of look made the Shikigami a little unbearable and hid beside her. She stretched out her white jade hand to comfort the Shikigami. After thinking about it, Kikyo decided to follow. Since the situation here is under control, there is no need for her to stay here. Swish! It was just a short while. All the big guys who appeared left. The magic pattern users at the scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's better not to fight. If they really fight, they don't know if they can withstand the aftermath. You humans, retreat here. Damo took the lead and stood up, and the paladin, the stand user and others nodded. This war has ended here, and the next outcome is not something they can control at all. As for the demon hunting ceremony, it can still be done after exiting the underground space. Of course, how many people are still in the mood to do it is another matter. When many demon rune envoys left, the mood was still complicated. In addition to the relief of escaping a disaster, there were also those demon mine pillar mountains. With so many demon mine right in front of us, it would be a big loss to retreat like this. Chapter 602. It's really dazzling, until everyone can only see me. Time passes. Outside the large demon mine, a group of mysterious people wearing uniform black windbreakers walked out of the crack leading directly to the outside world. From the burning red sun pattern on their windbreakers, it was the 7 demon envoys of the illegal demon rune guild on the sea that could stop children from crying. However, the 7 demon rune envoys now looked quite embarrassed. Finally came out. It feels really dangerous this time. Powerful monsters are everywhere. At this time, I came to the outside world to breathe fresh air. Greed made Nippero take a deep breath and then said with a teasing look. After hearing his words, most of the others remained silent, with a look of paralysis on their faces. Nippero curled his lips at this. These guys are immersed in their own world all day long, and they rarely talk. It's really boring. Those guys are so strong. But I will be stronger, violent strength will eventually overwhelm everything. A yellow-haired man clenched his fist and said confidently. He is Eugene, the terror envoy. He was once a gangster, so he always looks particularly arrogant. Even though this trip to the large magic mine has allowed him to see a lot. He has personally seen many powerful people, and even joined forces with the other 7 magic envoys to fight the powerful blue demon King Gusan. He also experienced the aftermath of the terrible power of the warlord. Even though he met so many powerful people, he was still stubborn, at least from the outside. It really fits your character, Eugene. Nippero didn't take Eugene's wild words seriously. He was more interested in another thing now. That guy came to me again. It's really strange. I met him again in the intricate large magic mine. It's really fate. What do you think? Asura. Facing Nipporo's teasing expression in other people's eyes, Asura turned around with a cold face. You go back first, I'll be there soon. Leaving only one sentence, Asura went back into the magic mine. Tisk tisk. It's really cold, but who can blame me for being a good companion who likes to care for others? Nipporo said to others. You go first. I'm worried about him, after all, he is still injured, so he. With a teasing laugh, his figure also sank into the shadows. No one else reacted to Nipporo's departure. That guy is a fun-loving person, he'll go wherever there's a good show. However, this place is not safe, who knows if those big forces will suddenly cause trouble for them. Just before the situation began to ease, the human side and the demon army began to ease. The 7 demon envoys quickly evacuated. Otherwise, as the strongest illegal magic pattern guild, if they couldn't please both sides, they might have died. Let's go. Arrogant, Altek left first. He had no interest in Asura's private affairs. Now he was more concerned about how to increase his strength. This time, he was forced to evacuate because of insufficient strength. This still had an impact on his pride, but he had to leave. He was arrogant, not a fool. He would not be stubborn if the power gap was too big. Even if he was stubborn, others would not follow him. The 7 demon envoys were just prophet groups. It was good enough if they didn't stab their own people. On the other side, after Asura entered the crack, he quickly moved towards a certain magically sensed figure. It was just a few breaths before he bumped into the other party. Asura. Seeing Asura appear, the man was surprised. He was the Blazing Sun cultist. Xian Jino, the leader of the 7 Flames. He had previously gone out to track the 7 demon envoys at the competition site, but he failed to track them because of his speed and the disruption caused by the monsters in the middle. Although he could track them by smell, the 7 demon envoys had already gone deep into the underground area. It was difficult for him to pass through that area alone with his strength. After all, his strength was actually equivalent to that of a high-level B-level magic pattern master. Such a strong strength could not guarantee that there would be no obstacles here. Fortunately, he was unwilling to give up and wandered in the shallow layer, but coincidentally tracked the 7 demon envoys out. I almost forgot, your sense of smell. Looking at Jino's partially humanized nose, Asura immediately knew how he caught up. Ha ha ha, right. My sense of smell has always been very sensitive. Looking at Asura's dazed face, Jino felt like he was back in the past. He rubbed the philtrum under his nose with his right index finger, smiling cheerfully. You are still the same as before. Yes, I have not changed, so, Asura, what's wrong with you? Da-da-da. In the passage with the faint light of magic lanterns, Asura slowly walked a few steps to Jino. Day. Looking at the still cheerful young man in front of him, he spoke. He did not answer directly but talked about the past. Jino, do you remember the past? In my hometown, on that carefree island, we grew up together. Playing and having fun with those little friends on the island, carefree. I was very happy at that time, really happy. Listening to Asura's low narration, Jino's originally cheerful smile suddenly restrained, and he had a bad premonition. However, he forced himself to smile again and said, yes. That time was really beautiful. I still remember that we caught insects and fish together, and secretly climbed to the back mountain to watch the sunset together. Well, you were very stupid at that time, and you were always the one being teased. When Asura said this, Jino touched the back of his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Yes. It was beautiful, until you ate a strange fruit. I still remember the expressions of those playmates who saw a ghost. Hearing Asura's words, Jino also showed a regretful expression. That can't be blamed on them. At that time, everyone had little knowledge and devil fruits were rare, so it was normal for them to be afraid. They were afraid, but I was not afraid. I still played with you. Even if my family forbade me and said you were a monster, I still did it. As Asura slowly told the story, Jino seemed to have returned to his youth. At first, he became a monster and could not control the transformation freely. All his companions were afraid of him, even the adults in the village. Only Asura was surprised after that. She still accompanied him and encouraged him as always. Asura even dared to explore between his teeth and said that his mouth stinked and he needed to brush his teeth. Asura, thank you so much for that time, otherwise I don't know what would happen to me as an orphan. Jino looked at Asura's face with gratitude on his face. At that time, without Asura's encouragement, he didn't know whether he would go to extremes. There's nothing to thank you for, you know? It's just that I didn't realize. I always thought that there was no difference between monsters and humans. However, reality always teaches me. Azara's face began to become indifferent. A pirate invasion, the village became a ruin, in the ruins, I lay on the ground. Until you came. Your brilliant figure, violently defeated all the pirates, I was thinking at that time. I still remember that scene. In the thick smoke, the fire illuminated your figure. When you smiled brightly to comfort me and reached out to me. At that moment, I finally understood. Azara's eyes and Gino's eyes looked deeply at each other. So. We are no longer from the same world. Looking at Asura's indifferent eyes, Gino smiled bitterly. Asura, are you blaming me for not saving my uncle and the others? No. Azara shook his head and turned his head to the magic lantern flower not far away. He continued to speak as he walked over. I just watched the villagers who used to be afraid and cold to you cheer for you, and were grateful and enthusiastic. When you participated in the Navy recruitment and became a colonel, they regarded you as an honor. It's so dazzling. Gino. Day. Coming to the front of the magic lantern flower, Asura picked it casually. The heart of the magic lantern flower emitted a dazzling light in the palm of his right hand and then slowly dissipated. I just think you are too dazzling. Asura slowly clenched his palm. But. Gino, I am different now. Looking at Gino's face seriously, Asura's clenched palm slowly opened. The dazzling light began to bloom. Look. This is my light. Now, my light is far brighter than yours. I will shine brighter and brighter until everyone can only see me. Chapter 603 Tyrannosaurus Rex, the water you release can cause Lake Yaki to flood. Ah ha ha ha. Looking at the young man laughing wildly in front of him, Gino felt a sense of strangeness. Is this the reason why you joined the 7 demon envoys? Envoy of jealousy, are you really jealous of me? He looked at Asura, whose laughter was gradually fading. No. After hearing Asura's answer, Gino continued without waiting for other expressions. Don't get me wrong. You are no longer qualified to make me jealous. My target is those who grab people's attention, those more dazzling guys. So, are you still going to stop me? Gino opened his mouth, then sighed a few times and finally he still persuaded. Even so, there is no need to go to extremes. The 7 demon envoys are. No need to say more, the extremes in your eyes are yours, not mine. Now, I will fulfill my previous promise, die. Zeno. Azara interrupted Zeno's words. The light in his hand began to shine, this is the power he gained from jealousy, the light. Aren't you a believer of the blazing sun who follows the principle of blazing equality now? Come and try to punish me if you have the guts. The light shone brighter and brighter, as if it had become the only light source in this passage, like the sun. Swish, swish, swish. Beams of light flew towards Zeno. Gino's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously dodged sideways. Boom! The flames were everywhere, and black slag was splashed. Pits several meters in size appeared directly on the stone wall behind Zeno. Obviously, the light of the envoy of jealousy can not only illuminate. It can also explode like the shining fruit of Admiral Kizaru. Are you serious? Asura. Gino looked back at the hole on the cave wall behind him, his face pale. If he hadn't dodged or used the armament haki just now, the power would have directly injured him. No matter how hard his body is, it can only be said to be more resilient than the stone wall soaked in magic here. At this point, are you still naive? You come to track the 7 demon envoys with naive fantasies, do you think we are really easy to talk to? We are called demons by the people of the sea. Gino. Asura's indifferent voice made Gino close his eyes, and he took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were firm. Okay. I understand, in this case, come on. I won't let you fall into the abyss again. Weak guys, don't say anything nice. Facing Gino's firmness, Asura mocked directly. The light in his hand was getting brighter and brighter. It shone brightly, and finally rose to the air and turned into 3 spheres of light. Speak only if you can survive. Countless beams of light shone out from the 3 spheres of light. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Gino's eyes turned into animal pupils with black inside and yellow outside. Awoo! The low roar resounded in the light, and then was drowned in the hot beams of light. Boom! As the explosion and the dust dissipated, the attacking Asura did not look at Geno's original place, but moved to another direction. There was a monster-like figure. A mouth full of sharp teeth, blue-gray skin, and a cold and domineering aura. A wisp of white steam was drifting out of him. This was Geno's human beast form. He ate the ancient animal species Tyrannosaurus fruit. This devil fruit is also at the top among the ancient animal species. Looking at Geno's familiar form, Asura couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In a way, when he was still a teenager, he could ignore the breathtaking aura of Geno and still approach him to play. He was really brave. Asura's thoughts drifted for a while and then he became serious again. That was in the past, he no longer needed the past. Only the future, showing the dazzling figure of glory to the world is his pursuit. Hey! Geno took a deep breath. A wisp of hot steam rose from his body. The surging power began to accumulate in his body, which was a physical skill that could improve the explosive power in a short time. Once Geno participated in the last session of the Navy World recruitment. Showing his extraordinary strength and potential at this age, he successfully became a Navy. After that, he joined the most popular admiral of the present-day king and showed amazing talent. Quickly learned the 6 styles, and then benefited from the knowledge passed down by the great martial arts from Hisoka. Laying a good foundation for physical skills under the famous teacher, his strength has improved rapidly now. It's a pity that the magic pattern made this kind of Krypton life appear. So much so that compared to those monster magic pattern users who rose from scratch in 2 years, he seemed a little ordinary. This duel was a collision between a genius who was not a magic pattern user and a genius who was a magic pattern user. Physical skills. Looking at the steam coming out of Geno's body, Asura's mouth corners slightly raised. Even if you are good at physical skills, you will be eclipsed by my light. Tear it off. Geno tore off his shirt that was blown to pieces because he couldn't dodge just now, revealing some scars. Even if he used the armed color domineering, he didn't stay unscathed. This battle was obviously a great challenge for Geno. But even so, he didn't retreat. Geno stared at Asura and spoke every word. Asura. Just like before, whoever loses will listen to the other. Ah ha 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 ha. Do you still think it's a child now? It doesn't matter, die. Geno. Asura waved his hand, and the light ball began to attack. Asura. Time passed, and it was unknown how long it had been. The passage filled with light gradually dimmed. Tap. Clear footsteps sounded, and a figure came to the side of another figure. One was standing and the other was lying. Geno was lying on the ground, his consciousness blurred, and Asura was already standing in front of him. Tick. Tick. Red blood beads fell from Asura's shoulders, then flowed along his arms to his fingers and slowly dripped onto the ground. This was the result of Geno's sharp teeth on Asura's shoulders. In the end, you are just a boastful fool. Swish. Asura raised his right hand, and pointed his index finger at Geno's head underground. A ray of white light slowly flowed and shone on his index finger. Goodbye, Geno. Bang. Intense smoke suddenly spread out from nowhere. Asura's attention was attracted, and the next moment, Geno's breath on the ground also disappeared. Boom. An explosion sounded. After a while, the smoke dissipated and Asura pulled back his finger. Looking at the hole in the ground that he had blasted out, he was silent. After a while, a playful voice sounded. Oh! What a pity! At this time, greed made Nippero suddenly appear from nowhere. He had a teasing look on his face. Almost, that Qian was killed by you. I heard that Qinjian, one of the 7 flames of the Blazing Sun sect, is a guy with special abilities. The superhuman door fruit now seems to be well deserved. At least, there are still some advantages in the escape. Nippero touched his chin with his finger and looked at Asura's expressionless face. He changed the subject. But it's not a problem if you leave it to me. Next time, if you meet Yanyan again, I will deal with him for you. Just a little push can make him go peacefully. Hearing Nippero's words, Asura's eyes suddenly met Nippero's, with a cold look. Nippero, don't do unnecessary things. His figure passed Nippero and walked towards the narrow exit in the distance, leaving only the last sentence. If you want to die. Hee what a domineering guy. Nippero was not angry at Asura's warning. He looked at Asura's back with a smile on his face. This guy is really bad at acting. The water released in the battle can flood the Yaki Lake in the Sabayati archipelago. Farewell forever? How interesting! He slowly followed Asura's figure, and his smile became brighter. Nipuro felt that he seemed to have found new fun. Where will this drama go? I am really looking forward to it. Chapter 604 Morgans suggested to prepare a coffin by himself, and the melancholy monster lab. A few days later. A newspaper about the changes in the Demon Hunter has been completely spread in the sea. It tells about the dramatic changes during the Demon Hunter ceremony, the invasion of the Demon Army, the Demon King and the Apostles. Of course, the powerful strength displayed by the Demon King in this process, the battles of many powerful people, and the support of powerful people. All aspects form a thick layer of newspaper. There is a lot of information in it. But in summary, there are three that attract ordinary people the most. The mysterious and powerful paladin God's Hand Zwaxi, the witch Kikyo and the final result of the demon hunting ceremony. God's Hand has always been a very mysterious paladin in the Kingdom of Miracles, with terrible scientific research capabilities. Many problems in the world have been solved by her, and of course the most important thing is the popularization of technology by the Kingdom of Miracles. Shipbuilding, automobile industry and even aerospace industries connected to the sea. About the breeding and cloning technology of Den Den Mushi, wireless telephones and other communication industries for exchanging information. Technology in various parts of the sea is changing rapidly according to foreign investment on the island. Thanks to this, Zwaxi has always been a very popular paladin, but she has always been very mysterious. This time, although she wore a ghost mask, but the sci-fi mechanical ball with powerful interception ability and her beauty can be felt through the mask. She was noticed by people from all over the sea and gained even more popularity. As for the Shrine Maiden Kikyo, the terrifying strength she showed at the end of the demon hunting ceremony was considered by Morgans to be another demigod of human beings. And she was extremely powerful among the demigods. After all, the strength shown by the War King at that time was really terrifying. Through the interview with the reporter, Admiral Kizaru, who has been rated as a demigod, said that he was far inferior to the Shrine Maiden. Although Kizaru turned around and asked for the interview fee from the reporter after the interview, his statement was still very real. Including Shaolin City. There are several towns in the Kingdom of Alabasta that have sunk. The people here said in random interviews with reporters that what Kizaru said was right. Those who don't believe it can come to their town to see that their homes are almost gone. Morgan said on the spot. The local town residents did not take earthquake prevention measures. In order to prevent similar things from happening, it is recommended that people prepare coffins in advance for on-site burial. So, the World Economic News received many letters in a short period of time. It is said that Morgan's suggestion is very good, but I hope he will shut up and not make any more suggestions. The impact of the battle between the strong is just a small episode in the newspaper. The most attractive thing in the newspaper is the final winner of the demon hunting ceremony. Although the conflict was stopped in the middle due to the strong combat power of humans and demons. However, this ceremony did not end hastily. The final winner was the shadow demon with the dark curtain. The magic pattern of Jane, who should have had an advantage and had the S-level magic pattern Evergreen, ranked 4th. This is mainly because the demon army bound by Jane was not damaged, so it was not counted in the score. Later, Jane was lazy, which caused the magic pattern's performance to decline a lot. As for the top 3, they were the Shadow Demon of the Anti-Demon Agency, the Light Chaser, and the Dominator, and the top 3 places were taken by 3 guilds. People were also attracted by the results of the demon hunting ceremony. In addition, people did not react to the negotiations between the demons and humans behind the scenes, because this part was controlled by the newspaper. It is simply to avoid a large-scale conflict between humans and demons and end the dispute. This part only takes up 1 line of space, and it may even be ignored if you don't read the newspaper carefully. In fact, if it weren't for the live broadcast this time, this matter would not even be mentioned. The relationship between humans and demons is actually a bit sensitive. So the negotiations between humans and demons will not be fully public, and most ordinary people will not pursue or think too much. In this era of rapid change, they don't have too much energy to think too much. Anyway, for them, the gods will support the sky if it falls. No matter what, it is not their turn to worry. Especially since people are separated in different parts of the sea, although the shipping industry is more prosperous, this still cannot change this fact. The entrance to the Grand Line, Twin Cape. A pirate ship is docked somewhere in Twin Cape. It can be seen from the fluttering pirate flag. This pirate ship is the world-famous pirate group, the Red Hair Pirates. Beside the lighthouse not far from the pirate group, a hearty laugh is coming from the house there. In the house. It's so funny, really, you were chased all over the place by a young man. I didn't expect that the famous Pluto was out of date. On the table and chair inside, a strong man wearing a pink headscarf laughed loudly. The object of his laughter was the man with a smile in front of him, the legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh. Crocus, what's so funny? After all, I'm old. Now is the era of young people, but you should talk about yourself. I didn't expect that you are not that old, but your head is almost bald. It seems that you have more troubles. Rayleigh gulped down half a bottle of wine on the table. Then he looked at the headscarf on Crocus's head with a smile. Even with the headscarf, Rayleigh could still see that Crocus's hairline was in danger. When they met again, he didn't expect that the former ship doctor could not even keep his hair. On the other hand, his hair was at least well preserved. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Crocus's laughter stopped abruptly. He shook his head. Besides being harassed by pirates, his main concern was Lebo, the island whale with human emotions. Now Lebo is giving him a headache. Because it has become a magical beast, a powerful magical beast with melancholy magic. In order to protect it from being killed by the magic pattern user, he spent a lot of effort. However, now his strength is already powerless. Because Lebo's strength has surpassed him, equivalent to a B-level magical beast. This level plus its size makes its magic power even greater, and its combat power has completely surpassed him. However, the stronger its strength is, the stronger the 2.6 magic pattern users it attracts. If this goes on, he is afraid that he will not be able to hold on. Simply Rayleigh came over. To be honest, Crocus was really relieved. Having less hair has its advantages. Washing your hair is not too troublesome. How about it? Rayleigh, I can shave your head for free, so you don't have to wash your hair in the future. Crocus didn't directly talk about the problem of lab, but said jokingly. Ha 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 ha. Forget it. If I really become a bald head, I'm afraid Xiaoqi won't provide me with free drinks when I go back. When Rayleigh said this, Crocus felt like he was hit by a critical hit, and he said with some envy. That's great. Rayleigh. Among all of us, I'm afraid you live the most carefree. The two greeted each other. Then they looked at each other, raised the bottle and drank it all and laughed again. Chapter 605 The Effect of the Holy Light Potion on the Magic Pattern Envoy, Melancholy Envoy Clement. After greeting Rayleigh, Crocus set his sights on the red-haired young man not far away. Shanks, it seems that you have really grown up. The young man back then has now become a reliable captain. Hearing Crocus' words, Shanks smiled a little embarrassedly. He visited Crocus when he gathered his companions to re-enter the Grand Line. After a round of training in the Grand Line, his strength is incomparable to before. However, Shanks is not proud. This era is too crazy, and many young strong men have emerged. Not to mention others, just like the painful envoy who fought with him in the large magic mine in Alabasta before. That man is not much older than him, but his strength is very terrifying. Even he is not sure to defeat the other party unless his magic power also reaches the Demon King level. Of course. The main reason is that the painful envoy rose to power even shorter than him, and caught up all of a sudden. It's like the back wave hitting the front wave, and he is the front wave. Such an obvious contrast makes Shanks unable to be arrogant no matter what. This world is still too crazy. But, your body. At this time, Crocus looked a little hesitant. He had seen a lot of magic rune users, and he knew Lab very well. As a magic beast, he was actually very similar to magic rune users in some aspects. So, he made some judgments just by observing Shanks. After all, the faint black lines on Shanks' body were hard to escape his observation. A famous pirate group had found him before. The captain of that pirate group was a bit similar to Shanks, but more serious. Uncle Crocus, I'm in good health, don't worry, let's have a party now. I brought a lot of specialties on my ship, which is enough for us to have a party. Shanks had a smile on his face. He knew that Crocus was one of the best doctors in the world, so it was not strange for him to see the problem with him. However, he didn't think Crocus could solve this problem. In that case, there was no need to say too much. It's good that you know what's going on, kid. I, a doctor, can't keep up with the times. Crocus looked at a young man not far from Shanks. That was Hongo, the ship's doctor of the Red Hair Pirates. As a cadre of a well-known pirate group, Hongo was also very famous. Having the ability to treat diseases, Shanks must know the severity of the problem with this young man. Of course, the main reason is that Crocus can't do anything about it. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, Shanks won't end up that easily. He's the man chosen by Roger. Rayleigh was beside him after taking a sip of wine. He patted Crocus on the shoulder and said. He watched Shanks grow up, so he was naturally worried. It's just that there are some things he needs to face himself. Ken Rogers will be passed on in this crazy era. Rayleigh is very curious about this. Rayleigh, you are really optimistic. In that case, let's have a party. I haven't felt that kind of atmosphere for a long time. Crocus laughed. Before, when Shanks passed through the entrance, he just came over for a simple visit. Now, with Rayleigh, an old friend, coming over, Crocus is naturally interested. Oh, let's have a party. When he heard about the party, Loki jumped up excitedly. Only Hongo felt a headache. Now he has a conditioned reflex when he hears about the party. There is no way, Loki holds a party every day, and the money is flowing. They didn't stay long on the last trip to the magic mine because they were cautious, and they also lost more than half of their gains when they met the 7 magic envoys. So, now Hongxiang is still worried about the Holy Light Potion for next month. Holy Light Potion has a good effect on ordinary people. Its main function is to stabilize the spirit, and secondly to repair the hidden injuries of the body and revitalize the body to a certain extent. For non-magic pattern users, these items together are auxiliary potions that are very beneficial to practice. However, for magic pattern users, it is a necessary material for saving lives and explosively improving strength. Every magic pattern user embarks on the path of magic practice. The first thing they face is the invasion and oppression of magic on the body and mind. This invasion may cause them to go directly to see the grandmother without rising to a very high level. However, the Holy Light Potion can directly coordinate the relationship between them and magic, and greatly alleviate the side effects caused by practicing magic. Not only that, when using the Holy Light Potion, use magic plants or magic beast essences that can enhance magic at the same time. The power and magic in the potion are intertwined to form a strange balance. This balance can help the magic rune user to steadily improve their spiritual power. This improvement in spiritual attributes is much more obvious than ordinary people directly using Holy Light Potions. And in this case, taking magic essence to improve magic. The side effects of physical oppression will also be greatly reduced. Ordinary magic rune users don't understand why this is the case, but it's good to use. That's right. Holy Light Potions have completely different values for ordinary people and magic rune users. Therefore, magic rune users are almost required to take Holy Light Potions. Now the bodies of all members of the Red Hair Pirates are facing the threat of demonization. Holy Light Potions can greatly inhibit the progress of demonization. If you want to live, Hongo must think more. Unfortunately, Logi doesn't seem to think so, and other companions are also indulging. Sometimes Hongo thinks that Logi is full to death, he only knows how to eat every day, and he has eaten them out of money. If they can't afford Holy Light Potions, they will all ascend to heaven in less than a year. Let's have a party. Looking at everyone laughing, Hongo felt like he didn't fit in. However, he had no choice but to follow them to move the ingredients on the boat. While moving the ingredients, Hongo saw a huge whale floating out of the sea and calling. Woo woo woo. The whale's call was deep and long, making people feel sad. Lab. Hongo looked at the whale and couldn't help but murmur. He knew Lab, the whale, and he had heard its story when he visited Crocus before. However, it was once an ordinary island whale. Now it is full of powerful magic. That magic belongs to the melancholy magic, which is actually rare among magic pattern users. Of course, Hongo had just seen it before. The melancholy user of the 7 magic users, Clemens. That man is the most powerful melancholy magic user Hongo has ever seen. Fortunately, when they encountered the 7 demon envoys before, the melancholy envoy muttered melancholy. Really melancholy. And other catchphrases and went to a corner to shut himself up. Otherwise, their previous confrontation with the 7 demon envoys would have been much more difficult. After all, it is rumored that the man has the ability to erase the existence of life, which is very scary. What a powerful magic, Lab. Lab's magic caught Hongo's attention. If Lab had not devoured other magical beasts and plants, it would have reached this level by natural growth. Then in the field of melancholy magic, its potential is very scary. However, this will also attract peepers. Some magic pattern users can control magical beasts. Hongo just paused for a moment, and then continued to walk. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about this matter. The future of the red hair pirates is unknown. Their future. Holding a box of food, Hongo thought with a trace of sadness. Chapter 606, Auntie who wants to be a pure demon, play music for me and dance for me. Grand Line, New World Cake Island. On an island full of colorful cakes with a sweet smell. In the center, in a pink castle on top of a huge cake. A group of cake desserts were dancing around a huge cake on the dining table, holding hands and humming a cheerful melody. Facing their cheerful dance, the huge figures opposite them held one in each hand. Throw it directly into the big mouth. Then the cake was sent into the stomach screaming and singing, adding a touch of weirdness to the cheerful atmosphere of the castle. Mama Mama. The ruler of Cake Island, the aunt, tasted the delicious food in her mouth, staring at the eldest son of the Charlotte family waiting at the dining table with tiger eyes. You said Smoothie and Custard are back. Hearing the aunt's question, Sparrow couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, mother. So they didn't come to see me first, but went to Katakuri first. As soon as these words came out, Sparrow felt bad. Mama Mama, you are really my good daughter. Looking at the terrifying appearance of the ant holding the cake and chewing it non-stop while laughing. The frightening aura entangled Sparrow like an octopus. Even though Sparrow's strength had become stronger, he still didn't dare to disobey Big Mom. You let Katakuri come to see me. Okay, Mom. Sparrow didn't dare to breathe, nodded and was ready to turn around. Katakuri rarely stayed on Cake Island nowadays. The reason was simple. Due to his strength, when Big Mom punished her children, if she went too far, Katakuri would stop her. This caused Big Mom's emotions to be sensitive sometimes because her authority was challenged. In this case, Katakuri couldn't stay in Big Mom's pink castle for a long time, and usually stayed in the town of Cake Island. If it weren't for the fear of enemy attacks, Big Mom would even send Katakuri to other islands. Wait. Sparrow, who turned around, paused for a moment, and he turned his head with a puzzled expression. Mom. You arrange a boat to take my soul incarnation to that island. Hearing what Big Mom said, Sparrow's pupils shrank slightly. Yes, Mom. Just a moment of stiffness, Sparrow then responded with a low eyebrow. He knew that Mom had specially arranged for the soul incarnation to collect an extra life from the residents of Totland for this moment. The Blue Demon King was once stationed on the large magic mine on that island. In order to fulfill the conditions, this action was inevitable. Mom, do you really want to become a pure demon? Sparrow, who had witnessed the transaction between Big Mom and the Blue Demon King, could not help but worry. In addition to blocking the annexation of the beast's pirates, the Blue Demon King also gave the conditions for becoming a pure demon. But Sparrow felt that it was very unreliable. If Mom was deceived, she would be finished. However, he did not dare to persuade. As Sparrow left the room, Big Mom ate some cake again. She was thinking while eating. Katakuri had brought back a phantom beast from the Phantom Beast Island before. However, she was not satisfied. Because the Phantom Beast was not under her control, it disappeared directly after the Phantom Beast stone contract. And it was not her who made the contract with the Phantom Beast, but Katakuri. She was very dissatisfied with this. Especially when Kaido wanted to come and annex her under the banner of deepening the alliance, she felt even more uncomfortable after he easily defeated her. And the Blue Demon King offered her the condition of becoming a pure demon. Perhaps becoming a pure demon will be her way to become stronger, and she can no longer bear the feeling of being weak. Kaido, you wait, I will definitely settle this account with you. The devilish whispers slowly echoed in the room. Grand Line, New World. The headquarters of the Beast Pirates, Onigashima, Wano Country. The once complete Onigashima has a huge crack across the center. That is the mark left by the current Chaos Goddess when she defeated Kaido at the time of her debut. Even now, this mark is still preserved. Even if the current Kaido can repair it through the rock-like ability of the magic pattern in the pirate group. But he didn't, because this mark will become the source of motivation for his hard practice. H-shu. Like a thunder, a huge sound shook the surroundings through the huge building with a broken corner. Inside the building. In the sea, the now famous beast Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, and he put down the gourd with half a pot of wine left in his hand. Burp. After sneezing, he burped again. Kaido stretched out his hand and rubbed his nose. Oh, I sneezed. Could it be that old woman Lingling was thinking about me? Hearing Kaido's words, the plague Quinn with a long yellow braid not far away rolled his eyes. The old woman probably not only wants Big Brother, she probably wants to kill Big Brother. He remembered the ugly expression of the old woman when he and Big Brother retreated from Cake Island last time. It was as if her parents had died. Big Brother, Big Mom is no longer worthy of her name. If the Demon King hadn't come to stop them, maybe Katakuri and the Phantom, what a pity. Kaido didn't care about Quinn's regret. However, he still had some feelings. Why doesn't Lingling understand me? Wouldn't it be better to join my pirate group directly to make the alliance closer? The pressure in this era is so great. Why doesn't she understand my painstaking efforts? Woo. Seeing Kaido suddenly burst into tears, the surrounding pirates were speechless. Did he cry after getting drunk this time? Only Quinn really felt the pressure from his big brother. After all, he was beaten by various gods one by one so many times. The big brother still wanted to become the pirate king and didn't forget his original intention. Now he has finally gained more powerful strength, and finally he has turned from bad to good. It's really not easy for the big brother. Let me sing a song for the big brother. Play for me. Dance for me. With Quinn's order, several pirates immediately turned on the accompaniment radio, and then ran away like rabbits. Because they understood. If you sing and dance when Kaido is drunk, you will be easily sent away by the boss if you are not strong enough. Brother. You have worked so hard. After countless trials, you still remember the past. Like a young lion, you will eventually grow up. The grassland is calling, and the sea is singing. Quinn held the microphone and sang while dancing all over, like a flexible fat man. He sang passionately. He understood that he would definitely resonate with his brother if he sang so hard. Brother, you are the number one of the sea, you are ah. With a huge roar and scream, Quinn flew over the sky like a huge cannonball. After overturning the sky, he flew straight into the sky without any speed, as if he had turned into a star. In Quinn's original position, Kaido was holding a mace with a black face. What the hell? It's so ugly. Way. Chapter 607 Fighting Tournament, Wuji. Looking at Kaido's fierce aura, many pirates present began to mourn for Quinn in their hearts. Of course, there were also people looking at Quinn's flying star with admiration. Even though he had been taught a lesson by Kaido, he still dared to act like this. He was worthy of being a big boss valued by Kaido. Some people who admired Quinn started to imagine. Boss Kaido, the World Economic News Agency has issued an urgent message. At this time, a pirate thug ran in with several newspapers. His loud voice attracted Kaido, who was drowsy. However, the speakers that were still playing music around him made him feel very uncomfortable. Boom! A mace hit the two large speakers not far away and shattered them into pieces, and the parts burst out directly. The noisy music stopped, and Kaido set his sights on the pirates who came in. Bang! Amid the earthquake, Kaido sat cross-legged in the same place. What is going on? Although Kaido's eyes were still drunk, he still had some rationality. The World Economic News Agency would occasionally publish some big news, and the expedited newspapers could already make him clear his mind. Looking at the big hole in the ceiling and Quinn's disappearing figure, the 117 pirates couldn't help but tense up. Originally, he swallowed his saliva with a gurgle. Then he walked to Kaido with some trembling and handed him a newspaper. Then he ran to another big billboard with a calm face like a rabbit. That was the disaster Sig, who was now the most powerful of the beast pirates. Far away after leaving the drunk Kaido, he continued to speak loudly. Boss Kaido, the Dark Curtain of the South Sea held a fighting meeting in the North Sea in the name of the Lone Purple. Hearing the brief narration of this pirate, the Flying Six and the real fighters gathered here were shocked, and some directly took newspapers from him to read. What? Even Sig, who had been watching Kaido and Quinn's funny expressions with a calm expression, showed a surprised expression. He spread out the newspaper in his hand and began to carefully read the urgent report on it. He was amazed until he finished reading the main news in it. The Dark Curtain is actually going to form a so-called fighting association. When Sig was surprised, Kaido also started to laugh. Oh! Fighting meeting? It's really interesting. What a pity. Kaido murmured, his expression changed slightly. What a pity that this conference has little to do with their pirates. He threw the newspaper aside and set his sights on Sig. Sig, how about it? Are you interested in going there? Hearing Kaido's question, Sig's eyes flickered. We'll see then. After all, I'm a pirate. After answering Kaido's words, he stood up. Boss Kaido, this banquet is over, I'm leaving first. Da-da-da. Soon, Sig led a group of people out. Looking at Sig's departing back, Kaido shook his head and raised his glass. The gourd gulped down the drink. I hope this guy Sig behaves himself, otherwise his mace will not show mercy. Now that the Fantasy Beast Conference has passed, the Beast Pirates are very popular in the whole sea and are considered to be a powerful pirate group among the 4 emperors that can compete with the Golden Lion. The Beast Pirates gained a lot from the trip to the Fantasy Beast Island. However, some pirates led by the disaster Sig are not obedient. At the same time, the Andre pirates under the Beast Pirates are also close to the Beast Pirates. Kaido also noticed this fragile balance. But he is afraid that these are not Kaido, and he will beat anyone who pops up. Unfortunately, the pirate group that annexed Linlan did not succeed, otherwise. Kaido's mind flashed, and then he continued to drink to relieve his sorrow. On the other side, Sig was turning his thoughts. This time, after seeing the information in the newspaper, he began to have a general idea. According to the news from the World Economic News Agency, they will hold a martial arts tournament on an island in the North Sea, in the name of the demigod Lone Purple. This tournament is obviously modeled after the Kendo tournament. But Morgan's wording is very tempting. Want to explore the limits of martial arts? Want to be the end of martial arts? If you want, come and participate in this martial arts tournament. Sig had no reaction to Morgan's words. Only the following content moved him. Perhaps, Konoha should cancel the bounty, the world government. Grand Line, Demon Minegura Island. The headquarters of the Iron Sunday. Izome, the current president of the Iron Sun, is holding a roll of newspaper and reading it. Lone Purple Iora Yagami. Izome smiled. He remembered that this senior was very low-key, and he didn't expect that he would get involved in the martial arts tournament this time. There may be a story behind this. President Aizen, this time the Dark Curtain actually intends to support a fighting association. If they succeed, they will have further control over the sea. Next to Aizen, a young man analyzed seriously. In the newspaper, the convening of this fighting tournament is not a simple conference. The Dark Curtain will cooperate with the winners of the conference to form a fighting association. This association is a loose large organization similar to the Kendo Association. However, compared to Kendo, the fighting association focuses more on physical skills. It doesn't matter, Doc, this is the business of those big forces, they will know their limits. Looking at the young man with a trace of worry on his face, Aizen smiled gently. President Aizen, are you also interested in this conference? Doc was comforted by Aizen, and his worry was swept away. At the same time, he looked at the gentle man with black-framed glasses in front of him with curiosity. Even if Aizen's airborne landing caused his respected President Kong to resign. But Doc was not dissatisfied in his heart. Aizen's terrifying strength and impeccable amiable character undoubtedly won his awe and admiration. Doc believed in Aizen's strength. If President Aizen took action, he would definitely be able to get the title of Wuji. He thought so. Interested? Maybe. Aizen could not deny Doc's curiosity. With a gentle smile on his face, he looked at the mountains in the distance outside the window. I didn't expect that Iora Yagami would take action this time, so let him try his senior's weight. I think that man will come too. The figure of Uchiha Madara appeared in Aizen's mind, and then he looked at the sky. After this is over, the gift can be taken out, and then Soul Society. Chapter 608 The Boiling Sea, The Transformation of Virtual Crystals. The New World of the Grand Line. In a certain sea area. On a pirate ship sailing on the sea. The pirate captain who originally dominated this pirate ship, a man who looked bald. He looked at the man who occupied his captain's seat in front of him with fear. Seeing that the man was reading the newspaper seriously, his eyes could not help but roll around. Interesting, the lonely purple Iora Yagami. But let's save this man for next time, now. Swish. As the newspaper was thrown away, the man who was reading the newspaper raised his head. The 3 megatama that slowly rotated in his eyes were none other than the hunter Uchiha Madara, who was now famous in the sea. Because of his bright red pupils and the Shura-like aura, he was called the Blood Shura. Now Uchiha Madara is recognized by the people of the sea as a lone wolf of the hunter. He was so powerful that he would not do anything evil. Even the navy would not easily offer a reward. How long will it take next? Looking at the evil eyes of the man in front of him, the captain of the pirate ship felt his heart tighten. He quickly lowered his head and dared not look at Madara, and answered cautiously. Lord Shura, we encountered a storm this morning. I have asked the navigator, and it will take at most a day and a half to get there. After hearing the captain's answer, Ban nodded. Go down. Yes, yes. The captain nodded and bowed and slowly left the room. Until he walked out of the room and closed the door, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. However, his face was not good. Because he felt that his life was counting down. His name is Shiwa, and he is also a little famous in the New World. No. Originally, as a pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million berries in the New World, he didn't have a very good life in the sea. But as long as he was cautious and not too arrogant, he could still have a good life. However, Uchiha Madara's airborne landing directly broke his happiness. Blood Shura. Even the terrible apostles were defeated by 2 of them. He was so unlucky to meet him. At this time, Shiwa touched his smooth head and felt that his future was bleak. The next place his ship would sail was Shii Island. That place was the base camp of the Extreme Evil Fleet, and the legendary Extreme Evil God was there. Blood Shura definitely didn't go there to drink tea. Was he going there to challenge the gods? In any case, Shiwa thought it was okay to go there, and he also took him with him. He could already imagine how those vicious pirates of the Extreme Evil Fleet would cook him up. However, he didn't dare to disobey Uchiha Madara's orders. There is still a difference between dying now and dying later. Alas! People are helpless in the sea. Shiwa is really going to become a dead man. If he can survive this time, he will definitely give birth to a son. After this crisis, Shiwa feels that if he dies, he should at least have a descendant to remember. Otherwise, he always feels that his life is in vain. I hope the evil fleet will not embarrass me. He sighed and left with his worries. Even the news about the martial arts competition in the newspaper before could not make him feel upset. When the ship was heading towards the dead island, all over the world, the expedited newspapers sold by the World Economic News Agency were also received. For a time, words such as martial arts competition and martial arts appeared frequently in people's discussions. The big move of the Dark Curtain really made the whole sea turbulent again. From ancient times to the present, people have always had a strong passion for the first and the strongest. And now, the final winner of the martial arts competition will be awarded the title of martial arts. This title, like the world's greatest swordsman, represents the strongest in the way of fighting. You can imagine. What kind of reputation will the first person to obtain the title of Wuji gain? Even if there are no other benefits, just this title. I am afraid that many people will be tempted. What's more, this martial arts competition is not a small fight, it really includes benefits. In the announcement of the Dark Curtain, except for criminals such as pirates and illegal magic pattern users, everyone else can participate in the first martial arts competition. The reason why it is not like the Kendo Conference, which does not distinguish between forces, is because the first martial arts competition is more special. In the public announcement, the top 20 in the martial arts competition will be qualified to cooperate with the Dark Curtain. The Dark Curtain will provide funding, resources, venues and other support, and these 20 people will form a martial arts association as the power class. This martial arts association is a loose organization similar to the Kendo Association, and will be committed to the research of various physical skills. To put it bluntly, the purpose of this martial arts competition is to select the top leaders of the martial arts association. Although the purpose is simple, it has attracted the attention of many forces. At the martial arts competition, as long as you are in the top 20, you can become a veteran of the martial arts association. A discerning person has already seen it. The top leaders selected in this way are likely to be very complicated. If it works well, mutual cooperation will form a huge interest group. If it doesn't work well, it will become a contradictory body of open and secret struggles. However, no matter what the outcome is, once the martial arts association is formed, it will inevitably have great influence in the whole world in the future. Just knowing this is enough. Now many forces in the sea are gearing up. The martial arts association is special. All members of the power class can retain their previous identities. This means that this association may become a window for powerful forces to negotiate. Well, the premise is to be able to enter the top 20. Of course, if you can't even enter the top 20, you should feel embarrassed to be called a big force. Especially when the number of members sent by the strongest big forces has been secretly set within a reasonable range. To sum it up, people in the whole sea are looking forward to this martial arts tournament. Ordinary people just watch the excitement, while those strong ones are for fame and fortune. The world government, the navy, various hunter groups, the Magic Pattern Guild, the Kendo Association, and even the world's powerful countries have begun to prepare. There is still a month to prepare for the conference. This period of time is enough for people to make arrangements. While the information about the martial arts tournament continues to spread, the world of the dead, the Soul Society, is in a different situation. The martial arts tournament event that is making a lot of noise in the world is insignificant to this place, and no matter how noisy it is, it can't affect this place. Now, the members of the 13th Division of the Soul Society are gradually filling up. At the same time, the strength of the members of the 13th Division is growing rapidly. This is due to the contribution made by the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, to the Soul Society not long ago. A technical problem of the special resource of the Hueco Mundo, the Hueco Crystal, has been overcome, and the Hueco Crystal Transformation Pill. Chapter 609 The spiritual power of the Death Gods increases, and the promise. Soul Society. Sling-ting, in a small courtyard with pleasant scenery. Two figures teleport back and forth quickly, like ghosts chasing each other. Even though the speed was very fast, the dust and leaves on the ground did not splash at all. After a long while, a white-haired loli came into the yard, with a pair of black wings behind her, wearing the captain's uniform of the Soul Society. She was the acting captain of the Soul Society's 7th Division, Shimafu, and of course she has been promoted now. Perhaps seeing the appearance of Shimafu, one of the chasing parties in the yard stopped. After he stopped, another figure followed closely behind, leaning directly beside him and holding the corner of his clothes. Is little Shimafu here? The figure who stopped first looked at Shimafu, who was jumping up and down, and said with a smile. It was Merle, who was the vice-captain of the 2nd Division in the Soul Society. He watched Shimafu rushing up like a cannon. He opened his hands and caught the reckless white-haired loli in front of him. Zimafu leaned in Mel's arms, ignoring the somewhat stern eyes of Kunyi, the captain of the 2nd Division next to Mel, and said with a smile on her face. Brother, look. She pointed at her white Haori. I am now the official captain of the 5th Division, isn't it amazing? Yeah, it's amazing, I was shocked. Mare smiled and touched Zimafu's head. Now the Soul Society uses the virtual crystal conversion technology to convert the special resource of the Hueco Mundo into pure spiritual power that the Shinigami can absorb. Under such spiritual power absorption, the spiritual power of some Shinigami in the Soul Society who have completely transformed their previous life foundation has increased rapidly again. In the process of spiritual power growth, some Shinigami begin to touch the second liberation of their Zanpakuto and release. This is a completely normal phenomenon. Although strong spiritual power is not a necessary factor for release, it still has a lot of influence. Hehe, that's nothing. My Zanpakuto is very powerful, much more powerful than that guy Bivet. In the future, I will definitely take the title of the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto from the Captain General. Simi raised her head proudly. Her little face was full of the expression of wanting to praise her. Really? Then you have to work hard, and try to shock everyone when the time comes. With a smile on his face, Mel slid his fingers through Simi's soft hair, and then fell on the black wings behind her. The wings were shiny and smooth to the touch. You can feel the strong warmth in the wings, and the heat preservation effect is very good. Brother. Originally, Simi, who was still proud, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She glanced at Kunyi next to Mel, and said in a low voice with some timidity. It's a bit itchy. The wings are a sensitive part of Zimafu, and she was a little shy when Moer touched them. It's not that she didn't want Moer to touch her. It's just that she couldn't stand it when someone was watching her. She was still too thin-skinned. Especially when the captain of the 2nd squad had a face like ice. Zimafu felt a little cold, so she simply stepped into Moer's arms. How about Captain Kunyi go to rest first, brother take me out to play, okay? Zimafu's somewhat dull voice came from Moer's arms. At that time, brother promised me that after I became the official captain, he would take me out to play alone for a whole day. Hearing Zimafu say this, Kyunyi's face next to her was almost frozen. She looked at Zimafu with her head buried in Moer's arms, and her cold eyes felt like they could cut people. The breeze was blowing gently, and it was obviously not cold. But Zimafu felt that she was frozen, and she tightened her hands around Moer. Suddenly she didn't feel cold at all. For a date with her brother, even the cold-faced girl, the captain of the 2nd Division, couldn't let her back down. Got it, little Zimafu. Wait for me at the door first, I'll talk to Kyunyi. Really? That's great. Zimafu raised her head, her eyes shining, and her face was full of excited smiles. Sure enough, graduating early is the right choice. Those guys must be envious of her. She thought to herself. After a while, Mare watched Zimafu jumping to the yard. She was obviously a big shot in the Seoul society, but she was still like a child. Or, she was originally a child. As Zimafu left, Mel set his eyes on Kyunyi, who was still holding his clothes. Little Kyunyi, your face is really cold. He turned sideways, stretched out his hands, and rubbed Kyunyi's face with his fingers. Facing Moer's teasing, Kyunyi's face was no longer so tense, but just slightly tilted. Why don't you go accompany her? Moer didn't care about Kyunyi's stubbornness, he said with a smile. Just now I was caught by you within the specified time, so according to the agreement, I will meet one of your requests. As soon as Moer said this, Kyunyi's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and then quickly retracted. Looking at Kyunyi's expression like changing face, Moer couldn't help but feel funny. He gently held Kyunyi's face with both hands. It seems that little Kyunyi hasn't forgotten to smile. Smile. Your smile is beautiful. Since little Kyunyi grew up, her face is more serious most of the time. Even when facing Moer, she has more shy expressions. This is Kyunyi's personality. However, her occasional smile is still very moving. Moer's praise made Kyunyi's face very rosy, like an attractive red peach. She responded in a low voice. Then her pink lips slightly opened, and a shy smile slowly appeared on her face, and her eyes slightly avoided Moer's gaze. Looking at Xiao Kyunyi's evasive gaze, he held her face, and with her pupils slightly shrinking, his lips touched her forehead. Then, I'll leave first, and tell me when you have thought of your request. At this time, Xiao Kyunyi felt that she couldn't hear what Moer said, and she just felt a little dizzy. Except when she was a child, this was the first time she received his kiss after she grew up. Even if it was just the forehead, she felt like it was electrocuted. The hot and burning feeling was something she had never felt when she was a child. Bang bang bang. My heart beat very fast. Kyunyi looked at Mel's departing figure and touched her hot cheeks and forehead. She couldn't stop smiling and her eyes became brighter. Chapter 610, the new clone Senju Hashirama was born, and Senpo Shin led the charge. Nearly 2 weeks later. The blue sky was cloudless. The windless belt, Ruskana Island. In the different space behind this island, Mel came to stay on the ancient forest tree in this different space. He skillfully began to open the clone mall. It can be seen that the clone mall has been refreshed, and it is obvious that the time for the birth of the next clone has come. Armament Haki, 3000. Wood release, 3000. Hoang Haki, 10,000. Senjutsu, 12,000. Senjutsu Constitution, 15,000. Sealing Technique, 12,000. Looking at the abilities in the mall, he quickly decided on the next clone. Moer had discovered long ago that the abilities refreshed in the mall were often a combination of the abilities of a certain person in his mind. This was no coincidence. Through the exploration of the essence of the system, it can be determined that this was a situation formed by the connection between the system and his memory. Unfortunately, he could not change this situation in a directional way. This has already involved the essence of the system, but it is good to have some use now. There is no need to be too ambitious. Time passed. Soon the program was completed, and a figure appeared in front of Moer. He was wearing armor similar to that of Uchiha, with long black hair. The moment he opened his eyes, Mel also welcomed him. Welcome to this world, Senju Hashirama. A few days later, in the alien space, there were still barren rocks. A great battle broke out here. Tree escape tree world birth. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, the bare rocks shook. Countless lush trees rose from the ground with their fangs and claws. A small forest formed instantly within a radius of 1 kilometer, covering all the rocks. Swish, swish, swish. The air exploded. The tough branches danced wildly, quickly climbing towards a figure. Faced with the overwhelming, storm-like branches, the figure took incredible steps, and his figure flashed in the dense branch attacks. This figure was Mel, who was sparring with him. How is it possible? At this time, on a hill in this forest, the newly born Senju Hashirama looked at Mel's figure with a shocked face. The attacks of those branches have surrounded them. The gap between the attacks is very small, and the attacks are intertwined. In theory, a human body cannot dodge in it. At least he can only resist in that position. But the figure in front of him is like a phantom. It was agreed that only the same ability would be used. Wouldn't that man frame him? At this time, even though Senju Hashirama was honest, he couldn't help but have such thoughts. However, as he carefully sensed, he finally discovered the fluctuation of the fairy art. Hiss! It turned out to be a fairy art. He really wanted to learn this kind of fairy art. Senju Hashirama was envious. The fairy art he developed now could not reach this level. It seemed that the fairy art was integrated with the environment to ignore his attack. It was not ignoring. Senju Hashirama could feel that the man was trying to avoid it. In other words, as long as the attack was dense enough, his attack might break the balance of the fairy art. The eyes of Hashirama Senju standing on the top of the mountain flashed. Maybe he might be slow to some things, but he is very sharp in fighting. Pa! A slap sounded, and Hashirama Senju crossed his palms and closed them. Chakra fluctuated rapidly in his body. Boom! With his movements, the forest became more turbulent. Like boiling oil and water, the forest exploded completely. On the other side, after being tricked by Hashirama Senju, Mel no longer dodged. The fairy technique he used just now was created by imitating the characteristics of the natural system of the devil fruit in the pirate world, and his body movements were natural. This fairy technique can allow the body to gain the characteristic of ignoring most attacks. Even to a large extent, he can be immune to the attack of armament haki. Even if he is hit by armament haki, he will pass through like a phantom, and at most he will consume more senjutsu chakra. From this point of view, the senjutsu of natural body movement is still quite advanced, at least more advanced than the elementalization of natural ability users. However, the reason why he did not stand still and let Senju Hashirama hit him, it is because this senjutsu still has flaws. The senjutsu chakra that constitutes the senjutsu is also more susceptible to chakra interference. It is okay to resist for a while, but if you keep resisting, the balance of the senjutsu will be greatly disturbed and forced to exit this state. Now, Senju Hashirama's attack is too dense. Mare is too lazy to dodge. Senjutsu counter tree world descent. Boom! In Senju Hashirama's eyes that looked like he saw a ghost. A new forest grows directly from the forest he created. Such a scene makes Senju Hashirama's eyes almost pop out. Why can that man's wood escape be like this? He could actually use his wood release as fertilizer. At this moment, a thought flashed through Hashirama Senju's mind. He didn't have time to think about it and began to flee in a panic. Because the surrounding forest began to reverse and attack him overwhelmingly. Boom! In the endless branches, Hashirama Senju ran away with a messy face. Even with the help of Mare to cheat, he was only born a few days ago. It's just a few days. Even if there are all kinds of knowledge in his mind now, knowing and practicing are completely different things. So, facing this frenzied attack, for a moment, Hashirama Senju felt a little panicked. Fortunately, when he was caught up by the branches, he finally remembered how to deal with it. Red flame formation. A red light unfolded a rectangular block from Hashirama Senju. A ninjutsu derived from his sealing ability. The advantage is very strong, and the disadvantage is amazing consumption. Bang bang bang! The tough branches caught up with Hashirama Senju, and bombarded the barrier like a violent storm. The roar of the collision continued. Mare stood on the crown of a tree, watching Hashirama Senju being besieged by branches in amazement. He taught Hashirama Senju this ninjutsu. Seeing Hashirama use this ninjutsu, he couldn't help but think of the anime in his previous life. It has to be said. In Naruto, sealing techniques are sometimes unreasonable, and their weight is very high. Now, Hashirama Senju has the ability of sealing techniques, and can use various sealing techniques more conveniently. Such as the Red Flame 137 formation, which was originally supposed to be used by 4 people and turned into the 4 Red Flame formation. However, due to the ability of sealing techniques, it is possible to directly use the more difficult single-person formation. If Hashirama Senju ran to the world of Naruto, it would be a cheat. But this is not enough to face him. Anti-Red Flame formation. A red light appeared on Mel's body, and the red light was like a glowing dress draped over him, and then he flashed by. When he moved, all the branches attacking Senju Hashirama scattered. This made Senju Hashirama, who felt the barrier was crumbling, feel relieved. Unfortunately, the next second, he saw Mel wearing a red dress and passing through his barrier directly. Bang! A hand directly grabbed Senju Hashirama's head, and the red dress spread over him, and took him out of the barrier. The sudden scene made Senju Hashirama's mind blank for a moment. Don't be in a daze. A gentle voice sounded in his ears, and Senju Hashirama's attention was focused all of a sudden. Then he saw a sunny smile on Mel's face. But this smile seemed very bad to Hashirama, like the smile of a devil. Xian Fa Zhen takes the lead in the charge. Sure enough, along with such thoughts, he heard the name of a move. Boom! Senju Hashirama only felt a huge roar in his ears. His head was pressed on the ground and plowed for an unknown distance. His scalp was hot, as if on fire, his eyes were full of double images, and his consciousness began to be intermittent. At the last moment when his consciousness faded, Hashirama had only one thought. He won't become bald. Chapter 611. The operation was successful. You are already a cute girl. Bang! With a loud bang, Senju Hashirama lay on the ground, his head was on fire and he fainted directly. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was on fire, Moer also helped him put out the fire considerately. However, his long hair had disappeared, replaced by a bald head. It seems a bit too much. Looking at Senju Hashirama's bald head, Moer mourned for him in his heart. He didn't realize that he was the culprit. After a while, Senju Hashirama slowly woke up from his deep sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, the dazzling light from the ceiling made him feel uncomfortable. He slowly stood up, and then saw a doctor in a white coat standing next to him. Where is this? Looking at the completely wrong style, Senju Hashirama was very uncomfortable. It felt like he came to this hospital-like place. When Senju Hashirama looked around and was a little confused, the doctor in front of him took off his gloves and spoke. You wake up. Congratulations, the operation was successful. You are already a lovely girl. Hey? Senju Hashirama felt 3 question marks appear in his head, and his dizzy head seemed to be poured with cold water, and he immediately woke up. He quickly and frantically felt his body. After a while, Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. There was no change in his body, which almost scared him to death. At this time, the doctor in front of him pulled down his mask, and it was Moer. Moer, even if it was you, don't scare me like this. Just now I really thought you turned me into a woman. Looking at Moer, Senju Hashirama was a little speechless even though he had a mild temper. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he really turned into a woman, he didn't know what to do. Just a joke. Moer had a smile on his face, and his clothes returned to his daily clothes. At the same time, he waved his hand. The hospital-like layout around him suddenly disappeared, and the light and shadow of the sky shone down. They were still on the rock in the different space. The forest created around them had disappeared, and only gaps and holes proved the battle just now. That. My hair. At this time, Hashirama Senju felt that his head was too cool because of the wind. He touched his bald head with a pleading look. Can you help me grow my hair? Yes, but it is rumored that bald people can become stronger. I think you should cherish these days of being bald. Hashirama Senju, who was politely rejected by Mel, touched the back of his head. I don't understand why baldness can be associated with becoming stronger. Is there any secret in this? Hashirama Senju felt very confused, but he still obeyed Mel. Since Mel said so, he would experience the baldness well. Anyway, it is not impossible to regenerate. Soon, Hashirama Senju returned to the temporary residence in this different space with the combat experience of this battle. There was a smile on his face. Of course, this was not because of the baldness. But he got all the experience and key points of the magic technique that Mel had just demonstrated, and even the sensory memory of performing this magic technique. After getting this magic technique, Hashirama felt that he was good again. Once he learned it, maybe he wouldn't lie down so quickly next time. He was leaving in the afternoon, so he had to hurry up and learn this magic technique. It was getting close to dusk in the afternoon. The battle started again. After a while, Hashirama Senjo lay on the ground doubting his life because he was killed in seconds. Da-da-da. Mel came over and said apologetically. Hashirama, I'm so sorry. Because the time agreed with Jin is coming soon, so he was killed in 1 second. Hashirama Senju felt terrible. He worked very hard to learn that extremely difficult senjutsu. Now he was killed in 1 second just after he showed it. It was too much. Hashirama felt that the experience of fighting with Merle was very bad. I will never spar with him again. It is better to fight with Uchihamadara. He thought so in his mind. During these days, Hashirama heard Merle say that he and the senior named Uchihamadara would be more compatible. So, Hashirama was also paying attention to this man named Uchihamadara. I wonder what kind of person that man is? He climbed up from the ground with a trace of curiosity. A golden ball fell from Moer's hand and landed on Hashirama's body. The injuries on his body were quickly repaired, and his condition was directly maxed out in just a few seconds. However, what Hashirama felt sorry for was that he was still bald, and he was always a little uncomfortable without hair. Let's go. Finally, I'll give you a gift. Moer waved his hand, and a teleportation array appeared not far away. At the same time, a bamboo hat appeared in his hand, with a fire word written on it. What is this? Hashirama Senjo took the bamboo hat and looked at it in front of him. Is it to cover his bald head that he gave him this hat? Moer is really a good person. This Hokage bamboo hat is not just a decoration. You can activate a special skill by just reciting a spell. Hearing Moer's introduction, Senjo Hashirama became even more curious. What skill is it? Will of Fire. Hashirama touched the back of his head. Ever since he became bald, he wanted to touch his bald head when he was confused. What is the effect? You can brainwash, no, you can convince others. Hashirama felt a little embarrassed. He still has some IQ, he just heard clearly about brainwashing. Shouldn't he use this skill? No, you will use it. Okay. Unable to refuse such kindness, Hashirama finally accepted the gift. As for the spell, it was also very simple. Where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire will never cease. After Hashirama Senju appeared, fate had already begun to turn. Bang! Put the baton in his hand. We were worn above the head, and the pillars felt warm at the top of my head. Not to mention that the insulation effect of this bucket was very good. Hesitant, that try to. The memories here were beaten, and the thousands of hands are not fighting madmen. Human figures came out. Pang! At this time, Yin was dressed like a cook, which made her look very cute with her petite appearance. Masterio can eat now. Looking at Yin's cute appearance, Moer hugged her body tightly and buried his head in her neck and took a deep breath. A fragrant breath came from Yin's body. To some extent, Moer, who possessed the ability of the true ancestor of blood, could feel the sweetness and deliciousness of Yin. Wait a while for the meal, taste the taste of Yin first. Moer kissed Yin Beija's neck gently. Generally speaking, he would not suck blood, but this kind of lovely girl in front of him was another matter. Yin felt the kiss on her neck, and a pair of jade arms hooked Moer's neck tightly. Her cheeks were covered with flying clouds, and her crimson pupils became brighter. Master! Her pink lips seemed a little dry. She stretched out her little tongue and licked her pink lips, and her pink lips suddenly became extremely delicate. With a subtle sound, wetness wrapped around Moer's neck. The mirror-like lake next to him reflected two figures hugging each other tightly. After a long while, Moer raised his head and felt Yin's delicate body leaning completely on him. He picked her up in a princess hug. Yin was immersed in a charming atmosphere, still lying on his neck. Feeling Yin's emotions, Moer knew that this dinner might be ruined. However, this was his fault. Casual thoughts always come unexpectedly. There was no way, so he could only notify Xiaojin to take care of this dinner. As for him and Yin, they needed to eat differently. Feeling the hot invitation of the person in his arms, Moer smiled slightly and his figure flashed. The image reflected by the lake disappeared. The wind blew the forest by the lake with a rhythm. Rustle. Leaves fell one by one. A wisp of ripples kept echoing, endlessly. The next day. In the quiet and dreamy valley. Beside the mirror-like lake, next to the pink flower tree with a fresh wood fragrance. A white magic circle lit up on the ground. Then a figure with a holy temperament appeared in it. Dressed as a witch, carrying a bow and arrow. Beside her, there was a plump koi and a butterfly of strange color hovering. Such a distinctive feature is the sea's now famous witch Kikyo. The moment she appeared, a gentle voice also sounded. "Welcome back, Kikyo." Kikyo heard this welcome. The originally cold face could not help but soften, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. What a pity! Seeing the two small figures on the shoulders of the visitor, the raised corners of her mouth were retracted again. La 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 la! A small golden figure flew to Kikyo with a cheerful rhythm. "Hello! Kikyo, long time no see." Looking at the little one sitting on her shoulder, Kikyo just nodded and said softly. "Long time no see, Jin." Kikyo was not very enthusiastic about the self-familiar Jin. After all, this little guy appeared in the last 2 days when she was away from here. He kept harassing her as soon as he appeared. Well, if Jin was just pestering, Kikyo wouldn't mind. It's just that she sometimes plays pranks and annoys people, and Kikyo needs to adapt to such Jin. Kikyo is still so cold, but let's not talk about this for now. I heard that you have the title of a Miko in the sea, why don't you come to the Kingdom of Miracles to be my Miko? Altria will be very happy in this way. Her. There is no one to talk to in the palace. Hearing the little Jin chattering, Kikyo raised her eyebrows slightly and turned her eyes to the figure coming. To be honest, Kikyo had no intention of settling down outside. If possible, she wants to live in seclusion here. After all, there are 2 seniors demonstrating in front of her. Even though she has a big name outside, Kikyo still yearns for a simple life. Or rather, she yearns for a simple life with someone. Master! Master! Moer's figure came in front of Kikyo. The 2 Shikigami next to Kikyo also floated to Moer and surrounded him happily. Looking at the 2 Shikigami surrounding him, Moer reached out and stroked them gently. "Koi, Jade Butterfly, it seems that you are living well." The 2 Shikigami in front of him can be said to be given by Moer to Kikyo. One was transformed from a koi carp in the valley lake. This little guy often came to bite the hook when Mel was fishing. It was stupid, but it was very spiritual, just very greedy. It just happened that he wanted to make a Shikigami for Kikyo, so he fished it out. As for the other butterfly, it was not a real butterfly. It was transformed from the petals scattered in the valley flower field. At that time, Mel and Kikyo were walking in the flower field, and he used the petals to create this little life and gave it to Kikyo. Both the koi and the jade butterfly were Shikigami created based on the spiritual power system cultivated by Kikyo. They had good spiritual power and abilities when they were born. Among them, the main ability of the koi is good luck. As a mascot, it does not need much power. It is good to bring good luck. Of course, as a Shikigami, it also has secondary abilities of purification and treatment, and is a character with full nurse attributes. As for the jade butterfly, its main ability is to manipulate flowers into sharp weapons to attack directly, or to emit floral fragrance and even create a flower illusion. As a Shikigami, it is even more proficient in enchantments. This is beyond the reach of koi. After all, the enchantments in yin-yang magic are more complicated. Facing it is like a liberal arts student taking a science test. Koi is helpless. Little koi, it looks a lot rounder. You can put it in the pot when you are fattened up. Ah! Master, don't eat me, my meat is terrible. Originally, the little koi rubbed its head happily against Mel's hand. Now hearing Mel's words, the whole body shuddered, shook its tail and hid behind Kikyo. Stupid koi, the master is joking. Really? Guess. When these words came out, Koi was stunned for a moment. Then he chased Yudi directly, hoping to use his tail to make Yudi look good. However, Yudi naturally couldn't just stand there and wait to be beaten. So, the 2 Shikigami began to chase each other around the lake and the flower fields not far away. For a while, the joyful sound of chasing echoed in the valley. Chapter 613 Firehead Senju Hashirama, Garp Sai. A week later. Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago. Area 13. On a certain street. A group of vicious pirates surrounded a man wearing red armor and a fire-shaped bamboo hat. Many pedestrians passing by scattered. Some stayed nearby to watch the show, or on the roadside, or in the cargo shed, building, etc. Found it, inform the boss quickly. Are you the firehead Senju Hashirama? You don't look good? But you can actually defeat the Takeru pirates dash. Who are you? What do you want to talk to me about? Surrounded by these pirates, Senju Hashirama hooked his cheek and felt a little embarrassed. Although he was puzzled that someone came to find him specifically. But compared to this, the title of Firehead is even more shameful. Why did the newspaper give him such a nickname? Can he still be called Baldhead without the hat on his head? At this time, Hashirama Senju was full of depression. After all, his predecessors had all kinds of cool titles, why did he become Firehead? Isn't that man Firehead Hashirama Senju? I can still see him here. It is rumored that he defeated several groups of pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions in the Sabayati archipelago. There are even many powerful hunters and magic pattern users on the island who came to him for competition, but they were all defeated without exception. This is a blessing. If these pirates lose, you can go up and pick up the bodies in exchange for bounties. People talked about it in twos and threes, and a passerby looked at the pirates with fiery eyes. In the rumor, after defeating the pirates, Hashirama Senju did not deal with them. The onlookers rushed up and tied up the pirates in exchange for bounties. Therefore, seeing that the pirates and Senju Hashirama were about to clash, many passers-by were tempted. "Shh, you are going to die if you speak so loudly. Don't you see who those pirates are? That is the Red Dragon pirates under the Great Evil Fleet. It is said that their captain is a user of the devil fruit mythical beast Red Dragon, a rising star of the Great Evil Fleet. Very domineering." One of the passers-by with a bronze hunter armband on his arm looked at his friend who was talking without restraint. He quickly pulled him to a small stall and hid to talk. If you want to take advantage of the situation, just think about it in your heart. If you speak so loudly, you will have no tears if you are picked on. Is it really them? Sorry, those pirates look unfamiliar, so. The passerby was grateful when he heard his friend's reminder. At the same time, he was a little scared. There are many pirate groups in the sea, and he naturally cannot remember them one by one. For example, it is good enough for him to remember the captain of the Red Dragon Pirates. But obviously the captain of the Red Dragon Pirates was not there either, so he didn't recognize him at all. This man is so unlucky that he actually offended the Great Evil Fleet. Many people in the sea are very afraid of the Great Evil Fleet, and some even worship it. Because the great evil god who opened the great era of martial arts in the legend ruled this super large pirate group. Its existence even deeply affected the Sabayati archipelago, a node at the front and back of the Grand Line. Good in the existence of the Sun God King, he has been living in the Navy headquarters not far away. Therefore, the order on this island has always maintained a balance. Even the vicious pirates rarely dare to destroy the lives of ordinary residents here. That's not necessarily true. Seeing his friend's regretful look, the bronze hunter said with emotion. The evil fleet is far away now. With this man's strength, as long as he joins those big forces, he doesn't have to be afraid at all. People with strong strength are welcome everywhere, which makes the bronze hunter very envious. Don't say it, the Red Dragon is here. While they were chatting, a young man with fiery red hair came directly to Senju Hashirama with a large group of people. The pirates surrounding Senju Hashirama also made way for the young man to come in. Are you the one who defeated the Takeo pirates? I am the captain of the Red Dragon Pirates, Ryan. You are very strong. Join my pirate group. Fire-headed Senju Hashirama. The young man got straight to the point right away. Hearing Ryan's invitation, Senju Hashirama wanted to touch the back of his head, but considering the Hokage hat on his head, he changed to hooking his cheek. He said while hooking. I don't plan to join the pirate group now. If you want to fight, come on. Senju Hashirama's tone was a little helpless. Since he came to this island with the teleportation, he felt that he seemed to be a little unlucky, always being pestered by some people. But he really didn't want this. In order to find some companions who could help sail the boat, he found a lot of people on the island. Finally found some people. Fortunately, he could use wood release to build a ship directly, and he was rich. In order to decorate the ship, purchase and coat it, recruit people, and deal with some inexplicable people. Senju Hashirama felt that his hair had fallen out. Oh. He has no hair now, that's fine. Fortunately, what comforted Senju Hashirama was that some people came to exchange ideas and were willing to help him introduce people. How dare you reject me? You know the Takeo pirates you defeated before, I want to recruit them. Since you sent them to Impel Down, you have to replace them. Ryan waved his hand and said domineeringly. If you want to reject, think twice. As Ryan's voice fell, the pirates who surrounded him in several circles clenched their weapons with murderous intent. Some raised guns, rocket launchers, and even chainsaws, which looked very cruel. I didn't send them to Impel Down, forget it. Senju Hashirama pressed his hat and prepared to take action. The previous few pirate groups that came to him, none of them didn't take action. He was helpless. These people didn't listen to what he said, didn't understand what he heard, and didn't stop even if they understood. He could only let them lie on the ground and talk properly. When Senju Hashirama and the Red Dragon pirates clashed, two figures on a rooftop on the street watched the scene from a distance. One of them was the famous legendary Vice Admiral Garp. The other was Commodore Rosinante. Mr. Garp. Don't worry, that man is not simple. Crack crack. Garp felt Rosinante's nervousness and comforted him. Then he reached out and grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed them into his mouth. The chewing sound made Rosinante speechless. Garp ignored Rosinante's speechlessness. He looked at the captain of the Red Dragon pirates, Ryan, in the distance. The devil fruit mythical beast Red Dragon. I don't know what happened in the past 2 years, but many new stars with powerful devil fruit abilities have emerged. Red Dragon Ryan is one of them, but it's a pity that he became a pirate. Garp sighed in his heart, and then said earnestly. Xiao Miguo, did you see that? That young man is about the same age as you. He has only become famous in the past 2 years, and now the bounty has exceeded 500 million berries. You need to work harder. Sorry. Mr. Garp. Hey. Chapter 614, Lightning King Enel, Hashirama takes action. Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged, I believe you can do it. Only after hearing Garp's encouragement did Rosinante perk up a little. But he knew that compared to those monsters, he was actually very mediocre. Even if he worked hard and didn't want to disappoint the expectations of the great senbei, his growth was still limited. Sometimes he envied his peers who had powerful abilities. On the other side, farther away, a young man with long earlobes and a thunder drum on his back hovered in the air above another roof. He was chewing an apple in his hand, looking at the Red Dragon in the distance while chewing. Interesting, the Red Dragon pirates, the captain has the power of the mythical beast Red Dragon. I just don't know if this Qinghai man can defy my power. A ray of lightning flashed across the young man's wrist. When the lightning flashed, Garp on the other side seemed to notice and looked over here. However, the lightning flashed by, and the young man's figure disappeared. Lightning King Ai Nero, the new pirate supernova. He actually came here too? Garp's face was a little solemn. Although Enel disappeared very quickly, it could not be hidden from Garp's eyes. Garp felt sorry for Enel. This guy is the holder of the top-level natural thunder fruit, and his speed is very fast. He took some Sky Island people to form the Thunder Sky Pirates. Now his bounty exceeds 500 million Baileys. The ability threat is very high. When Enel grows up, his strength will be amazing. But Garp ignored him for the time being. Now his main purpose of coming here is to recruit the firehead Senju Hashirama. As for the others, they will be in the back. This is the conclusion he came to when he arrived at the scene. That Senju Hashirama is extraordinary. If he can join the navy, it will be a blessing for the navy. While Garp was thinking about how to recruit Hashirama, Senju Hashirama also started to take action. As soon as he took action, a row of trees rose from the ground, stretching directly towards the pirates surrounding him. Dare to take action first. Open fire. When Ryan's brothers saw that Hashirama Senju was the first to attack, they were not polite. The rain of bullets was released directly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued, causing the trees that stretched towards them to break apart. As pirates under the command of the evil fleet, they had very advanced guns. These guns were all derived from the arms trade in the South China Sea. In that sea area where mechanical technology prevailed, the development of arms was more prosperous in the past 2 years. Behind the scenes, the black market military equipment popular on various islands fire deals, the forces behind them are mostly controlled by the Dark Curtain. Therefore, the weapons of the Red Dragon pirates are a qualitative leap compared to ordinary pirates. Boom! Several rocket launchers directly blew up the trees with holes in them. The bricks and stones on the ground also exploded, rolling up a pile of smoke and dust. The fierce firepower made the passers-by who were secretly watching not far away shudder. Many people wrapped their clothes tightly and began to move further away. Ha ha ha, the firehead Senju Hashirama is not that good. Dare to disobey our boss, you are simply courting death. Seeing that there was not much movement in the smoke, the fierce gunfire gradually stopped. The pirates also began to talk trash directly. The strong and pungent smell of gunpowder spread to the surrounding streets. The movement here also attracted the attention of others farther away. Although the streets here are not very prosperous. But those who dare to make such a fuss here are either arrogant lunatics or confident forces. There is no doubt that in the minds of these pirates, they belong to the second type. What happened there? Those people dared to open fire in this neighborhood, and they brought so many heavy weapons. Didn't you see it? That's Red Dragon Ryan. The rising star of the extremely evil fleet, with a bounty of 570 million baileys, is expected to become the chief criminal or even the evil general of the extremely evil fleet in the future. Unless such a big man is crazy and wants to kill civilians here, even the navy will be hindered. One of the passers-by said in a low voice, and stopped talking at the end, feeling a little taboo. The great evil fleet is the undisputed leader of the pirates today. After all, the god of evil really lives on the dead island. Therefore, many people are very taboo about this force. There are already many major forces in the Sabayati archipelago to form a balance. Unless the top leaders have made a decision, they will not rush to conflict with the great evil fleet and start a war. Especially when there are demons outside to restrict it. And the legendary god of evil is the most willful god. No one knows when he will go crazy. Hoo. The scene where Hashirama Senju is. A cool breeze blew in and swept away the smoke and dust. People were able to witness the situation inside. I saw Hashirama Senju standing in it, his body unscathed. How is it possible? You guy. At this time, seeing that Senju Hashirama's body was completely unscathed, even his clothes were not stained with dust. This shocked the pirates of the Red Dragon pirates. But they quickly adjusted their mentality and started to think. Such a large 360-degree, no dead angle heavy firepower attack, but still unscathed. This man must have a strong armament haki that can cover his entire body. In this era of endless monsters, they are not surprised. But even so, their boss is a devil fruit fantasy beast ability user. The unmatched Red Dragon ability is destined to make their boss a legendary pirate. Just having armament haki is far from enough. Not bad, very good. I am very satisfied with your strength. Hula. Ryan looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him with satisfaction. Reached out and pulled down the red patterned cloak that was a bit showy on his body and threw it to the men next to him. Stay away, I'll do it myself. 2.6. But, boss, your ability is too destructive. This is still a neighborhood. When the navy. Then you should evacuate. Yes. Just as the navy is concerned about balance, the people of the evil fleet also need to be cautious. Over the years, the bottom line of justice of the navy has moved a lot towards the civilian group, and the existence of the country of miracles. Therefore, ordinary pirates will not easily cross this line. After all, the Sabayati archipelago is too close to the headquarters of the navy, and the pirates have to be more cautious. It is rumored that the entire Sabayati archipelago is within the field of vision of the sun god. Although many people are subjectively unwilling to believe it, they will not deliberately commit suicide. Da-da-da. With the sound of chaotic footsteps, a large group of pirates took weapons and directly drove away the passers-by who were watching the show around. Even the civilians hiding in the house were driven away. Chapter 615 Your destructive power is too amazing, I want to seal you. Seeing those pirates drive away all the civilians and passers-by, Hashirama did not act immediately. To be honest, he just felt a terrifying force spying on him, or looking at him unscrupulously. Now Senju Hashirama is using the fairy technique natural body movement. In this state, his perception ability was off the charts. He could sense the power that could not be sensed in the normal state. That's right. He also hoped that those people could stay away. Because he was not sure whether he would conflict with the owner of this power. If there was a conflict, the area affected by the battle would be large. So, he even said to Ryan at this time. Is your name Ryan? Can you ask your men to take the people away, preferably away from this island? Hey! Hearing the sudden request of Senju Hashirama, Ryan was also a little puzzled. He was stunned for a moment and laughed directly. Who do you think I am? It doesn't take so much trouble to deal with you. Swish! Swish! With the sound of the clothes wailing, Ryan's figure became bigger and bigger. Soon, a behemoth of tens of meters appeared directly on the scene. Like the appearance of a western dragon, it was covered with huge crimson scales, and the flames flickered slightly on his body. This is Ryan's proud capital, the red dragon form of the devil fruit fantasy beast. In addition to the terrifying power, he also has an unparalleled fire ability, and his fire dragon breath is even more terrifying. Anyone who has seen his transformation will involuntarily sigh at his ability. See, this overwhelming mythical figure. Our boss is the strongest among the fantasy creatures that only exist in stories and comics. Seeing Ryan's transformation, the subordinates who were driving the crowd outside boasted to passers-by. Hearing their boasting, other passers-by who were shocked by the huge figure in the distance couldn't help but complain in their hearts. The strongest ghost. If you really want to be the strongest, why don't you become the chief culprit? If you want to be strong, you should be the fantasy beast of Fantasy Beast Island. The fantasy beast created by Yamato no Okamai is the real fantasy beast, which is much stronger than the fantasy beast species of devil fruit. But people think so in their hearts. But on the surface, they still agree. After all, the opponent's guns are still pointing. At this time, even if you complain, you have to run far away so that these pirates can't hear it. On the other side, Hashirama Senju, who was shrouded by a huge shadow, had his eyes shining. He was attracted by the red dragon in front of him. Wow! So big! Such a big lizard, so handsome! Hearing the words blurted out by Hashirama Senju, Ren, who originally thought that his figure could impress Hashirama, was immediately furious. He specifically turned into a beast form to shock Hashirama Senju, so that he could feel the charm and overwhelming majesty of the legendary mythical beast. This way, it would not be too troublesome to recruit him. After all, there are too many stubborn people on the sea, and it would be difficult to convince them without showing off. However, when Hashirama Senju blurted out a lizard, Ren understood that it was another person who didn't know the goods. Are you blind? My horns, my wings, my flames. This is the legendary red dragon, how did you think I look like a lizard? Hoo hoo. Senju Hashirama wiped his face. Ryan's deafening roar made his face smear some saliva. Fortunately, he wore a bamboo hat on his head, otherwise his hair would be wet. Oh? He seems to have no hair, that's fine. Sorry. Your transformation is very handsome, but I have something to do now, so let's finish it quickly. Senju Hashirama said helplessly. He is really busy now, because the martial arts competition will start in a few days. He is naturally very interested in the legendary Lonely Purple, and the lively conference. However, even if he is interested, he has to make it in time. According to the navigator he recruited, he has to reach the location of the martial arts competition. He needs to go from here through the Red Soil continent to the New World, and then cross the doldrums to the North Sea. This is the fastest route. It takes several days to get there without encountering a terrible storm. He is in a hurry now, so I'm going to do it. Ryan found it funny that Hashirama Senju was about to take the initiative. He is a red dragon with the power of fire. A mere man who controls wood. I don't know what to do TM. When Ryan was about to taunt him, Hashirama Senju directly took out the wood release tree world birth. Completely different from the previous playful wood release, the overwhelming forest rushed up to the sky. Instantly submerged Ryan's huge figure. The huge roots and branches will wrap around his body, limbs, tail, throat, etc. are all entangled. Impossible. Such power. Ryan was stunned for a moment, and roared directly to the sky. The surging flames burst out from his body continuously. Unfortunately, it only made the wooden strips that bound him slightly burn red, and he struggled hard to break free but still did not move. Now, Ryan was anxious. The hot dragon breath began to brew, and his flames were the strongest when they burst out in the form of dragon breath. Through the wooden strips, Hashirama Senju could also feel that Ryan was about to burst. He just put his hands together. The raging forest in front of the red dragon. Ryan stretched out a wooden hand. Snap! The wooden hand slapped his face and pressed his mouth tightly. It pressed back the fire dragon breath that was about to burst out. Boom! A hazy explosion sounded, and thick smoke came out of his mouth and nose. Woo woo woo! Senju Hashirama floated in front of the red dragon on a piece of wood, and he said seriously. Your destructive power is too amazing. Sorry, I have to seal your actions first. In Ryan's somewhat drowsy and confused eyes. Another big wooden hand attacked, and the palm of the wooden hand with the word seal pressed directly on his forehead. In just a moment, Ryan's consciousness dissipated directly. As his consciousness dissipated, the red dragon form was also revoked. This is the double binding seal of Senju Hashirama's sealing technique. Ordinary people don't have chakra, so his seal uses chakra to penetrate people's physical energy and spiritual energy. It has the function of double binding. Such a sealing technique will continue to consume the chakra sealed in the enemy's body. Unless the chakra is consumed, the enemy will be no different from a vegetable. This is a sealing technique learned directly from Mare. It has touched the deep application of chakra and can directly act on life forms without chakra. If Hashirama did not have the ability of sealing techniques, it would not be so easy to learn it. Chapter 616 The Legend of Uchihamadara, The Three Phantom Demons. Bang! As Ryan fell to the ground, the originally surging forest trees around him gradually shrank and dissipated. The people who were still evacuating were stunned to watch the red dragon dissipate. It's gone? That's it. A passerby blurted out. Then he covered his mouth belatedly because there were people from the Red Dragon pirates in front of him. Fortunately, these pirates were also in a state of shock and had no mood to pay attention to passers-by. How is it possible? The boss is the Red Dragon. He was killed instantly. After a moment of silence, the Red Dragon pirates finally reacted. Some began to return quickly, while others hesitated. On the other side, Hashirama Senju looked at some of the pirates who returned quickly and did not make any more moves. Watching them cautiously move Ryan away, he also pressed down his bamboo hat. This time it was considered to be over. The seal can last for 2 days. If nothing goes wrong, he can set sail. Then the other party will not be able to find him if they want to find him. However, this is a smooth situation. Hashirama fixed his eyes on the balcony railing on a roof not far away. A figure was looking down at this side. Dressed similarly to him, with his hands folded on his chest in a proud posture. That person's legendary bloody Shura Uchihamadara. Is this him? He actually appeared here. The two people's eyes collided, one with curiosity and the other with indifference. When Hashirama Senju set his sights on Uchihamadara, other people who set their sights on Hashirama Senju also looked in the direction of his sight. Then Uchihamadara's figure also came into their sight. Many people's pupils shrank and their faces were filled with horror. Uchihamadara, bloody Shura Uchihamadara, how could it be possible? He actually appeared here. He fell into the sea and disappeared after challenging the god of evil. Many people thought he was dead. The man who could survive in the hands of the god of evil. As people exclaimed, more and more eyes turned to Uchihamadara. They didn't care so much about the Red Dragon pirates who secretly left. Today, Uchihamadara is already a legend on the sea. His deeds are widely spread on the sea. The most classic one is the defeat of 2 demon apostles, the king of volcano Zhurong and the lord of plunder Huang Yi. Of course, compared to this, the subsequent challenge to the god of evil was even more shocking. Many people still talk about that battle. Not only the powerful strength displayed by Uchihamadara. Also, the god of evil used the power of the mind beasts this time. The 3 mind beasts were the 3 phantom demons, extremely terrifying monsters. According to Morgan's fiery introduction in the newspaper, the 3 mind beasts were named Uriah, the god of flame, Haman, the thunder emperor, and Labial, the phantom demon emperor. He introduced the general situation of the 3 mind beasts. Although people don't know why Morgan suddenly introduced these mind beasts, but they are still discussing with great interest. Many people even fantasize about how glorious it would be to own one of the mind beasts. Therefore, as the first time to fight with these mind beasts and burst out with amazing fighting power, Uchihamadara, the heat also lasted for a long time. Uchihamadara is here. On another roof, Garp looked at Uchihamadara with a serious face. His expression was also a little dazed. After all, Garp himself had fought with Uchihamadara, and not long ago, at the Fantasy Beast Conference. When they first met, he even thought he could fight this young man on equal terms. It's a pity that it's only been a little over 2 months since the end of the Fantasy Beast conference. However, in such a short time, the strength of this Uchiha Madara has directly exploded. Or, in other words, at the Fantasy Beast Island, his strength has begun to increase explosively. The growth of strength is simply a joke. This completely unreasonable explosion of strength made Garp feel that a new god would be born soon. Unfortunately, this man's character could no longer join them. Looking at Uchiha Madara at this time, Garp felt very sorry. Whoosh! Rustle! The wind blew slowly, and the trees on both sides of the street began to sway, making a pleasant rustling sound. Silently, Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly disappeared from the rooftop, and the next moment he appeared in front of Senju Hashirama. Seeing this scene, people dared not breathe. They were afraid of being targeted by Uchiha Madara, but in their hearts, they were very curious about his appearance. Is this man unhappy with Senju Hashirama? Will he attack him? Many people were sweating for Senju Hashirama in their hearts. Fire-headed Senju Hashirama, what a ridiculous title. Hearing Uchiha Madara's ridicule, Senju Hashirama felt wronged and wanted to squat and draw circles. He also wanted a nice title. Who knows that newspaper would give him such a title? Calm down. Calm down. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and calmed down. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Looking at the cool man in front of him, Senju Hashirama was also a little puzzled. This man doesn't look easy to get along with. How can he get along with him? Is that guy Merle wrong? I just got interested. It's not important, let me see. What are you capable of? Uchiha Madara only gave a brief reply to Senju Hashirama's inquiry. Then the Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate slowly. Hey! Can we not fight? Fighting here will affect too many people. What a boring personality. The enemy won't reason with you. Uchiha Madara was a little disappointed when he saw Hashirama Senju waving his hands in front of him. Compared to the two guys he met before, the personality of this guy in front of him was just so-so. But it doesn't matter, just kill time. When this is over, there will be a real challenge over there. Uchiha Madara's eyes looked in a certain direction, which was the direction of the Navy headquarters. The legendary Sun God King is there. That is his goal. Put your eyes back in front of you. His Sharingan spun faster. Instantly, the Sharingan turned into a Mangekyo, and then turned into an eternal Mangekyo. Fire style, great fire extinguishing change. In just a moment, the overwhelming flames directly swept away everything in front of him. Chapter 617 Uchiha Madara's Joy, Become a Bald Head with Me. Hoo hoo! The fierce flames engulfed everything around. The buildings on both sides of the street were turned into a sea of fire. Crack! Crack! In the blazing flames, a huge wooden hand firmly protected Senju Hashirama. Crash! Crash! As the wooden hand moved, Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, who had his hands on his chest again, through the fingers of the wooden hand. His eyes became firm. He didn't expect that the first thing he did when he met his senior was to fight, which made him helpless. You know, he was born the youngest. If every senior he met had to fight, wouldn't he have to be beaten again and again? This was an unfortunate psychological expectation for Senju Hashirama. Crash! Crash! The huge wooden hand began to stretch out, turning into a pile of tough wooden arms that quickly climbed towards Uchiha Madara. Bang! Uchiha Madara brushed the wooden hand and dodged directly sideways. The ground was directly cracked by the heavy wooden hand. Crash! This is not the end. A huge wooden hand stretched out directly from the ground where Uchiha Madara was. The hand closed and was about to pinch Uchiha Madara in his hand. Boring! Looking at the wooden hands around him, Uchiha Madara looked down on him. Fire-style Fire Lotus. A huge fire lotus with a diameter of several meters burst and bloomed with Uchiha Madara as the center. This is a fire-style defense technique, a fire-style ninjutsu that uses offense instead of defense and is very ornamental. This ninjutsu is a 633 ninjutsu derived from Uchiha Madara's research on fire-style instant flood. Fire-style instant flood Uchiha Madara from Mel earned. As an ultimate explosive fire escape, its power is unquestionable. And this ninjutsu contains a lot of inspiration that benefited Uchiha Madara. When he has time, Uchiha Madara always studies it carefully. Pa! Pa! As the fire lotus blooms, the gorgeous flame pushes outward with an extremely hot breath. The closed wooden hands are instantly ignited and then turned into ashes. Whoosh! Boom! The expanding hot shock wave pushes the ashes away. The buildings on both sides are directly impacted and collapsed with a rumbling sound. It's not over yet. Senju Hashirama stared at Uchiha Madara with burning eyes. At the moment when the fire lotus bloomed completely, several figures rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Under the light of the fire, it can be seen that they are all Senju Hashirama. These are all his wooden clones. In addition to these, in the ground, the hidden chakra is also moving. Facing the attack of several clones of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo slowly rotated. He raised the corner of his mouth and did not stop the opponent's charge. Bang! The first clone to rush over was dodged by Uchiha Madara, who slightly turned sideways. Then Uchiha Madara swung his right hand and hit the clone's belly with a powerful blow. Boom! A red light flashed across Uchiha Madara's right wrist. A violent flame exploded directly from the fist. A hot column of fire penetrated the belly of the clone and pierced behind him, leaving a burning flame. Ninjutsu Firearm. It is also the result of Uchiha Madara's research on fire style instant boom. As a ninjutsu, it is fast to start and has great power when used alone. If used in the instant boom state, it is even more amazing. Because the ninjutsu currently developed by Uchiha Madara is basically prepared to cooperate with the fire style Shunhong. In short, its positioning is the supporting move of the fire style Shunhong. Hwalala! With Uchiha Madara's fiery blow, this wooden clone was instantly scrapped and turned into wood and fell. Swish! He dodged the attack of another wooden clone again, and his wrist flashed red. Bang! Tear! This attack was even more brutal, and the wooden clone exploded directly from the waist into two pieces. Bang! Bang! The other two clones who rushed forward one after another also did not escape the fate of being torn apart. As these Senju Hashirama clones were all scrapped, Uchiha Madara's mouth corners also rose slightly. For other people, no matter how many he defeated, Uchiha Madara's mood did not fluctuate greatly. But Senju Hashirama is different to Uchiha Madara. Because they are truly the same kind, and they are different from this world. Only the same kind of aliens are his ultimate opponents. Uchiha Madara has long understood this after understanding this world. Now he has truly realized this. It turns out that it is really pleasant to abuse the same kind. As his mouth corners rise, Uchiha Madara's mind also appeared Hisoka's teasing face and Aizen's face that is under control. Those guys, one day he will knock them all to the ground. It must be an extremely joyful experience. Then he will give that man the experience of defeat again. Looking at the Uchiha Madara with the corners of his mouth rising in front of him, Senju Hashirama always felt a little uncomfortable. What is he thinking about? Senju Hashirama is a little curious, but the most urgent thing is not to think about this. The most important thing now is to subdue the man in front of him. Senju Hashirama has also heard of Uchiha Madara's reputation, so he started to preset a plan right away. Senju Hashirama still has combat IQ. Senju Yin-Yang double binding. As Hashirama Senju put his hands together, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that he could not move. The body was greatly restricted. What is this? He barely raised his hand and found that there was a strange spell on his hand. It was this spell and the hidden chakra under his feet that made him unable to move. This is the Senju Yin-Yang double binding. First, the spell with very weak chakra fluctuations was transferred to Uchiha Madara through the wooden clone. When the spell was complete, it was activated by the chakra hidden under Uchiha Madara's feet. That chakra was Senju chakra, but it was Senju chakra that was naturally activated by body movements. It has the characteristics of natural body movements, perfectly fits the environment, and is very hidden. It caught Uchiha Madara off guard. Of course, even so, this seal could not last long. In order to succeed in the sneak attack, Hashirama Senju could only give up the strength. But even if the binding time is very short, it is enough for Senju Hashirama. I see. This method. Uchiha Madara watched Senju Hashirama rushing towards him. The eternal Mangekyo in his eyes started to spin. The chakra circulation was a bit awkward, but the powerful illusion still attacked Senju Hashirama. Even if he was successfully attacked by Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara remained calm. It's too early to defeat him with this trick. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was completely unaffected by the illusion, he directly hit his face with his palm. Uchiha Madara was also a little panicked. But it doesn't matter, he is not so easy to defeat, he still has the power to easily dissolve this kind of move. However, Uchiha Madara hesitated for a moment, and finally did not want to use the power called virtuality and reality. Facing a newcomer, using this power directly, doesn't it mean that he has lost? Forget it, let him have one move. Uchiha Madara's arrogance made him choose to take a move from Senju Hashirama. Even if he gave up one move, he was not afraid. Senpo Shin leads the charge. The ancient technique was used by Senju Hashirama. When using this move, he was full of excitement. At the beginning, it was because of this move that his flowing long hair was gone. He can't be the only one who suffers. What firehead! He also wants a nice title. Become a bald head with me. Madara. Ho ho. In the strong wind, the resentful voice of Senju Hashirama came to his ears, and Uchiha Madara shuddered. Chapter 618 Useless, useless, useless. Uchiha Madara laughed angrily. Uchiha Madara could feel a strange chakra coming from Senju Hashirama's hand to his body. It made his body, which could still move slightly, completely sealed, and the chakra flow became more awkward. Obviously, Senju Hashirama's move had the effect of sealing. Of course, this was not important to Uchiha Madara, but what was important was that Senju Hashirama's words had some lethality to him. Becoming a bald head? This kind of thing did not exist for him. The head can be cut off, the blood can be left, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up, although this was a bit exaggerated. But for Uchiha Madara, it was a true portrayal, because he really would not die. Therefore, due to the possibility of being bald, Uchiha Madara, who was originally only a little serious, immediately became alert. At this time, Senju Hashirama grabbed Uchiha Madara's head with one hand and pressed it directly to the ground. Whoosh! Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A huge pit of 10 meters in size suddenly appeared on the ground, but Uchiha Madara's head did not touch the ground closely. The eternal kaleidoscope in his eyes was slowly rotating. A blue armor had already blocked behind him, protecting the back of his head that should have been hit hard. Partial Susanoo. Even if his chakra was bound by two fairy techniques one after another, its running speed became more and more sluggish and slow. It was no problem to protect his head with a partial Susanoo. Uchiha Madara had already made up his mind to make things difficult for Hashirama Senju when the seal was lifted. This time, he would not expect. Crack! Crack! It's useless, useless, useless. Perhaps it was because of the scene that brought back his feelings. Seeing Uchiha Madara's resistance, Hashirama Ranju mocked him. His focus had shifted to Uchiha Madara's hair. At least he had to take his hair off, so that he could not be the only one suffering. This was a wisp of obsession of Hashirama Senju. Bang, bang, bang. Susanoo was violently shattered. This time, Uchiha Madara's head fell heavily to the ground. Hashirama Senju, who pressed Uchiha Madara to the ground with one hand, began to sprint quickly. Burn! Hair! With a different kind of excitement, Hashirama Senju was full of enthusiasm, with a cheerful smile on his face. This smile made Uchiha Madara, who was close at hand, feel that the guy in front of him was a psychopath. Whoosh! Whoosh! In Uchiha Madara's angry expression, his hair caught fire. Boom! A long, several kilometer-long trench was dug out by Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Madara was taken away from the block to the wild field full of green bushes, and finally accompanied by a roar. Madara's figure was thrown by Hashirama, bursting through the air and flying towards the sea on the coast. This scene made several pirate ships docked on the coast a little confused. After throwing away Madara's figure, Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. The sealing force just now was already shaky. Hashirama could feel that Uchiha Madara's chakra was about to erupt like a volcano. Fortunately, Madara was thrown here in time. Of course, the most important thing is that he is finally not the only bald man. When thinking of this, Senju Hashirama couldn't stop smiling. That guy, the hot-headed Senju Hashirama, the guy who defeated the Takehu pirates. What's wrong with him? He suddenly appeared, so fast. Did he make that deep ditch? It seems that something hit the sea over there just now. A strange voice interrupted Senju Hashirama's mood. The several docked pirate ships are all from the same pirate group. The pirates who stayed on top saw the figure of Senju Hashirama, and they all felt like they were facing a great enemy. After all, Senju Hashirama is also famous. At this time when they were discussing, a whirlpool appeared in the sea not far from the coast and exploded directly, and a figure emerged from the sea. The pirates on the pirate ship were also attracted by the movement. They looked over and their faces turned pale at a glance. You Uchihamadara. It's Uchihamadara. The bloody Shura Uchihamadara. How is it possible? How could he be here? Quick! Drive the boat! Drive the boat! Drive to the side and keep your voice down. At this time, the pirates on several ships were in a panic. They carefully sailed away. They didn't even dare to start the engine on the boat, for fear that the sound of the engine would disturb Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara didn't pay attention to the episode here. He just stood on the sea. The next moment, he came not far from Senju Hashirama. Why? Your hair is obviously... Hearing the exclamation of Senju Hashirama in front of him, Uchihamadara's forehead was black and laughed out of anger. This guy dared to say that? When falling into the sea, the first moment Uchihamadara regained his freedom was to use his virtual and real ability. The fact that his hair disappeared turned into bubbles, so his hairstyle returned to its original state. He just restored his hairstyle, so it didn't count as a loss. It's just that. Senju Hashirama pissed him off. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. I underestimated you. Senju Hashirama, right? Uchihamadara, recognize you. Uchihamadara dropped his hands, and the eternal Mangekyo in his eyes began to spin. Next I will use my real power. Buzz buzz buzz. Blue chakra emerged one after another, and a huge blue figure began to climb up. Madara's figure also became higher and higher. Feel it. This is my real power, Uchihamadara. The power to crush the 10,000 things. Accompanied by Uchihamadara's low voice, the more than 200-meter-high Susanoo appeared directly on the scene. He stood between Susanoo's eyebrows and folded his hands across his chest again. The back of the huge Susanoo also appeared with a pattern decoration in the shape of a black and white intertwined flame fan. This will give Susanoo the wind attribute and the power of rebound. At the same time, the Jomyon spirit that enhances the effect of ninjutsu in his Mangekyo pupil technique has taken effect, and Susanoo's abnormal body shape is proof of this. Another person who used the Mangekai Ai technique with a superspeed effect, Take Mikata, was also ready to move. Obviously, Senju Hashirama's previous move had made him emotional. Uchihamadara immediately strengthened the guy who offended him. The Susanoo with multiple amplifications was very powerful. Uchihamadara wanted to see if this guy in front of him could block his move. Chapter 619 I'm not used to looking up at people, and the Buddha on my head. So powerful. Seeing Uchihamadara in front of him using his ultimate, Senju Hashirama also exclaimed. The huge size and the oppressive feeling formed by the terrible chakra were quite strong for him. He was glad that Uchihamadara was transferred here, otherwise he would not be able to show his skills in the street over there. He could only use that move. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchihamadara who was looking down at him, and he no longer worried about Uchihamadara's hairstyle. Sage mode. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama Senju entered Sage mode directly, an eyeshadow appeared at the corners of his eyes. The so-called Sage mode is the power formed by balancing spiritual power, physical energy, and natural power. And Sage mode is inherent in Hashirama Senju's body. Therefore, it is very easy to activate and use it through the ability of celestial arts. The use of celestial chakra in this state is very beyond the standard. Senju would release true thousand hands. The pirates on several pirate ships sailing on the distant coast were stunned. Accompanied by a huge roar. The huge wooden Guanyin statue rose from the ground, getting higher and higher. The countless wooden arms behind the Guanyin statue soared into the sky. It made the tall Arjiman mangroves of the Sabayati archipelago pale in comparison. The Navy hero Garp, who came here from the street area, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Hiss! What an amazing move! Is this the ability of that Senju Hashirama? It's really amazing, but I don't know how powerful it is. Garp took a deep breath at the ability of Senju Hashirama in front of him. He thought of the ability of the current reverberation devil Barret. Barret's fusion ability can also transform into a very large giant. If it's just big, it's nothing, but that guy has the ability to explode. It also combines with the combined giant to form a high-speed eruption turret, and the firepower is outrageous. Even if he now has the strength of a 3-star gem hunter, he has to run away quickly when facing Barrett. Otherwise, if he gets too close and is locked, he will end up dead. Compared to Barrett's giant, the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara in front of him looks bluffing. But Garp can't be sure of its power. So strong. That firehead, I wish I could be so strong. Beside Garp, Rosinante looked envious. He looked at the huge monster that covered the sky and thought of his own ability. The ability of the silence fruit is more useful for intelligence. It can also be used in combat, but the effect can only be said to be average. Garp looked at Rosinante's expression, laughed and patted his shoulder. Don't lose heart, the era belongs to you young people. Hearing Garp's comfort, Rosinante showed a cheerful smile on his face. He didn't want Garp to worry about him, and his life was actually very good now. However, his brother. Soon, Rosinante's thoughts jumped away and focused on the shocking scene in front of him. On the coast. The huge 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara faces the blue god of war. The new fire-headed Senju Hashirama is fighting against the legendary bloody Shura Uchiha Madara. This battle is bound to shock the sea. Especially the people of the Sabayati archipelago. Almost half of the archipelago saw the towering 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara in the distance. This scene made many people nervous. As a transit station for the first and second half of the Grand Line, the people of the Sabayati archipelago are undoubtedly knowledgeable. As soon as they saw the scene, they knew that there were terrible strong men fighting. Many people began to hide, fearing that they would be affected. Some even prepared to run away from the island. After all, that thing looks so big, maybe even the island is not safe. Area 13, Xiaqi Blackmail Bar. The proprietress of the tavern, Xiaqi, looked at the rising Buddha statue in the distance outside the window and the noisy scene outside. She couldn't help but sigh. It's really dangerous. It seems that I'm not safe here either. Da-da-da. A sound of footsteps came from beside her. Rayleigh came over and looked at the 1,000-armed giant statue in the distance, with a look of amazement. That power is incredible. It's been a short time since I left, and the world has welcomed another monster. Xiaqi said casually without blinking. The world is changing with each passing day, I'm used to it. Let's not talk about this, you came back this time for that martial arts competition, right? Rayleigh was a little embarrassed when he heard Xiaqi's affirmative tone. Oh look, the giant elephant moved. The abrupt change of topic made Xiaqi's face darken, but her attention was indeed diverted. On the other side, the perspective was reversed, and Hashirama Senju looked down at Madara from above. Compared to Madara's Susanoo, Hashirama Senju's Buddha statue was obviously taller, just like an adult and a child. But this does not mean that Hashirama Senju has the advantage. The time of birth of Hashirama Senju is too short after all. Although he has been in the news from time to time these days, the reputation he has accumulated is still limited, probably more than 1 million. Among all his abilities now, only the Sage Body has reached S level. As for Sage Technique and Wood Release, they are only A. Fortunately, the Sage Body, which is the most important part of this move, has reached the standard. It is not difficult to use this move. Not bad. But this is not enough. Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama Senju who was higher up, his face expressionless, and the eternal Mangekyo was spinning rapidly. I am not used to looking up at people. Come down. Hashirama. Clang. A huge roar sounded. With divine speed, the Susanoo sword was suddenly pulled out. A flash of blue light, a slash that penetrated the sky and the earth flew up, pointing directly at Hashirama Senju. Crack. Boom. The slash flew across the sky and broke the clouds in the sky. On the Buddha statue, Hashirama Senju was sweating coldly along his face. He looked at several giant wooden arms that fell to the ground and raised waves of air, and felt a little scared. Just now, Uchiha Madara's attack gave him a fright. Because the speed was too fast. If he hadn't controlled the giant wooden arms to barely defend the deflected attack, he might have been flying. We can't let him attack first anymore, we need to move. 2.8 Following the thoughts of Senju Hashirama, the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara responded to his thoughts. The remaining giant wooden arms began to move. Although Madara's attack speed was fast and his attack was high, he had many arms. In his heart, Senju Hashirama said he was not afraid. Buddha on the top. Boom. The roar sounded, and countless giant arms that could crush rocks bombarded Uchiha Madara. Facing the attack of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara was not to be outdone. The two Susanoo swords were opened left and right, and there were countless shining huge slashes in the afterimage. He wanted to let the junior Senju Hashirama understand that the consequences of playing tricks on him were serious. Endless shock waves expanded to the surroundings with dazzling light. Amid the huge roar, two faint calls came from the center. Ban. Hashirama. Chapter 620 Motor Arena, The Prohibition of the God of Time. A few days later. North Sea. The weather was clear and the blue sky was endless. A few lazy white clouds curled up and dotted the sky. On the noisy sea. Hwalala. The small waves washed over an island of strange shape. The island here consists of two triangular lands nestled together, with only a small part of them connected. This is an island near the doldrums in the North Sea, Diagon Island. Diagon Island, which used to be quiet and dead, has ushered in a rare bustle these days. Countless ships came here and finally docked at one of the islands. The crowds kept coming. They came here for only one purpose, that is, the martial arts festival martial arts competition. A pirate ship docked at the shore, and a group of pirates looked around after landing. Looking at the desolate scene around, even the bustling crowd could not cover it up. One of the fat men wearing a blue and white vertical striped clothes couldn't help but complain. It looks really desolate here. He was chewing a greasy chicken leg while complaining. He was one of the codders of the Red Hair 01 pirates, Logi. It goes without saying that this group of pirates is the famous Red Hair pirates. And they were accompanied by a pirate legend, Pluto Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed when he heard Logi's complaints. Ha ha ha. It's normal, Logi, this place is called the Dead Silence Modo. The once famous ancient war country Modo has been lost and turned into a dead ruin. It is said that when night falls, there will always be wailing and sounds of fighting. Although the scene here is not very good, this is only one corner of the diagonal island. The other corner is very lively. The two islands of the diagonal island are completely different styles. One is full of ancient forests, rocks, flowing water, beasts and birds flying one after another, full of vitality. The other is full of ruins, broken walls and ruins everywhere, grey tones are everywhere, accompanied by the whimpering wind, and the atmosphere of death is lingering. Now they are on the edge of this dead island. After hearing Rayleigh's introduction, Loki was also aroused by curiosity. He was not curious about the other island, but Loki was more curious about. Grandpa Rayleigh, are there ghosts here? Now ghosts in this world are clearly present. The reason is the existence of Dark Knight, the ruler of the 100 ghosts, one of the 9 demon kings of the demon race. However, the 100 ghosts led by Dark Knight are essentially pure demons. There are naturally no ghosts here, and those sounds are probably just illusions of the past. That's really boring. Hearing Rayleigh's answer, Loki said with a bored look. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go. It will be noon in 2 hours. I wonder if we can buy tickets now. If we can't buy tickets, we can climb up. The voice gradually faded away and merged into the lively crowd. Many people in the crowd also recognized the Red Hair pirates, but they just looked surprised and didn't express anything extra. During the martial arts tournament, many pirates came here and even used illegal magic patterns. Fighting is prohibited on the Diagonal Island except for the martial arts tournament, and no one dares to die after seeing the price. Because the legendary master of the Dark Curtain, the God of Time, has come here. Compared to the God of Stand, people now prefer to call that man the God of Time. How powerful the deterrence of time is, you can see from the well-organized order here. Because it is really miserable to act arrogantly here. Some lucky people have turned into staggering old men in public. This place has become the realm of time. Those who violate the ban will be punished by old age. There are all kinds of people in the world. Even with such a ban, some still want to stroke the tiger's whiskers. After all, what you hear and what you see are completely different things. However, when you really see those old and weak old people who are so old that they can't even walk, they are full of regret. Even the most brainless people will feel horrified. Start to obey the ban spontaneously, unless you are a fool. But fools can't get here. This place full of building ruins on the Diagonal Island corner island. Crowds of people walked along the cleared and leveled streets, with many homemade stalls on both sides of the street. These were stalls set up in advance by merchants who came here to sell various goods and specialties. Of course, there were also merchants who simply built here. because they heard that this martial arts competition was over. The exchange headquarters of the Martial Arts Association will be established on the ruins of the ancient war country Modo. This means that this worthless ruin in the past will usher in huge business opportunities. Some people plan to get familiar with the face here first, and then find an opportunity to cooperate with the Martial Arts Association or the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce under the Dark Curtain. In any case, this is now full of the ruined island is indeed very lively. In the east of the center of this island, a huge open-air arena building is located here. This building is the site of this martial arts competition, the Motor Arena. Open air, a coliseum-like structure, made of bronze. It looks huge, simple and heavy. This building has been built in recent months, foreshadowing this martial arts competition. Since the site is Motor, it is named Motor Arena. This name will continue the last trace of Motor. Because when the Martial Arts Association is established, all the ruins of these 760 islands will be cleared. Is this the Motor Arena? It's really magnificent. I heard that it was completed not long ago. I wonder how strong this building is. The red hair pirates who came here have already bought tickets. Loki looked at the majestic bronze building in front of him and couldn't help but ask. I don't know if it can withstand a beating, but it shouldn't be as thick-skinned as you. Hongo on the side complained directly. Everyone couldn't help but smile when he said this. Hongo, you guy forget it, let's go. Lakai continued while eating chicken legs. This martial arts competition should be very popular. Of course. Hongo on the side also counted on his fingers while walking. Several demigods came here to participate. Except for the Lonely Purple, the other demigods Shuijing, Blood Shura, Senju Senra, Admiral Akainu, Yaki's Golden Rock. Fortunate Lythi are all demigods, and they are directly promoted to the official competition. Otherwise, with Morgan's personality, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause. Hongo's words made Loki sigh. So many demigods actually come here to join in the fun, it's really scary. Is the high position of the Fighting Association really that attractive? Is it as attractive as a chicken leg? Hehe. Chapter 621 Death God Yun Zhao participates in the competition, the spirit of golden news. When the red hair pirates and others entered the Motor Arena. On the other side. In a luxurious room somewhere in the backstage of Motor Arena. Several figures are watching the live broadcast on the screen. See the full screen of the outside world from the live broadcast. The huge bronze battle arena and the seats full of noisy spectators. It's really spectacular, the fighting conference. I didn't expect that the present world has changed so much in just a few years. The white-haired man said with a smile. If any Shinigami in Soul Society saw him, they would know it at a glance. This man is Kumazeo, the former captain of the 5th Division and current vice-captain of the Godai 13. This time, Kumazeo came to the human world thanks to Aizen. Now that the martial arts tournament is underway, it is natural for him to follow Aizen to the scene. Well, the world has indeed changed a lot. Another figure in the room exhaled, and his tone was also quite emotional. He was Magellan, the former director of Impel Down. Originally, he was appointed as the director of Impel Down, and later he was notified to obtain the Purple Smoke Pearl, the god-destroying tool. After that, he was transferred by Aizen from Impel Down to Steel Sun as the deputy leader. As for the former deputy leader, Ancient Saint Green, he continued to return to the Holy Lands Knights of God as the supreme commander. In short, Ancient Saint Green was fired. Of course, in the eyes of the 5 elders, it was not a dismissal, but a way to show goodwill to Aizen. After all, the more power Aizen has in the world government now, the less likely he is to betray them. This is also a helpless solution, the initiative is not in their hands. As for Magellan, he is unwilling to leave Impel Down. It is not just a matter of duty, but also a matter of hobbies. Magellan himself prefers closed and dark spaces, and his ability causes him to stay in the toilet for 10 hours a day. In this way, Impel Down is indeed a good place for him. It's just. After Aizen helped him solve the problem of 10 hours of toileting a day, Magellan was naturally impressed. There is no other way, 10 hours. Excluding 8 hours of sleeping time, he only has 4 hours of activity a day. 10 hours of free time, isn't it equivalent to living 2 more lives? Although it is a bit exaggerated to say this, Magellan feels that Aizen is simply his reborn parents. Mr. Magellan seems to be very emotional. Yun Zhao smiled at the tall Magellan. He was very close to Magellan now, and could faintly sense the power of the hollow in him. It was just that this power was a little weird, as if it had mutated. With such power, Magellan was obviously already an experiment of Eisen. He was just a little curious about this. After discussing with Magellan for a few words, Yun Zhao said to the figure in the front. Captain Eisen, can I participate in this competition? I think my level of white fighting is still good. In principle, this martial arts competition is mainly based on physical skills, but the boundaries are blurred and it all depends on self-consciousness. Of course, there are referees, and it is hard to say how the referee will judge. Of course. If you are interested, you can go directly, don't worry about the registration problem. Eisen, who was in the front, raised his hand and pushed the mirror holder, smiling gently. Is that so? Really reliable. Captain of the blue team. In response to Eisen's affirmation, Kumazeo's narrow eyes drooped slightly, as if the eyes of a fox were narrowed with a smile. Then he took out a fox mask from somewhere. Although a long time has passed, in order not to cause trouble to Captain Eisen, I still wear a mask. Kumzhao is a major scandal in the history of the world government CP. Although his existence has been destroyed, and more than 80 years have passed since his era. Even if his appearance has not changed and appears in the public, almost everyone will associate it with his life. Of course, even if it is really confirmed, Kumazeo himself doesn't care. After all, he is now the god of death. Please do as you please. Eisen didn't care about Kumazeo's actions. Even if his words have revealed some unusual tastes. But why would he care? With his current strength, he is more likely to go with the flow. Then I'll withdraw first, Captain Eisen. The mask was put on by Yun Zhao. He nodded slightly to Eisen, and then disappeared. Magellan, who was next to Eisen, was actually a little confused. Because Yun Zhao and Eisen had not avoided him in their previous conversations. What about the present world, the Hueco Mundo, and he was called Captain Eisen even though he was the captain. Now he had to cover his face before going on stage, which made Magellan a little suspicious. It was just that Eisen had a great favor to him, and he was still his eldest son. Former boss. It was just this level, he didn't say anything. Magellan, many people in this sea have dreams. Can I hear your dreams? The gentle voice awakened the somewhat dazed Magellan. He looked at Eisen, who turned around, touched the horns on his head with his hand, and felt a little embarrassed. Growing up, except for the old director Nobigas who regarded him as his successor, no one was willing to listen to his dreams. After all, his mere existence was terrifying. While Magellan and Eisen were communicating, time passed slowly. Bang bang bang. Soon. A familiar voice echoed in the lively venue accompanied by salutes and flowers. Goo ha ha ha. Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. That's right, I am the host again this time, your old acquaintance, the legendary journalist and legendary host Morgans. As Morgan's voice came out, his figure also appeared on a high platform in the audience. Seeing his figure, the audience cheered loudly. Oh 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 oh. Morgans, the journalist who is said to have the golden news spirit, I saw him in person, what a powerful bird man. Ah Morgans, I want to lay eggs for you. Although some people are very unhappy with Morgan's self-proclaimed flattery. But even if they are haters, they have some feelings for Morgans. Moreover, Morgan's hosting style is also a stimulus for the audience who are watching the excitement. In this case, most people are more welcoming to Morgans. Very good, thank you all the audience and contestants for coming here from afar. Morgans said loudly while holding the microphone as the cheers gradually died down. Before the fighting competition begins, please allow me to say a few more words. The eternal God of time will shine his glory here. Everything flows, time lasts forever. At this time, Morgans began his traditional skills and blew a wave first. This time, there was complete silence. After all, people were clear about the ban on the island and had heard about the tragic situation of violating the ban. The kind of punishment of getting old quickly and silently, and even walking tremblingly. This kind of deterrence weighed on the hearts of the audience. The God of Time was watching on the spot, and many people were worried. Of course, it was only on the spot. People watching the live broadcast from all over the world felt much more comfortable and had no psychological pressure. Chapter 622 50 Gems, Miss D. Soon. Morgans ended his praise, thanked everyone for their support again, and introduced the rules of the scene. Dear gentlemen and ladies, This martial arts competition will be divided into two parts: the preliminary round and the official round. Now, there are more than 6,000 contestants who have registered, which is a huge number. The audience was really surprised to hear the number of applicants mentioned by Morgans. But this is actually still a small number, and the number of applicants would have been much higher. After all, there are still many people who want to join in the fun in this sea. After the great martial arts era, although there are few people who become truly strong, most of them are half-baked people who become the lowest level hunters or other professions. But it is these half-baked people who are eager to show off. For this kind of grand ceremony with a very low registration limit, naturally many people want to register to show their faces. The situation that has emerged is that there is really an endless stream of people who want to register. Although there is a very simple weightlifting test for the minimum strength limit. But because the limit of this test is very low, there are still many people who pass. If all are accepted, it will take a lot of time just to check the background. Fortunately, the person in charge of registration in the dark room had a plan in advance for such a situation. That is, you need to sign a life and death disclaimer when registering. The template of this statement is directly posted at the registration site. It explains the danger of the conference. The death rate of weak people is not small. If you want to register, you must sign this statement. In layman's terms, it is: the danger is high. No one will collect the body if you die. There is no compensation. If you are a scum, you will leave voluntarily. If you still want to participate after knowing this statement, then you can indeed participate. With this stubborn courage, you should have a quota. As for whether you will die or not, it is a matter of wisdom. Goo ha 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 ha. Morgans laughed and continued to speak passionately. These more than 6,000 contestants will start from this motor arena. Please look. As Morgans said loudly. The live camera turned. In the arena, there was a heavy creaking sound. A bronze door to the west was automatically pushed open by a mechanism. From here, you can see a long dark passage leading directly to the outside world. All contestants will embark on their journey from this passage. Their destination is another island at the end of this island, which is the west corner of the diagonal island. In the west corner island, there are 50 gems. As the camera turned again, through the large screens installed at various locations on the scene, people can see a distant view of another island, with dozens of light pillars in the picture. At this time, Morgans pointed to the light pillars in the picture and said, "Please look, everyone, as long as you are on that island now, you can see 50 light pillars. Those light pillars are where the gems are." With Morgans' detailed introduction, the audience also roughly understood the rules of the selection. According to Morgans, as long as the contestants go to Zijiao Island to get a gem and bring it back to the arena, they can get a place to advance. It sounds simple, but the operation of the process is not that simple. The biggest difficulty is that the contestants cannot directly take the gems when they get there. Each gem is embedded in the stone platform. To obtain the gem, one condition must be met, that is, the power fluctuation. To put it bluntly, it takes a certain intensity of battle to stimulate the gem to leave the stone platform. Goo ha 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 ha, I guess someone has thought of violently chiseling the stone platform. However, I want to remind all the contestants that this is not easy. If possible, please follow the rules, otherwise. Morgans did not directly say why, but just whetted everyone's appetite. But most people still took his reminder to heart. Well, I have introduced the general rules. This selection will be judged by Mr. Vodka, the code name of the tarot totem. Let's welcome him. With a burst of cheers, the brown-haired man in golden armor appeared. As the code name of the trial, Vodka, he is more inclined to act like a civilian. So he is quite popular. As the cheers died down, Morgans raised the microphone again and shouted, "Goo ha ha ha, next. The selection will start directly. Now, open the doors of each channel, and please start your journey. Who will be the first to get the gem? Who can successfully advance? Let us look forward to the performance of each player. Lord Lone Purple will wait for you with many demigods, and compete for the ultimate martial arts of this world at the peak." Oh 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 oh! Hearing Morgans' loud shout, the audience cheered. The players coming out of each channel also rushed out like a torrent. Rushed to the channel to the west of the arena. There are so many people participating. In the crowd, Yun Zhao walked in the surging crowd wearing a fox mask. He looked at some players in the crowd who exuded a strong aura, and his eyes under the mask were curious. Although Yun Zhao had some understanding of the situation in the world through the spirits that went to the Soul Society, but information and personal experience are completely different things. Now that he has come to the scene, he can indeed feel the dramatic changes of the times. Especially when he sees a monkey with golden hair and a silver vertical stripe on its back after taking off its disguise, and watching it run freely in the crowd. The scene looks a bit strange. Of course, the monkey looks unrestrained, but it is full of very terrible power. Such power, is this a fantasy beast? Yun Zhao looked at the monkey and thought. He had felt that power on Magellan's fantasy beast, the god of destruction. I wonder what interesting things will happen next. Under the mask, Yun Zhao smiled like a fox and began to walk slowly. Among the crowd of contestants, a group of people are also moving with the crowd. Hee ha! When we go out to the arena, Bear will be responsible for supporting all parties. Then use Big Bear's ability to cooperate with Miss D. The mechanism of this selection competition is beneficial to us. A woman with enchanting clothes and purple afro said to her companions next to her with her hands on her waist. When she talked about Miss D, her eyes were still filled with a strange color. Okay, Miss Yvonne. The companion next to her also echoed. But when she heard Miss D, her eyes also revealed an inexplicable meaning. Chapter 623 Yun Zhao's Apology, This peach is poisonous. Time passed, and soon the crowd of contestants crossed the narrow bronze passage. Some suspicious contestants thought that there must be a mechanism in this passage. So there was such a group of smart people who deliberately fell behind. However, they never expected it. Until the crowd passed through 1/3 of the passage, there was still no movement. Immediately felt that they had miscalculated, and some people became anxious. Although running fast does not necessarily mean having an advantage, there is always more time to calmly deal with variables. And in the final analysis, the contestants participating in the martial arts competition here. Many people are not strong, but their ideas are beautiful, in short, they think they are beautiful. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. A man with bandages on both hands rushed forward quickly. He pulled the shoulders of the person blocking the way in front of him, and the whole person was thrown into the air and flew behind. Seeing how fierce he was, some people gave way. Because someone had already recognized this man. He was a rising star among hunters, Mummy Xiaoenk, a 2-star silver level hunter. It is said that he has the superhuman bandage tying ability of the devil fruit. Because he looks a bit like a mummy when the ability is activated, he is nicknamed the Mummy. He once defeated a pirate worth hundreds of millions of berries. Such a person is already quite good among the thousands of contestants. Snap! Yun Zhao was walking with the crowd when he was suddenly slapped on the shoulder. A strong force was transmitted from this hand, but the force was like a stone sinking into the sea without moving a bit. Oops! At this time, Xiaoenk, who was resting on Yun Zhao's shoulder, felt his heart sink. Because he knew that he had hit a wall. There were so many contestants here. Although he had tried his best to choose guys with weak breath, an accident still happened. However, Xiaoenk, who had a hot temper, did not admit defeat. Crack! Crack! Xiaoenk seemed to have a roaring sound of bones, and the veins on his hands swelled, and he suddenly exerted force again. This time he used all his strength. He didn't believe that the guy in front of him could still be calm under such strength. However, the fact is a slap in the face. The other party still didn't move. At this moment, Shank felt that the people around him looked at him with mockery in their eyes. Are you giving me a massage? Thank you, I don't need it. The voice came from the front, and the figure in front of him turned around at some point. A fox mask with red eyeshadow came into Shank's eyes. From the 2 eye holes of the mask, Shank could see a pair of blue pupils with a smile. That smile was a mockery, and Shank judged it in his heart with just one glance. As a person who climbed up from the bottom, Shank couldn't stand such eyes. His ability was not strong, and his physical potential was actually not high. But after he developed the ability of the bandage to have a healing effect. Relying on this ability and a stubbornness, he worked hard to train and squeeze himself. He didn't think he was strong just to be laughed at. Alala, why are you angry? How strange. Yun Zhao looked at the man in front of him with a funny look. It was obviously he who was disturbed, but the guy in front of him had eyes like fire. Why did he feel that it was his fault? Perhaps, it was really his problem. Yun Zhao thought. If you are weak, you should act weak and show strength that does not match your appearance. It is really rude to cause trouble to others. Under the mask, Yun Zhao smiled apologetically. Swish! The next second, a shockwave suddenly broke out. Bang! Xiao Eng's mind was blank, and he flew out in an instant, and was knocked to the last bronze wall. And Yun Zhao also retracted his fingertips that were emitting white mist. The combination of the broken way and the 6-style finger gun has a huge explosive power. La, I feel much better when I can't see anyone. Yun Zhao smiled with a smile on his face, turned his head again and continued walking. Compared to his comfort, the others around him were under great pressure. They tried to avoid this big guy. One finger killed the double-star silver hunter in seconds. That relaxed and casual look, even a gold-level hunter would find it difficult to do it. If you don't hide from such a big guy, you might be killed directly. Looking at the big guy, the players sighed in their hearts. It's a pity that they can't see his true face, which is what people regret in their hearts. However, the players soon continued on their way. Even if the opponent's strength means a decrease in their winning rate, they can't do anything about it. Some people expect those powerful guys to lose both sides. Boom! Out of the scope of the bronze arena, the players gradually dispersed. In the open terrain, the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. Fun, it's so fun! In the crowd, a silver-backed and golden-haired ape was very eye-catching. If you are a loyal audience of the Fantasy Beast Conference, you may be familiar with it. This is the mythical beast Golden and Silver Monkey King Kizaru in the Lightning Forest on the Fantasy Beast Island. This mythical beast, which has the same code name as Admiral Kizaru, came with several Yaki Shao who came to participate in the conference. It came here not for any serious business, but just for fun. Although the Fantasy Beast Island is exciting, it is not new enough for the Golden and Silver Monkey King. Now that he came out, he happened to participate in the fighting competition, which is very much in line with the naughty monkey's wishes. Gulu! Looking at the Golden and Silver Monkey King jumping with a sacred rhythm, many contestants couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The experienced contestants knew that the monkey was a real mythical beast in the legend, and its value was inestimable. So it was difficult to control their greed. However, since several famous contestants went up and were killed in seconds, they have been much more honest. Oh, what is that? The Golden and Silver Monkey King, who was flashing in the crowd, looked at a forest in the distance ahead, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. It saw fruit trees in the forest, with large, ripe and tempting fruits. Especially a peach forest. Seeing this, it was no longer sleepy. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, just in an instant. The figure of the Golden and Silver Monkey King appeared in a peach forest in this fertile forest. It picked a ripe peach with shining eyes. Beiji! Beiji! The sweet tender juice burst in its mouth, and the fragrance of the peach seemed to make it float to the sky, intoxicated by it. This peach is poisonous, but it's so delicious. The Golden and Silver Monkey King stuffed the peach into his mouth and chewed it continuously. Although it's poisonous, it doesn't matter, it can bear it. In order to prevent the peach from harming others, the Golden and Silver Monkey King said that he would bear all the billions by himself. Chapter 624 Be grateful, you don't want Lav to know. When the Golden and Silver Monkey King came to the peach forest to taste the delicious food, other contestants also began to come to this rich forest one after another. Looking at this forest, some contestants looked puzzled. Because this forest blocking the way forward looked very unusual against the backdrop of the surrounding ruins. Some contestants clearly remembered that there was no such a large forest in the scope of Dongqiao Island. So, a small number of people began to hesitate. But most people didn't care about these details. They just wanted to rush in, and if there was any problem, they would just rush through. After thinking it over, this is not an intelligence competition, and a fighting competition should be brave. That being said, time passed. When about a quarter of the contestants came in, a full moon began to rise into the sky, coexisting with the sun. However, due to the glare of the sun and the restrainedness of the full moon, ordinary people did not even notice it. With the appearance of this full moon, the contestants in this fertile forest felt a voice deep in their hearts. It was their own voice, as if it was their own thoughts. Many people stopped directly because of this. They looked confused, but their hands and feet were nimble in picking the ripe fruits near them. Beiji! Beiji! As the juice burst, the ripe and tempting fruits entered their mouths. In the confusion, they were accompanied by words like delicious, too delicious. But the fruit fell slowly before half was eaten. This scene, falling in the eyes of other contestants who were not bewitched, it was simply terrifying. When they didn't know what was going on, Morgans in the motor arena introduced loudly. Dear audience, we can see that the contestants have come to a very fertile forest. The forest is full of tempting fruits and melons, it is simply a paradise of abundance. This is the first level that many contestants face on their way to the finish line, the level of abundance. At this time, hearing Morgans' introduction, many audiences on the scene talked about it. Because Morgans didn't mention this at all when he first explained the event. Now he waited until many contestants fell into the trap before he started explaining. It's really insidious. Many audiences secretly had diarrhea in their hearts. Of course, diarrhea is diarrhea, and I really like it. Although there are conflicts in the process of the contestants' progress, they also like this kind of large-scale defeat scene. The curiosity of the unknown and the superiority of the bystanders make the audience particularly happy. A small number of people even secretly hope to increase the intensity, and it would be best if the whole army is annihilated, so that what they can't get, the contestants can't get either. This idea can be called a spiritual victory method. This level is controlled by the Moon Lady and the Queen of the Tarot Totem. In this level, people with a slightly weak spirit will not be able to pass the level. People who eat the fruit will fall into a deep sleep. Speaking of this, Morgan's wings fluttered slightly, and he said with a flattering face. But this may be the luck of these contestants. Such a gentle approach is worthy of the Moon Lady and the Queen. Morgans danced an inexplicable dance, landed after a twirl in the air, and then praised with a microphone. So gentle. Let these weak guys end early, avoid the cruel competition and die directly, it's really kind. These guys must be grateful when they wake up. While Morgans was praising, the Moon Lady in a treehouse in the rich forest smiled. Although Morgan's broadcast was already very blurry when he arrived in the rich forest. But the real strong can still hear it clearly. That's right, Yu smiled. Because she didn't think kindness had anything to do with her. The moon has its own darkness. Compared with her sister's tolerance and her sister's innocence, Yu is more of a drifter. Her personality seems to be wearing a mask. Sometimes Yu herself doesn't know what she wants. Even for the goddess of fate who changed her fate. At most, she obeyed her sister and followed the goddess' orders. Yu swung her white long dress, and her long black hair fell to her plump curves. She turned around and looked at the figure in the wooden house, her silver pupils shining with light, as if they could speak. Jera, Silver Moon's shadow will stay here, I'll go back first. Well, thank you for your hard work. Hearing Yu's words, the figure inside nodded. Long bright golden hair, a flower on her head, and a gorgeous light yellow dress. The figure inside is Jera, codenamed Queen in the Tarot Totem. At this moment, Jera looked at Yu and just responded politely. As for the Moon Girl, Jella didn't have much idea about dealing with her. Because the woman in front of her was fickle-minded and didn't match her zero. Jella preferred like the simple ones, like Lav, or the innocent Star Girl. Thinking of the Star Girl, Jella couldn't help but feel a little sorry. The three sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star are often together, and she can't find a chance to attack. Oh, right. The figure of the Moon Girl who was about to leave turned around. She looked at Jella with a thrilling and beautiful smile on her face. You'd better not pay attention to my sister, otherwise. You don't want Lav to know that you are. Bang. Until the Moon Girl left, Jella slammed the wooden table hard. The angry look destroyed the peace of her face. Damn Eva Hai, one day I will spank you hard. Just saying it, Jella still didn't dare to act rashly. Because she was afraid of being stabbed to death. Although Lav was very simple, she was also very sick. If she knew. Jella had no doubt that she would be stabbed to death by her. When she thought of the scene of the simple little Lav stabbing her, Jella felt her heart broken. There is no way, little Ayana, your cruel sister is keen to break us up, goodbye. When Jella was sad and full of drama. In the fertile forest, many players have already rushed out of the forest. This level is aimed at players with fragile spirits. Queen Jella created a forest full of fruits. The fruits in the forest have the property of making people unconscious, as long as someone eats it. And the Moon Girl only needs to slightly confuse those players with low mental attributes. Let them think of eating a fruit when they are hungry, and then everything will come naturally. The two of them work very easily and directly filter out some guys with weak spirits. even if the players at the back find that there is something wrong with the forest in front. But this forest blocks the way to the West Cape Island. If you want to bypass it, you can only swim directly from the sea at the edge of the island. The problem is that no one dares to be sure that there is no problem with the sea. Besides, in addition to those who are confused, there are also many players who can pass through the forest. In this situation, most people still bite the bullet and rush in. With the selection of this fertile forest, the number of people is decreasing rapidly. The number of people who pass and those who fail is about half and half. Even if you really pass. The second level has been set up at a small junction between Dongjiao Island and Zijiao Island. Chapter 625 The Emperor ordered the 3 generations of tornadoes, and the Emperor said that he had realized it. Dongjiao Island is connected to Zijiao Island. This connected area is only 40 or 50 meters wide, which is undoubtedly very small compared to the area of the 2 islands. Now, this area, which has rarely been visited since the destruction of the ancient Modo country, has begun to welcome visitors one after another. Boom! The dust was flying violently, and a group of people in different clothes passed through the fertile forest and began to step into this area one after another. But before they passed, the surrounding weather began to become abnormal. Emperor's decree. 3 tornadoes. The wind began to surge, and then a huge tornado began to fly, becoming more and more intense. Many players in this area changed their faces. Some took advantage of the tornado not yet taking shape and burst out their strength to pass quickly, while others retreated cautiously to the back area. Some stayed where they were, staring blankly at the huge tornado taking shape and reaching the sky. Finally, those who chose to stay where they were trapped in the relatively calm eye of the storm were somewhat at a loss. Damn! What is this? How could a tornado suddenly appear? At this time, the players who retreated to the back looked at the several huge tornadoes blocking their way, and were a little confused. Yun Zhao, who was slowly following the front troops with a flash step, stopped. He looked at the tornado in front of him and fell into deep thought. 309 tornadoes crossed the front line of sight and reached the sky. The tornado in the middle land area was only tens of meters wide and occupied the land area. Although the diameter of this tornado is small, Yun Zhao can feel the strength of the cutting force inside. It would be very difficult for ordinary players to pass through. Yun Zhao shook his head, as if he was sighing for the hardship of the players. Then he took out a ripe apple from his arms. This was what Yun Zhao had just picked from the fertile forest behind. In his memory before his death, this was his favorite fruit. Although the emotions before his death were not inherited, Yun Zhao still wanted to taste the apples in the present world. Crack! Beiji! Beiji! A sturdy man watched Yun Zhao shake his head, cover his face with a mask, and finally eat the apple. This series of operations made him stunned. There are thousands of words in my heart, but I don't know how to complain. No? Brother, there is a tornado in front now, and you are still eating apples calmly here. It seems that we are out of tune. Wait. This apple is big and round, and so bright. Could it be picked from that forest? The big man widened his eyes and scratched his head. I felt that the guy next to him was not going to commit suicide. He would fall down immediately after eating the fruit in the forest. If he fell down in this position, he would be blown into the tornado by the wind and it would be his end. Beiji! Beiji! Until Yun Zhao finished eating and put on the mask again, there was no sign of falling down. The big man became even more curious. "Allah, it's really rude to stare at me like this. Is there something wrong?" "No, I'm just worried that you will faint and be blown away by the wind." Hearing the answer from the big man in front of him who was naked from the waist up and looked very brotherly. Under the mask, Yun Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I won't faint. I brought this apple from home." "Ah. Is that so? I saw that apple was so big, and I thought." Yun Zhao walked forward to the tornado in front of him and waved his hand casually. "Thank you for your concern. I suggest you swim over from the sea tornado over there. Maybe you can get through it easily. Or you are willing to swim further around the edge." The wind blew away Yun Zhao's words. The big man watched Yun Zhao disappear from the tornado. The upright back and calm posture. There is no doubt that he can easily pass through the tornado that is scratching his face. The sea tornado over there. The big man looked at a huge sea tornado next to the land tornado. The sea tornado looks even bigger from the outside and surrounds the side. It blocks the view, and it can be roughly judged that the sea tornado is 200 or 300 meters in size. There is a land tornado in front, and there are even thicker sea tornadoes on both sides. Normal people know which choice to make if they want to rush over. Moreover, standing on land and swimming in the sea, the two choices are obviously more down to earth for ordinary people. But the big man scratched his head and walked towards the sea tornado on the side. He felt that the man would not lie to him. This is his intuition as a man. Even if there is an accident, the big man feels that he is a good swimmer. Even if he is really sucked into the seabed, he will not die. After all, the surrounding sea area is only a few hundred meters deep. After the big man made a decision. Inside the land tornado. Whoosh! Yunzeo easily entered the slightly calmer eye of the tornado with the tornado at his back. There are still a few people here. They were also a little shocked to see Yunzeo come in easily. Someone just put his hand into the tornado and was scratched all over. Just the scars are not a big deal, the problem is that the person has used the armament haki. This means that even if you have full armament haki, you may not be able to safely get through the tornado. Now those who stay here cannot have full armament haki. Those who can have full armament haki or have other special abilities have already left. Alala, is this the end? Hearing Yunzeo's words with a smile, some people have not reacted yet. Some people blushed. Is this guy wearing a fox mask mocking them? Just before these people get angry, Yunzeo floated forward again. He sank into the tornado in front, leaving only one sentence. You may be able to follow the tornado, there will be a surprise. Looking at the hazy figure in the tornado, several people looked at each other. On a hill not far from tornado on the West Cape Island, a man dressed in gorgeous aristocratic clothes and wearing a jeweled crown on his head looked at tornado, which was close at hand. There was a look of surprise on his face. That power, the power of the god of death in the underworld. This guy. What's wrong? Celino. A brown-haired man wearing golden armor next to Celino asked. He was the referee who accompanied him on this trip, judging Vodka. Vodka looked at the surprised expression of Celino, the leader of the Emperor's faction, and was also a little curious. Nothing, it's just that the power used by that man is very strange, which reminds me of the god of death in the underworld. Emperor Celino did not hide it. Not long ago, the god of death Zalek of the Tarot Totem accidentally hit it or insisted on it. He suddenly mastered the trick to go to the afterlife. However, it is very difficult to go there with Zalek's own power. The emperor who got the news went to visit immediately. Then the emperor got what he wanted. Cooperated with Zarik with his substitute and blessed him with his decree. The two substitutes were able to go to the afterlife together, the afterlife called the underworld by the local dead. So, the emperor learned some information about that world through the substitutes' travel. The most important of them was the existence of the group of death gods. Because he was shocked to find that there are already humans and even gods with the power of death gods in the world. There is no doubt. The targets he could clearly identify were the Sword Saint, the Ice Flame Queen, and Shui Jing, who had shown the power of death gods in front of him. These few were nothing. He suspected two gods, the god of sword and the goddess of extreme ice. Since the gods were too far away from him, he could only guess. But their apprentices were all death gods, all using swords. The masters were all death gods, which made sense. So, he realized it. Chapter 626 Past, Present, and Future, Karp said he would take action. This world is a huge chessboard, entangling the living and the dead, living things and dead things, and those who play the chess are undoubtedly the gods. Emperor Celino also wants to be on the table, not as a chess piece but as a chess player. It is his ability, the omnipotent imperial decree, that carries his ambition. This ability makes him feel omnipotent. Although it is an illusion, such an ability makes him confident that his future is limitless. I dare not say that he will rule the world, but he is confident that he will occupy a place. The god of death in the underworld. Judge Vodka followed Celino's gaze. A white-haired man wearing a fox mask came into his sight. Seeing him, Vodka was a little surprised. As a referee, Vodka is more responsible. Even if there are many contestants. But he still remembers the basic information of each contestant. The man wearing a fox mask in front of him is called Yoon. He signed up through the famous Shuijing Eisen. Although the registration period had passed at that time. But it can be supplemented. That is the so-called backdoor. In this conference controlled by the Dark Curtain, it is very easy to take the backdoor, because the dark curtain is a powerful force with both order and chaos. In the dark curtain, this can't even be considered a back door, but a privilege of the strong. If it's him, then it's normal, after all, he was arranged by that person. Vodka is a member of the Tarot Totem Emperor faction. He himself is trusted by Sereno. So he knows a lot about the Emperor's personal experience of the underworld. Of course, the intelligence of the underworld has been reported to the boss. But Dior should let them understand. They think that shocking news may be commonplace for gods. What gods can do, they don't know, naturally they can't judge. Just Vodka thinks they just need to do their job well. What are you going to do? Vodka looked at Sereno's profile, and he knew that he knew a lot about the Emperor. This man has some thoughts about the underworld. It's just that I have concerns about the death god in the underworld, and now may be an opportunity. The man below may know more about the information of the death god. I have asked Gisni to contact him as soon as possible. Hearing Sereno's answer, Vodka nodded. Gisni, codenamed Chariot, is also a member of the Emperor's faction and has always been a partner with the Emperor. He participated in this conference. It's just that guy is simple-minded and drives around every day. Vodka remembered Gisni driving a motorcycle and laughing like a gangster, and shook his head. He continued to watch the 3 huge tornadoes. 3 tornadoes have special meanings. The tornado on the left represents the past, and those who cling to the past will not be able to pass. The tornado on the right represents the future, and those who fear the future cannot pass. The tornado in the middle represents the naked, realistic present. Although it looks like the smallest tornado, it has the strongest lethality. But even now, as long as you can make some adjustments, you can easily pass through the tornado. Well, there is a certain strength foundation. If you are really too weak, you will still die even if you make some adjustments. This is the secret of the 3-life tornado, and it is also the result of the Emperor's deliberate study of time. Although it is still very superficial, it is already a huge breakthrough for the Emperor. Vodka knows. Due to the influence of the boss god of time, the Emperor is most interested in time, and he thinks that is the strongest power in the world. But Vodka thinks that doing his job well is the most important, and the same is true for power. He did not remind the Emperor, because who can prove that this man is wrong, even if he is the judge? Splash! The sea is sweeping and surging. From Vodka's perspective, you can vaguely see countless figures floating in the sea below the sea tornado. That is the rescue team of this conference. The person in charge of the rescue team is a member of Tarot Totem, Benna, codenamed Justice. That person used his power to directly mobilize a bloody army as a rescue team. In order to be able to rescue without constraints in the daytime, he even asked the Emperor to buff them. It can be said that the Emperor was attentive in order to win over Benna. I'm leaving first. Vodka left a short sentence and left. Next, he had to save his strength to deal with accidents. It's not easy to be a referee in this conference. While Vodka continued to be a referee. On the other side, from the fertile forest, several figures that attracted everyone's attention rushed out of the forest. Many contestants looked at these figures with surprise. The reason is very simple, the style is different. While they were running for their lives, these people actually had transportation. Some people even wanted to report. Ha ha ha. Go, go, go. The hearty laughter spread all around. One of the figures rode a motorcycle made of wood, laughing and galloping. It was a motorcycle made of wood, but it was running like a normal tool, and even had exhaust gas. The man was wearing a motorcycle suit and had fluffy red hair. It was the man with the Tarot Totem code named Chariot, Gisni. At this time, he was driving this wooden motorcycle, laughing loudly at the figure following him. I am the fastest motorcycle driver in the world. You want to beat me? Dream on. Just eat my exhaust gas. Ha ha ha. Boom 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 boom. More violent exhaust gas sprayed out. The man in casual clothes behind him was almost pissed off when he smelled the exhaust gas. I am so pissed off. Kuzan, speed up the ice track. I want to overtake that little brat. The man stood on an ice car similar to a bumper car. There are only front and back positions on the ice car. He stood in the front position and opened his bow left and right, holding 2 ice ski poles, and directly accelerated manually. There was an ice track in front that automatically derived, just like skiing. Mr. Garp, there is a tornado ahead. Kuzan looked at Garp's back and felt a little tricky. God knows how he got through it. He and Mr. Garp were walking together, but later Mr. Garp saw the famous tank Gisney making a wooden motorcycle in the forest. Then it became like this, and the race started inexplicably. But, it's a race, why did they have to drag him in? Originally, Kuzan just wanted to get some guaranteed bonus or something. Suddenly being involved in a race and doing hard labor was also tiring. He really wanted to cover his eyes and go to sleep. Just do it if I ask you to. Don't worry, I'll do it. Garp waved his hand, full of confidence. But the more he did this, the more uncertain Kuzan felt. Chapter 627 Kuzan gets stronger even when he lies down. I can fly. Then I'll try. Kuzan said weakly. The ice track in front of the ice car grew faster. Seeing this scene, Garp immediately became motivated. Just a little kid, when he was fighting pirates, this kid's father was probably playing in the mud. He actually dared to jump in his face and taunt him. He is the legendary Navy Garp. The Navy veteran is never inferior to others in his life. With a different kind of passion. Garp stuck his 2 ski poles on the ice track on the ground and danced directly. Suddenly, the speed of the entire ice sled increased explosively. Whoosh! Boom! Under Kuzan's dead fish eyes, their ice sled and Gisney's motorcycle rushed directly into the tornado. Before that, Garp had already thrown down his ski poles. The terrible domineering aura was derived from his fist. Boom! The unimaginable shockwave pierced the tornado from mid-air, breaking a 10-meter-long hole. Then Garp stepped on the moon step and kicked the ice sled hard, and the ice sled flew directly into the air. He used the ice sled as a skateboard and flew directly over the open tornado. This scene made the eyes of several players trapped in the center of the tornado bulge. But 030 and the others quickly recovered and shot out directly. Following the big hole in the air of the tornado, they jumped over it and finally passed this level. When they stepped on the ground and wanted to thank the kind-hearted person. But they could only look at the ice car that was getting farther and farther away and sigh. That man is the Navy hero Garp. And the other man on the ice car, the Navy Admiral Kuzan. When Kuzan was mentioned, a strange look flashed in the eyes of several people. Because among the current Navy admirals, his position is a bit embarrassing. Among the current 5 Navy admirals, the 2 admirals at the level of guardian gods were established as honorary admirals by the Navy. Honorary admirals sound very ordinary. But this rank represents the same level as the Navy Marshal, with amazing power, and even the Navy Marshal has no right to transfer it. Now that the Navy and the world government are increasingly alienated, it is already the highest power. Although these 2 guardian gods do not need this power, there is still a difference between having it and not having it. Except for these 2 honorary generals of the guardian god level. Among the other 3 generals, Akainu is the strongest, followed by Kizaru, and both are called demigods. Only Aokiji Kuzan is the most embarrassed. He did not participate in the Fantasy Beast Conference and did not get any bonuses at all. Although his strength has increased slightly compared to 2 years ago, it is still not satisfactory compared to other generals. The peak barrier of this world is not so easy to break. If his strength corresponds to the hunter level, it belongs to Fan Tao, a 2-star gem hunter. His basic attributes are only S. Fortunately, his ability is stronger. Because he once went to the legendary Everfrost Canyon. Feel the special power there. His fruit ability began to change and become stronger after he felt the environment there. It can be said that before the Fantasy Beast Conference, he was the strongest among the 3 generals, and now he has become the weakest. This is a very sad story, although Kuzan himself does not think so. Ha ha ha, Kuzan, did you see that? Is it fast? On the other side, Kuzan felt Garp's laughter in the wind and nodded numbly. Fast, too fast. He felt very sleepy and wanted to go back to that place to sleep. I wonder how those snowmen are doing? Kuzan thought about a group of snowmen. Before that, he made friends with a hospitable group of snowmen in the Everfrost Canyon, and he could go there to sleep whenever he had time. Well, it should be considered as training for him. He can get stronger even by lying down. Use the frozen nature system to feel the environment there. He can slowly absorb some special power from the environment to increase the power of the frozen fruit. Sometimes he also helps fight those forces that spy on the snowman. Now that Kuzan has left there, he is a little worried about the situation there. After all, the special species there attract many people. There is also the legend that the ever-frozen canyon hides the powerful secrets of the ice goddess. although almost no one can enter the canyon. But this rumor has attracted many people to go there. Boom! Boom! Garp took Kuzan's newly made ski poles, and suddenly he looked up when he heard the sound. I saw a wooden locomotive flying over their heads in the bright sun. It was the chariot Gisni. Gisni knew the Emperor's third tornado very well. Because he had abused it himself, he knew very well how to pass this move. Passing through the tornado in the middle and following the direction of the tornado, you can completely rely on the characteristics of this move to accelerate. A flying motorcycle with explosive speed is a good move. Little guy, you want to surpass me? I can fly. Are you stupid? Ha ha ha. Hearing the arrogant laughter coming from the sky, Garp was furious. This little brat doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. In that case, don't blame him. Kuzan, shoot him down. Kuzan felt a question mark on his head. Is Mr. Garp crazy? However, looking at Garp's excited expression, he can only play along. Anyway, that guy is a chariot. Whoosh! Ice spread from Kuzan's hand to the sky. It turned into ice fists and rushed straight to the motorcycle that was shooting in the air. In order to prevent the referee from finding fault, Kuzan used ice fists directly. Who said that the ice fist he used was not a physical technique? The elemental physical technique ice fist is very useful. Kuzan complained silently in his heart. Following Garp, Kuzan felt that he sometimes became a bit of a cheater. Fortunately, the style of the Dark Curtain has always been a coexistence of order and chaos, so there is basically no problem in playing on the edge. Swish, swish, swish. Facing countless ice fists rising into the air. Gisni curled his lips, and the motorcycle began to micromanage various components, plus the engine acceleration. He broke through the siege of countless ice fists. Okay, you want to play like this, right? After dodging Kuzan's wave of attacks, Gisni began to speak harshly. He looked at the earth and stone valley that crossed the entire passage not far away. He could feel a nasty breath there. The next target is that guy. Gisni shouted loudly as Garp's eyes lit up below. Transform. Chapter 628 I will attack in the form of a chariot, and Garp will also transform. Crack! Crack! As Gisni shouted transform, the parts of the wooden locomotive under him began to creak. Split, move, combine, split, move, combine. All the parts were quickly shuffled and reassembled. Finally, under Garp's shining eyes, the whole locomotive changed greatly, from the original ordinary locomotive to a locomotive with a sci-fi atmosphere. It was like the wings, jets, armor and various weapons of an airplane. It was obviously a wooden product, but due to some power, the color turned into white, grey and other metallic colors. At first glance, it looked like a very cool mecha tank. Wow! So cool! Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help shouting. This shout made Gisni couldn't help but feel proud. Ha ha ha! See, this is my real strength. Old man. Next, I will attack in the form of a chariot. Die. Garp was not annoyed at all when he heard Gisni's arrogant and cruel words, but roared. Little brat, wait a moment. After saying that, he turned his head and fixed his burning eyes on Kuzan. Kuzan, see, I want that. Seeing Garp's eyes, Kuzan felt that he couldn't stand it. He is not a scientist or a motorcycle repairman. He is just an ice maker. It is really embarrassing for him to make him do that thing. Seeing Kuzan's embarrassment, Garp looked carefree. Kuzan, I don't believe in your ability. It's useless to believe. He really. I'll give you a vacation on behalf of Zhongguo. You can go to that canyon and sleep enough in a month. I understand. Kuzan took a deep breath and could only force himself for the vacation. 1 month is enough for him to improve his ability at that speed, and he should be comparable to a 3-star gem hunter by then. However, will it be so easy to improve his strength in the future? With a trace of contemplation, Kuzan took action under Garp's expectant eyes. Boom! Transform! Looking at Garp next to him with his hands on his waist and shouting transform, Kuzan felt his scalp tingling. But now that things have come to this, he has to bite the bullet and do it. Under the surprised eyes of Gisni and some of the players they passed by, the ice car that Garp and Kuzan were riding directly transformed into it became like an ice fighter. Surging snow and wind burst out from the wings of this fighter and several large barrels at the back. Then, it took off. Great, great! So great, Kuzan. Kuzan was a little embarrassed when he heard Garp's praise. He had seen some children playing with paper airplanes before, and now he was looking at Gisni's winged chariot. Now he might be able to give it a try because of his ability plasticity. I didn't expect it to be successful. However, feeling the shaking of the fuselage, Kuzan felt that there was still room for improvement. Great! It can be like this. I'm even more excited. From now on, you will be my nemesis, Aokiji Kuzan. Gisni looked at the shaking ice plane taking off. His eyes were fanatical. He had held the world motorcycle competition with the energy of the Dark Curtain before. The result was that they were all noobs, and none of them could fight. Now seeing Kuzan's ice shape, it is not only beautiful, but also can fly, and the speed is not slow. This made Gisni, who was always looking for the best, eager. Come and fight. My nemesis. Gisni's laughter made Kuzan feel a little confused. No. He was just a support. It was clearly Mr. Garp who arranged the match with him. Now he has become the nemesis. Looking at the red-haired man with slanted bangs covering his right eye, he stared at him eagerly and even licked his lips. Even though Kuzan was not afraid of the cold, he shuddered. He felt like he was in a huge trouble. Hoo! Tisk! You little brat, you don't take me seriously. I must give you the iron fist of love so that you can respect the old and love the young. Looking at Gisni, whose level was gradually equal to his, Garp shouted without hesitation, which helped Kuzan out of the siege. Old man, I hate people like you who take advantage of their age. Die. Facing Garp, Gisni was even more rude. He directly activated the weapons of his chariot. Various weapons began to be ready. These guys are not for show. Chariots, that is, motorcycles that can fight. This is Gisni's understanding of chariots. And his stand also responded to his request. Bang bang bang. Boom. Swish swish swish. Various Gatling guns, rocket launchers, electromagnetic guns, and even light guns similar to Kizura's moves began to explode. These are all weapons on the chariot. The stand of Gisni, codenamed Chariot, is a tool form like a chariot. His stand is very reluctant and can manifest the weapons he knows on the chariot. The success of the weapon depends on the power of the stand itself and Gisni's love, fantasy, and compatibility. The most buggy one is that it can materialize imaginary weapons, but this function is restricted by other factors. But even so, it is powerful enough. Even if it is so, it is already powerful enough. Like electromagnetic guns and light guns, they are all imagined by him through the suggestions of the ability users and some scientists of the Dark Curtain. For Gisni, it is enough to be handsome, violent, and strong. Dang dang dang. Tear. Tear. Gisni opened fire unexpectedly, and all kinds of shells were overwhelming. Fortunately, Kuzan had anticipated it and covered the entire fuselage with armed color domineering in advance. Hard ice plus thick armed color domineering. Even Gisni's terrifying firepower could not tear it apart. Ha ha ha. It's my turn. Garp stood on the seat without a shield, wrapped in armed color. In order to defend against the bombing just now, he didn't even blink. Now, it's his turn. He weighed the ice ball the size of a shell in his hand. This was the fire of this fighter. Since Garp was beside him, Kuzan was too lazy to do anything else. Just put some ice balls there and let Garp make a human turret. At this time, Garp's mouth was wide open. He stepped one foot directly on the guard plate, and his colorful clothes and pants rustled. The muscles exposed by the short coat were stiff, and his face began to grin. Swish, swish, swish. The afterimages were like arrows. Countless ice shells with a strong armed color burst towards Gisni's chariot. All the gaps on the left, right, up and down were sealed, leaving his chariot no room to dodge. Faced with such an attack, Gisni showed no fear on his face. The firepower on the chariot exploded with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. Both sides were speeding in the air, and violent explosions continued between them. There was also a sound in the explosion. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. Such words obviously came from Gisni. When these words came out, Cap's face darkened. The explosion sounded more violent. The vibration in the air attracted the attention of many people. In the dirt and stone valley where they were moving forward, a man dressed like a circus magician stood on the highest mountain in the valley. He pulled the black top hat on his head. Looking at the two visitors getting closer and closer in the air, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Is Jesni here? It seems that I need to get him some gifts. Chapter 629 Magic Heart Stealer, People's hearts are not as they used to be. Boom. In the sky, with the roar, advancing. Kapu Kyuzen's ice plane and Jesni's chariot both entered the earth and stone valley blocking the road. The valley was full of bare yellow earth and stone. The desolate wind raged here, blowing sand and gravel flying. This scene was very inconsistent with the birdsong and flowers that were common in West Cape Island, and it was also very abrupt. The reason for this? It was all because this place was not natural, but a man-made checkpoint. And the one in charge here was the tarot totem code name Magician Kefinger. People called him Magic Heart Stealer. Hehe, you can't be so anxious. Kefinger was standing on the highest rock in the center of the valley at this time. He looked at the two vehicles that were flying across the valley quickly and wanted to pass through, with a calm smile on his face. The magic cane in his hand waved. The two nearby mountains stretched directly into the sky like long horns, stabbing directly at the two vehicles. The chariot had anticipated the sudden attack. It tilted slightly, circled around the stabbing mountain several times, and the laser cannon completely cut it. The mountain suddenly broke and fell to the ground, making a loud roar. On the other side, Kyuzen's ice plane was not that simple. Because this attack targeted the perception of observation, it felt caught off guard. And the vehicle was driving too fast, even if Kyuzen reacted in time. But it still stabbed one side of the wing, and the huge kinetic energy caused a large hole in the wing. The entire fuselage was not balanced and rushed to another mountain. Bang! Boom! Ha ha ha! I won this time! At this time, Jesni's chariot drove to the location where Kyuzen crashed and stopped. He looked at the ice plane inserted into the mountain, his face as lonely as snow. Sure enough, I am still the fastest motorcycle driver in the world. Da-da-da! Garp walked out of the rubble and smoke, waving the smoke. Just then he heard Jesni's boasting not far away, and his face turned black. Damn it! It's not over yet. This is not the end. Also, which bastard is the one who launched a sneak attack? Garp rolled up his non-existent sleeves, looking irritable. Ha ha ha! Losing is losing, do you still want to cheat? If I hadn't stopped, I would have rushed to the finish line long ago. That guy can't stop me within the rules. Looking at Jesni's disdainful face, Garp was a little curious about the guy who blocked his way. He set his sights on the top of a mountain not far away, where there was a figure. The next moment, the figure came not far from them. Looking at the newcomer dressed as a magician, Garp turned his wrist vigorously. Magic Heart Stealer, you were the one who attacked us just now, weren't you? Are you trying to steal our hearts? Garp was still a little afraid of the guy in front of him. Because his ability was very mysterious, he was a magician who could change into anything. He had a world-famous magic trick, which was stealing hearts. It could steal people's hearts without anyone noticing. This magic was very powerful, but the price was that it was very life-threatening, and one person would die after using it once. For this guy who displayed all kinds of mysterious means in the name of magic, it was impossible for Garp to say that he didn't care. No, no, no. At this time, Kefinger looked at Garp with a look of accusation, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Just now it was just a greeting gift. The adventure journey is never risk-free. As the host of this level, I am just doing my duty. He took off his black top hat and bowed slightly to apologize. Humph. You're just saying nice things. If you treat other guys like this, they'll be gone on the spot. Without waiting for Cap to speak, Jesni accused him directly. Of course, he wasn't defending the others, he just didn't like Kefinger. In the tarot totem, these two people have never gotten along. It's just that Jesni always confronts him, while Kefinger secretly plays tricks on him to mess with his mentality. It's different. You're all strong men who can't be underestimated. And I have to do my best to be a good host. Kefinger put his top hat back on and turned his cane slightly. The surrounding mountains began to roar, and countless rocks turned into stone men and broke free from the mountains. There were even small mountains that turned into stone men. These were the gifts Kefinger prepared. For ordinary players, he only had a few stone men to show his respect. But facing Jesni, Kefinger is going to have a good time. As a gatekeeper, he has a lot of room for maneuver. Tarot totem, conflicts between different factions, or mainly between Zio faction and Emperor faction. Garp and Kuzan were unlucky this time, and were taken down by Kfinger. "Hey, whatever tricks you have, just come and I'll beat them all." Looking at the stone men rushing around, Gisni looked disdainful. "This is the earth and stone gate. As long as Kfinger doesn't use means outside this level, there is no threat to him at all." Boom boom boom. The chariot leaped, not rushing towards these stone men, nor attacking them. Instead, he flew away directly, leaving only one sentence. "But I still have something to do, so let my nemesis play with you." Watching the chariot fly back, Garp and Kuzan, who came out of the mountain where the plane crashed, were confused. They looked at the stone men who continued to move forward around them, and were speechless for a moment. "Asshole! That guy actually ran away like this." At this time, Garp was also speechless. He thought that the irritable little brat would rush up and do it after he said something harsh. But now it's just like this? What's wrong with this world? People's hearts are not the same as before. Garp couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, Garp really misunderstood Gisni. Because when he was talking just now, Gisni suddenly remembered that his partner asked him to talk to a 2.6-faced man. It's just that he forgot because he was too excited about the game just now. But he remembered that on the way to rush over, he seemed to see a masked man who met the requirements. "So I hurried back." Interesting. Looking at Gisni's rushing back, Kafan's black pupils shone slightly. "The past. Back." He waved his hand. "Who?" Watching the surroundings turn into ice and the ice sculptures stand tall, Kuzan exhaled a breath of white air. "Pa, pa, pa. Admiral Aokiji is really worthy of his reputation." At this time, the magician Kafinger was indifferent to Garp who rushed in front of him. Instead, he applauded Kuzan's performance. "You guy, I'll smash your dog head." Garp, who had already rushed in front of him, looked at Kafinger as if he didn't take him seriously at all. He raised his fist and hit Kafinger's head. Boom! The shock wave flew across. Garp's fist tore through the air with the wind of the fist, but it went straight through Kafinger's figure. Kafinger, who looked like a real entity, was pierced by him like a phantom. Is it really not that simple? Kuzan's face was solemn when he saw that Garp's attack had no effect. To be honest, the man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling of 11. It was a memory that was not far away but felt very far away. He had that feeling when he was hunting down Hisoka. At that time, Hisoka was believed to have the ability of illusion, and Kuzan was always in a state of panic when hunting him down. However, now that memory seems to have changed a lot, and that man is completely out of reach. It feels like a long time has passed. Kuzan was a little dazed. Although Kuzan was dazed, Garp didn't have so many thoughts. He watched Kafinger's figure disappear, and the surrounding stone men surrounded him again. Without hesitation, he beat up the stone men who rushed up. Boom! Boom! The stone men were broken one after another. Garp didn't take this clumsy guy seriously at all. He waved his fist to get rid of his depressed mood and laughed. "It's useless, these big guys are only qualified to practice boxing with me. If that's the only way, you who can only hide in the dark can't stop us." Da-da-da! Garp stepped on the stone arm of a mountain stone man that was more than 10 meters thick. With a force on his feet, his body shot out directly and leaped up along the stone arm. Bang! The fist directly smashed the stone man's head. After smashing the stone man's head, Garp showed a satisfied look. He thought that if he had these big guys to practice boxing every day, the effect would be very good. Bang 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 would be very stress-relieving when he hammered. Kuzan, who was not far away, felt that it was not that simple for Garp to be optimistic. He had already focused his mind to observe this area. He could feel unusual fluctuations. If it were just these stone men, there would be no point in stopping them. It's not that Kuzan was bragging, but just such a guy with empty body really couldn't do much to them. So Kuzan thought that the other party must have a backup plan. Just now, seeing the look in Kafinger's eyes, Kuzan didn't think that the other party would let them pass easily. When Kuzan was secretly alert. Behind a mountain, Kafinger leaned against the mountain, and there was a screen in front of him, which was the scene on Garp's side. Looking at the two people inside, one was confident and the other was alert. Kafinger's eyes curved slightly. He, there won't be enough time if this goes on. His cane turned again. The so-called magic is something magical and puzzling. Kafinger has such an ability. As a magician, he can perform magical magic for a short time. Because there are many magics, his ability range is very wide. But it is precisely because of too many choices that it is easy to fall into a situation of being broad but not deep. So his choice is to specialize in some and stop at others. Now he is using the byproduct of a certain magic, the rock angel. Buzz buzz buzz. In the mountain behind him, the stone men with a pair of stone wings on their backs like knights slowly lit up their eyes. Pairs of red eyes lit up in the dark mountain. Boom! The mountain exploded, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting, and 10 stone knights rushed into the sky. They held night guns and shuttled down directly in the direction of Garp and Kuzan. The huge movement here also scared Garp. The mountain exploded and a guy with a completely different style from ordinary stone men jumped out from it. He complained. "Scare me, but it's a good time." Then he attacked the rock angel that rushed to him. His muscles were tensed, his armed color surged, and he punched directly. This is... Feeling his body sinking, Garp's pupils shrank slightly. Boom! A cold light flashed, and several shock waves exploded directly. Cough cough cough. In the rising smoke, Garp coughed slightly. Then he looked at these knights with stone wings in shock. Previous rumors about Kafinger did not have such a move at all. These guys are completely different from the previous stone men. Not only are they small in size and fast in speed, they also have high defense and can use gravity. To be honest, Garp always has a sense of copyright JVU when facing them. He thought about it and finally locked on the Holy Knight Poseidon of the Kingdom of Miracles. That kid seems to have a move of earth and stone puppets. Although it can't be connected from the appearance, it always feels a bit similar. Garp waved his fists, struggling with these difficult guys while thinking. For some reason, after thinking about this problem, Garp felt that the attacks of the guys on the opposite side suddenly became weaker. He only noticed this phenomenon for a moment and was overwhelmed by the more frequent attacks. On the other side, the same is true for Kuzan. There are a total of 10 rock angels, Garp divided 6, and he divided 4. Of course, facing these more powerful enemies, even if they are a little troublesome to unite, it is not a problem. 887 Simply their current position is among the top of many players, and those gems seem to require conditions to be taken. So Garp is not in a hurry, and if Garp is not in a hurry, Kuzan is even less anxious. Instead, he began to be interested in these stones. When Garp and Kuzan were both in battle, on a bare hill near the edge of the back section of the Earth and Stone Valley, a figure stood there. This person was wrapped in a green coat. The hood covered a small part of her face, and the rest was covered by a mask. Only her slender figure made people sure that she was a woman. "Father." The woman looked at Garp fighting with the rock angel from a distance, and her voice was drowned by the wind. She looked back outside the valley, and her figure turned into wind and disappeared without a trace. The front part of the valley. Lightning flashed from the sky, and a big bird shining with lightning fell and turned into a man. Then, a flash of blood flashed on the ground. A man with a young appearance appeared in the blood. "Lucci, did you find it?" The man transformed by the Thunderbird asked directly. The young man stretched out his hand, and a drop of blood floated in his palm. In the young man's eyes, an illusory bloodline connected to the blood on his hand from somewhere in the valley. "It's in this valley." The man was delighted to hear Lucci's affirmative answer. "Very good, the leader of the Revolutionary Army actually dared to come to this conference. No matter how he got in, this time he will never come back." Chapter 631 The Commander of the Anti-Demon Monitor, the New Demon King and the Jealous Foz. The man was full of confidence. There were many people he could command at this conference. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was only equivalent to a 1-star gem hunter in the intelligence. Such strength plus his ability to come and go like a shadow is indeed not easy to deal with. And now the man has got a powerful centipede-like fantasy beast. That fantasy beast is at least at the level of a 2-star gem hunter or above. But now the leader of the Revolutionary Army came here without bringing that conspicuous fantasy beast. And the man looked at Lucci next to him, with a complicated look in his eyes. Lucci, the child who was originally on Guanhao Island. He is only 12 years old, but his strength has reached the level of a 3-star diamond hunter. He has such strength at such an age. It is rare in the history of the old world government. However, this is not Lucci's own potential. It is just that he is favored by the god. Concept, bloody hunting. As long as you locate a certain prey and defeat it alone, you can absorb the power of the other party's blood and become stronger. Body. It is equivalent to the reward for completing a hunting ritual. Thanks to this ability, Lucci's body developed rapidly. Although he is only 12 years old, his body and face are not much different from those of a young man in his 20s. However, there are many people on the sea who are young and look old. This is nothing. What is important is strength. For this reason, Lucci was listed as a candidate for the strongest weapon of CP by the world government. He is here. Through Lucci's ability to use blood positioning. As long as you don't go too far, it is not difficult to track the leader of the revolutionary army, especially since the other party is not on guard now. The man took a deep breath and began to contact the contestants of the world government with Den Den Mushi. At the same time, he set his sights on Garp and Aokiji who were fighting in the valley in the distance. He was thinking about whether he could mobilize these two navy. Now the world government and the navy are at odds, and Garp is the father of Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army. In this case, it would be good if the other party didn't make trouble. And he is a celestial dragon. I heard that this old guy hates celestial dragons very much. The man's eyes flashed with a ray of lightning. Hearing Lucci report the position of the dragon, he did not move forward. He stayed at the edge of the valley, waiting for other people to arrive. Time passed. After a while, several figures arrived one after another. Until the end. A pink-haired man wearing sunglasses came with his hands open and arrogant steps, followed by two followers. Familiar laughter, familiar steps. It was Doflamingo, the president of the Magic Union of the Magic Pattern Guild. What is the matter with the magic pattern? You are willing to invite me? Commander-in-Chief of the Monitor Minga nodded as soon as he spoke. Although the Anti-Demon Monitor is a secret organization, it is not really unknown. This organization formed by the world government against the magic pattern users, most of the magic pattern users who know about it will not have a good impression. Especially now that there are many magic pattern users here. Minga saw several familiar figures as soon as he came over. Two A-level magic pattern users under the magic pattern of the world government, the leader of the New World Magic Pattern Guild, the Demon Paradise, Hang, and the leader of the eight-headed Riki Kanaga. Looking at this lineup, Minga's eyes under his sunglasses were full of surprise. Even Riki came? And the new Demon King, Hang. Two pirates who had been bounties also came to help. The world government is really tisk. Doflamingo's mouth corners rose. But no matter what you do, it's fine as long as the benefits are in place. Of course, if there is anything that makes the celestial dragons lose face in the process, Minga will be happy to play a trick. The magic power in his body always reminds him of the celestial dragons. But now is not the time to settle the accounts. Very good, everyone is here. Everyone, let me explain this operation. Seeing that everyone was here, Yungu K just nodded to Minga. He completely ignored Minga's insinuations and began to explain. The reason why we waited for everyone to gather before speaking was because we were worried that someone would leak the information. Some of these people just used their connections. It was far from enough to make the UEFA team feel at ease. After a while, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long per thousand. Looking at Garp who was still fighting in the distance, Ming Ji's eyes flashed slightly under his sunglasses. Okay. Let's start the action. Just don't forget to pay me. I don't think the powerful world government will owe me this little reward. Minga walked forward with an arrogant step. The indifference revealed in that casual attitude made Doflamingo's mind fluctuate. The world government once invited this man to return to the celestial dragons, but he refused. Despite this, but some celestial dragons still think that Doflamingo will come back sooner or later. However, it seems that this is not the case now. As the leader of the Anti-Demon Monitor, Doflamingo is more familiar with the magic rune user. What is the source of Doflamingo's angry magic? Is it really as he said, anger at his father's stupidity? This is what Doflamingo is thinking. Let's go. Lucci leads the way. EC shook his head and stopped thinking. There was a time when he, as a Tianlong, didn't need to think about anything. Now, a mere Lang Minga makes him think a lot. Times change so fast. EC couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then he nodded slightly to one of the pink-haired A-level magic pattern users. This A-level magic pattern user saw EC nod and lowered his head slightly. But under his pink hair covering his eyes, some jealousy was brewing. In response, EC showed a satisfied look in his eyes. Fosfu, a mid-level A-level magician with jealous magic. He and Lucci once received the attention of the evil god on Guanhao Island. Then, Lucci gained the ability, while foes got nothing. This incident directly led to foes awakening the jealous magic. It goes without saying who the jealous object is. Whether this situation was intentional by the god or a coincidence, Yungu Ke did not know. But it is certain that the world government has obtained a magician with great potential. You know, the key to becoming a magician is emotion. And many agents and subordinates who are loyal to the world government are basically indifferent. Under such circumstances, if the world government wants to develop rapidly in the magic pattern era, it needs to recruit those new star magic pattern masters. However, how can these magic pattern masters who joined halfway be as useful as the pawns who have been instilled with loyalty to the world government since childhood? Therefore, while Lucky Drum Tech has been cultivating Lucci, on the other hand, the resources needed by various magic pattern masters are thrown at Fuzz. And Fuzz did not disappoint, his magic qualifications are enough to support this kind of rising space. Lucky Drum Tech has always been very careful not to let the gap widen too much. Only when the gap is not large can there be room for jealousy. If the gap is too large and turns into despair, Fuzz may be useless. There is no case of magic pattern masters changing their magic type at present. Chapter 632 The moral integrity is really low. Garp ran away. The action officially begins. As they officially set foot and headed in a certain direction in the valley, on a certain mountain, Keffinger, who was still commanding the Rock Angels and replenishing the number of Rock Angels, took the time to look over. This direction, what is that? Keffinger saw the blood shining in Lucci's hand through an image. Seeing this group of people clearly heading in a certain direction, he was also a little curious. Is their purpose to find someone or to break through this level with a feint? If they are looking for someone, Keffinger began to use some kind of perception magic to search for the direction they were heading. Soon, he found something. There was a woman who could turn into wind before, but Keffinger didn't care. With his stone man and rock angel, it would be troublesome to fight such a guy. Plus he had other goals, so he simply ignored it. Now the other party has come back after passing the level? Could it be that the guy put too much pressure on her? Keffinger had a teasing look on his face. Haha, interesting, but let's finish the things here first. Retracted his gaze. Then Keffinger sent a few stone men to each of the group and ignored them. Now, his attention should be on the two Navy men. 593. Or the focus is on the Navy Admiral. The reason why he stopped them until now is not just for fun. On the other side, the group following Lucci encountered dozens of stone men attack. Facing the sweep of stone men, the group directly solved it easily. However, the movement of the battle here also attracted the attention of Garp and Kuzan. Garp punched the rock angel that rushed over, and then looked at the crowd over there. He didn't see the others so clearly, but Doflamingo saw it very clearly. After all, he ran over and got slapped in the face at the last Fantasy Beast conference. Doflamingo, and that one seems to be a celestial dragon. Garp had some impression of the drum and drum department inside. Mainly, Sengoku forced some information to him, including the drum and drum department. I remember that he was the user of the devil fruit mythical beast Thunderbird. Because this celestial dragon was not a good for nothing, Garp had not forgotten it. Of course, the celestial dragons now implement an elite policy, and the celestial dragons who can go out are basically the elites of the celestial dragons. As for those good-for-nothings, they are directly kept in the Holy Land. It is difficult to see the useless celestial dragons in the outside world. What are they doing? They are not going to sneak through while we are fighting here. Garp knocked a rock angel away again, thinking about this possibility. Garp is very confident in the integrity of the world government, which is really low. So Garp does not rule out this possibility at all. Asshole! How can those people only deal with so many stone men? Is it so difficult? Garp's dissatisfaction made the phantom of Keffinger appear. He explained. Although I am a gatekeeper, my strength does not allow me to deal with so many people at the same time. After all, you are very powerful. Ha ha ha. Not bad, you have a good vision. After hearing Keffinger's explanation, Garp laughed and praised him for his vision. But even so, Garp felt that he could not just sit there like that. Although you are right, I still feel uncomfortable with differential treatment. So Kuzan, you stop them first, I'll go and see what those guys are doing secretly. Garp finished speaking, without waiting for Kuzan to answer. He took real action and used a more terrifying armed color to directly crush the rock angel that collided with him. While the other rock angels surrounded him, he ran away directly through the gap. Only Kuzan was left with a messy face. When he came to his senses and was ready to run, the crushed rock angel had been repaired by Kaffinger and surrounded with the other rock angels. Looking at the rock angels who were gathered in a circle, Kuzan was speechless. Why did Mr. Garp run away when he said so? He is still here? Aren't you afraid that he will die here? Kaffinger ignored Garp's escape. Now his main target is Aokiji, although Garp showed his armed color domineering before leaving. It was so exquisite that it moved him. But 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. Then let's continue. Mr. General. Looking at Kaffinger with a friendly smile. If it weren't for the 10 rock angels surrounding him like big men, perhaps Kuzan would be in a better mood. On the other side, while Garp and Kaffinger were communicating, the speed of Lucci's group was rising rapidly. Because of the movement of them breaking through the stone man, the figure who was watching Garp and his group fighting in a certain place began to move. Especially when Lucci and his group moved towards her. She changed direction slightly, and found that the other party adjusted direction accordingly. Needless to say, it was coming towards her. He found out I'll intercept first. At this time, Lucci, who was chasing, said in a low voice. Then the blood in his palm evaporated directly, turning into a blood-colored mark and leaping along the direction of the illusory blood line. Finally, it landed on a vague figure on a certain mountain. The hunt has begun. A red light flashed in Lucci's eyes. The whole person swooped down like a cheetah, turning into blood light and rushing towards a certain direction of the valley. The bloody pursuit can turn the blood of the prey into a blood mark on the prey. During the duration of the blood mark, Lucci can sense the location of the prey, and the speed of chasing the prey will increase, and the attack will be stronger. It can be regarded as a direct buff to himself in the opposite direction. Of course, the premise of this operation is that the blood of the prey is required. But they have been prepared for this. As early as the Fantasy Beast Conference, some of the world government personnel who participated in the Fantasy Beast Conference accidentally discovered the figure of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. After discovering his figure, the hunters affiliated with the world government have been tracking him carefully. Although the tracking failed several times, because the area was there. The Revolutionary Army Dragon was discovered when fighting with the centipede fantasy beast he contracted. Even the scene where he was pushed out of the poisonous swamp by the centipede and spit out several mouthfuls of blood on a tree was captured. The blood he spit out at that time laid the groundwork for today. This time Lucci came to participate in the competition. Originally he wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect to be caught red-handed. If the leader of the Revolutionary Army hadn't been among the contestants, they really wouldn't have taken action on the island. After all, the prohibition of the God of Time is no joke. Now that he is among the contestants, this conference is a good time for them to take action. Blood burst out. Because the figure circled in the valley and didn't rush out of the valley, it was soon stopped by Lucci. Exploding blood claws. His fingers that spread blood light bent, and 5 blood lights flashed. A figure hidden in the wind was knocked down directly. Until he saw the other party's slender figure, Lucci was slightly stunned. Woman. Lucci was a little confused. He remembered that the leader of the Revolutionary Army should be a man. The figure in front of him was obviously a woman, and had nothing to do with a man. Chapter 633 Dragon's Explosion. If the head is gone, he will die. While he was thinking, the scene became quiet. Lucci was thinking and waiting for someone. The figure opposite him was thinking. The face with a red square tattoo under the mask frowned. She had no impression of the short-haired young man in front of her. But the other party's strength and ability made her very scared. Long stretched out his hand and looked at the red mark shining on his wrist. Is this the other party's ability? In order to be able to sneak in and help Ivankov and others, she was even changed by Ivankov's ability. Now she was actually discovered. Long recalled the past period of time, and soon locked on some hunters who followed him secretly in the Fantasy Beast Island in his memory. Those hunters were remembered to be members of the Iron Sun, and most likely they were under the world government. The ability like blood and the blood she had spit out. There were so many past experiences, and Long found something strange at once. Suddenly, the eyes of the dragon mask became serious. She didn't waste words and took action directly. Endless wind began to blow, crushing the claws and wind traction trained by the tyrannical and domineering power. An invisible wind dragon opened its claws and matched her fingers. Dragon Claw Fist Crazy Dragon King. As soon as it attacked, the dragon wanted to kill the opponent. If it was really as she guessed. In the future, her whereabouts might be transparent in the eyes of the world government. She had no idea whether the ability of the young man in front of her still needed her blood, nor did she know how far the opponent's tracking distance was. For insurance, killing the opponent was the best choice. If it could be done. Come on. Seeing the dragon attack, Lucci did not dodge and went straight to meet it. If it weren't for the order of the drum, he would have attacked long ago with his personality. At the age of 12, he had the strength to be one step away from the invitation of the gem hunter. The boy was very proud. In addition, he now had a buff for the prey. Even if he was alone, he didn't think he would definitely lose. Exploding blood claw. Blood spread on Lucci's fingers. This time his attack was even more swift and fierce. He was covered in blood. It was boiling and exploding. 5 blood blades that dyed the surroundings red suddenly leaped out from his fingers, crossed the air and directly collided with the dragon's claws. Boom! The shock wave exploded with red light. In the center of the two people's confrontation, the earth and rocks flew, shattered into slag. A pit sank directly in a radius of 10 meters, and countless dense cracks emanated from it. Bang! A figure flew backwards. It was Lucci. A claw mark sank into his chest, and even the armed color domineering could not completely block the attack. Crack! Bang! Lucci's flying figure stepped on the ground and stopped the impact abruptly. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth, and the blood and chi in his body shook. He fell into a disadvantage with this blow. Lucci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, with an excited and bloodthirsty expression on his face, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. Before he could say anything, Long's figure appeared silently behind him. The opponent was not alone now. Long needed to fight quickly. The domineering aura exploded, thunder and lightning overflowed. After today, Long's domineering aura that once wanted to overturn the world was even more brilliant. The domineering aura was wrapped around his claws. He grabbed the back of Lucci's head. Die! Lucci could sense that the opponent was behind him. But at this time, the overly clear perception put him in danger. He could feel the extremely domineering spirit rolling over his soul, and his whole mind was blank. Only the extremely huge dragon claws were rolling over. This is an illusion. Lucci instinctively tried to tell himself in his heart. So, the illusion was broken, and he returned to reality. But reality told him that this was not an illusion. Boom! The unparalleled explosion directly blew a deep pit on the ground. Wow! Blood gushed out of Lucci's mouth, staining the ground. Long's claws pressed directly on the back of his head and pierced the ground. Such an attack made Lucci's facial features bleed. The whole brain felt black and groggy. At this time, only one thought was circling in his mind. How is it possible? Seeing that Lucci's breath was still strong, Long frowned again. The claws were raised again. She wanted to see whether her claws were hard or the opponent was stubborn. The opponent's support was coming soon, so she had to hurry. Long did not dare to slack off. Dragon Claw Fist Mad Dragon King Final Style. Endless wind quickly fluctuated around Long's figure. The next move was one of the strongest moves that Long had learned in the past 2 years by combining physical skills and abilities. Please give 0 flowers. It mainly relied on the penetrating power of wind and the crushing of armed color, supplemented by a short burst of physical skills. The power is terrifying, and it is very suitable for facing the immobile enemies under her feet. Boom! The wind is surging, and countless wind claws are bombarding mercilessly. The dragon's body is covered with steam, and it bursts out with high-frequency attacks. Crack! Crack! The terrible attack hits the back of Lucci's head firmly. The brain seems to have turned into paste, making Lucci's thoughts intermittent. The most terrifying thing is that his head is faintly cracking. He will die! He will die! The roar is endless, and fear lingers in Lucci's heart. Even though he is usually decisive in killing, Lucci is only 12 years old after all. The illusion of death is entangled, and his mentality inevitably slides into the abyss. How is it possible? How is it possible? He is a man favored by the gods, how could he die here? Lucci's mind began to recall the past scenes intermittently. Various memories flowed again. Countless stereotyped scenes passed by, and finally froze in one picture. A somewhat charming man reached out and rubbed a child's head. A teasing smile hung on his face. What a nice kid, can you bring me some fun? The picture broke. Ah! I won't die. Even with his head stuck deep in the earth and rocks, he still roared. Blood burst out of Lucci's body at a high speed, and blood began to spread. The life and death crisis made his potential begin to be released. This scene made Long frown again. But Long did not stop, because even if the opponent's head was really hard, it was now on the verge of collapse. As long as it was smashed, the opponent would definitely die. He would die without a head. This was absolutely unavoidable for the opponent. Boom! Countless bombardments continued, even if Lucci exploded. But the arm still couldn't twist the thigh. Crack! Crack! Endless blood and energy burst out from Lucci's body, and the blood and energy rushed to his head to repair the terrible injury. Since the burst of power could not stop the opponent's attack, he turned to repair himself. As long as the support came, he would not die. At this time, Lucci, who had calmed down a little, finally remembered that he still had support 7. Chapter 634 This guy must be dead, and the pain of the drums and the bones. Boom! Long realized that the opponent was getting closer and closer. The frequency of the attack was even higher. The powerful attack caused the bottom of the pit to continuously crack toward the surrounding area, and dense cracks spread out toward the surrounding area. The shock wave brought smoke, dust, and gravel flying. Lucci's head was completely sunken in the soil and rocks, and the terrible penetrating force penetrated his head and opened a small dark hole. How could such a guy be so tenacious? At this time, Long frowned under the mask, and there was no problem with the attack. In addition to the opponent's tenacity, another important factor was that Long felt that he was not used to it. The chest of this body made her output a little difficult now. What a troublesome body! I must let Ivankov change her back as soon as possible after the meeting. She thought. Swish! Zilla zilla! The sound of breaking through the air was accompanied by thunder. A figure shining with blue lightning quickly leaped over. It was Yunguke. Bang! The shock wave flew across. Long stopped attacking Lucci and stretched out his hand to block the attack of the comer. Then he used his other hand to push back harder with his haki. Instantly, he knocked the thunderbird-shaped drumstick flying. Right now. Seeing Lucci's tense body relax slightly because of the support, Long's eyes flashed. Focus all your attention on armament haki. You can do it. Armament haki has the technique of internal crushing, but Garp has a more sophisticated technique than this. That was the technique he learned from King. He only learned a semi-finished product, but it requires a very high spiritual attribute to use. It is amazingly powerful and can directly smash the internal organs into minced meat. Garp passed this achievement to Long, and Long's spiritual attribute was barely up to standard. It's just that he has never been able to do it to Garp's level. Now, with a flash of inspiration, under the pressure of the opponent's support, Long felt that he might be able to do it. She did not choose Lucci's head, there was still a lot of strange blood wrapped there. If she really attacked, she didn't know if she could succeed. Swoosh! Sharply breaking through the air, with an extremely heavy armament haki. Long's attack made Lucci's hair stand on end, and hit his heart directly. Dang! Lucci's armament haki that protected his body collided with Long's attack, and a huge crisp sound broke out. Puff puff! Blood continued to flow out of the corners of Lucci's mouth, and there was a small amount of minced meat mixed in. Did it succeed? Long's brows calmed down, and she felt the attack just now. She could feel that the center of Lucci's heart was broken into minced meat. Such an attack is really terrible. This guy will definitely die if he is hit by such an attack. However, for safety. Buzz buzz buzz. The rich armament haki aura once again wrapped around Long's hand. Facing Lucci, whose ability to resist is almost on the verge of collapse, Long is ready to blow up the opponent's brain with the next attack. In this case, there should be no problem. Swoosh swoosh. A dense sound of breaking through the air leaped over, and countless black hair directly submerged Long. Bang! Long's armed collar directly blasted a hole in the dense hair. Countless wind blades also began to cut as they wished, cutting off the hair that continued to wrap around her. But when Long finished all this, the figure under his feet disappeared. Are you the leader of the Revolutionary Army? What an amazing strength! At this time, a woman with a muscular body and a difficult appearance appeared at the scene. It was the only woman in the Yaki head, Riki Kanaka. At this moment, Her hair was dancing like an octopus. Beside her, Lucci's body was being dragged by her hair at will. Zilla! Zilla! Lightning flashed suddenly, and the figure of Yungu-kei broke through the air from a pile of rubble and came to Kanaka's side. Looking at Lucci's miserable condition, his face was very ugly. The first thing he did was to check on Lucci, and his face became completely gloomy. The look he gave Long was not only murderous, but also fearful. Originally, he thought that Lucci's 3-star diamond level strength and his ability would give him a bonus when facing prey. Even if he met Long, he could still fight him for a few times even if he was defeated. But he never expected that Lucci would be beaten to death in such a short time. If he was left alone, he would be basically the same as a dead man in a while. Such strength was completely beyond expectations of. And the attack on him directly made him lose consciousness and be knocked away. Such a domineering color entanglement was very amazing. The eyes of flickering. His strength was already at the level of a 3-star diamond hunter. Even when facing the domineering entanglement of those monsters, he could react. But this guy was not like that. He seemed to have the domineering power to overturn the world. It seems that he really underestimated this guy. The strength of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, should be close to that of the 2-star gem hunter Fan Tao. EC thought silently. In fact, EC still underestimated Long. Rong's strength has improved a lot compared to the past. Whether it is the domineering haki, physical skills, or even the skills of armed haki, they have been greatly improved. If you use in terms of hunter level, Long can actually reach the level of a 2-star gem hunter. Especially since Long just realized the more sophisticated armament haki. So Long's attack power is considered strong among 2-star gem hunters. But he often shows off his ability. The world government's assessment of his strength is still relatively conservative. Hey, are you going to save this guy or not? If he stays there any longer, he'll die. Hearing Kanaka's reminder, Yungu-kei's face twitched a little. The face of Long on the opposite side suddenly changed after hearing Kanaka's words, and he immediately turned into wind to attack. A heavily made-up woman looked at Long in surprise. She was the new Demon King Hang. No doubt, she is the leader of the Revolutionary Army Monkey D Dragon. At this time, Yungu-kei took out a small tube filled with green liquid from his body, with a painful look on his face. While feeling painful, he still explained to everyone. The Revolutionary Army may have a hormone devil fruit ability user 0.8. The world government is not a vegetarian in the investigation of the Revolutionary Army. During the turbulent times, the Revolutionary Army showed many traces and even ran to the East China Sea. The East China Sea is now the most valued and controlled by the world government among the 4 seas. After all, there are various major forces in other seas. So the East China Sea is the top priority for the world government. The number of Hunter Association branches built in the East China Sea is directly accounted for by the world government through operations. That is to say, in the East China Sea, the world government can mobilize the huge energy of the Hunter Association. Of course, the share of the world government in other seas of the 4 seas is much smaller. But no matter what, under this circumstance, the collision between the world government and the Revolutionary Army inevitably led to the high-level officials of the Revolutionary Army revealing some information. One of them is that the Revolutionary Army is suspected of having hormone ability users. Now, Yungu-kei is very sure of this. Chapter 635. If he wants to pay more, I will pay too. Puff. The tube plug in Yungu-kei's hand was ejected. Then he grabbed Lucci's head and poured a whole bottle of liquid into Lucci's mouth. In the surprised eyes of the people around him, Lucci's injuries recovered quickly. What kind of potion is this? The effect is so amazing. Watching Lucci's weak breath begin to recover quickly, Hang's thoughtful face because of hearing about the hormone ability user began to stare at Yungu-kei. The act of flirting made Yungu-kei shudder. He knew that the woman in front of him looked no different from a woman. But she was actually a man. It was rumored that the she-male heaven enshrined a sacred tree that could turn women into men and men into women. The transformed people would have lustful magic and would be called new she-males. As the new she-male King Hang supported by the new she-males, she was naturally a real transgender. In response to everyone's curiosity, Yungu-kei frowned and finally explained a little. This is the treasure of Fantasy Beast Island, which we got with great difficulty. As soon as these words came out, Li Chi Kanaka's eyes could not help but tease. Seeing her teasing eyes, Yungu-kei was also a little helpless. If he could, he would naturally want to keep it secret, but the reason why the world government was able to obtain this treasure was actually through Li Qi path. If he kept it secret now, he might be slapped in the face later or in the future. After all, the other party was ambitious. This time, they made a deal with the world government through the treasures of Fantasy Beast Island. With the other party's Fantasy Beast treasures and the world government's magic pattern resources, the trading channels between the two sides were opened. Maybe they will cooperate with others in secret. But the world government can't do anything about it. Things are precious because they are rare. They are also jealous of the resources of Fantasy Beast Island. However, without an invitation, it is difficult to go up at ordinary times. Cough cough cough. Soon, Lucci on the ground coughed a few times and spit out some internal organs, and the whole person began to wake up. I am not dead. Lucci, you take a rest first, you have worked hard this time. EC looked at Lucci, who was gradually waking up, with a smile. If it was just an ordinary subordinate, Lucci would not even look at him if he died, let alone be kind to him. But Lucci's potential is immeasurable, so it is naturally worth saving him. But even so, Lucci still felt a little painful in his heart. In exchange for cancelling the bounty on Licky's former pirate identity, the world government traded 5 life yuan from Licky. This life yuan is produced by a special fantasy beast called the Life Tree on Fantasy Beast Island. As long as the main body parts are still there, they can be repaired. With his identity, he only got 2. If it weren't for the subsequent Licky's return, if we can trade, let alone 2, 1 is good enough. Then, everyone, let's get started. The domineering aura of the leader of the revolutionary army is very terrifying, and his strength is a little beyond our expectations. It's close to or even at the level of a 2-star gem. Be careful. Yun Gu Kei took a deep breath and stood up and said to everyone. Of course, his eyes were mainly on Li Qi. This time, the mistaken strength assessment still had an impact on everyone. If it was just an ordinary 1-star gem, there would be a lot of room for diamond-level intervention. Especially, the people brought by Yun Gu Kei were not mediocre. But if the gap is too big, it will be troublesome to crush them at will. Fortunately, Li Qi was in the front this time. The strength of the 8 Qi heads began to be stratified due to the Fantasy Beast Conference. There is no doubt that Li Qi belongs to the lower level. But as the 8 Qi heads, she has many trump cards and her strength should not be underestimated. At present, she has reached the level of a 2-star gem. Yun Gu Ko believes that even if Long really reaches the level of a 2-star gem, as long as he doesn't run away, Li Qi alone can kill him. After all, as the head of the 8 Qi, she has a great foundation, and those treasures. Tisk tisk, this is too dangerous. If the leader of the revolutionary army has such strength, I will be in a dilemma. Doflamingo looked at Yun Guko's ugly face and raised the corner of his mouth. You have to pay more. If he pays, I will pay too. Hearing Minga's words, Hang next to him immediately followed up. Like Li Qi, Hang also had a bounty in the past, and even did well in the evil fleet. But later he discovered the lustful demon tree. So, he became her and went out on his own. Although he used the tiger skin of the evil fleet when he came out, the world government is not a vegetarian. In order to make it easy for many parties, Hang came here completely as a free volunteer. But the target was so dangerous, and it only took a short time to beat the guy who said he had 3-star diamond level to death. She herself was only a high-level A-level magic pattern user, and theoretically her strength was equal to that Lucci. How could it be so dangerous without adding money? She must add money. Hearing what Ming Ji and the others said, and then looking at Li Qi in different look, EC pinched his nose and accepted it. Who dared to bargain with him and the celestial dragons before, but now there is. Not only are they not afraid of him, they don't even give him face. Add, talk later, hurry up. Long transformed her body into an elemental 290 body, dodging the attack through the gaps between the red lines. She looked at Lucci, who was recovering on the ground, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. With the opponent's current state, it would not be difficult to kill him again. It just needs some time. Based on the pained look on Lucci's face just now, Long felt that the potion to treat Lucci must be very rare. The opponent should not be able to take out extra. And even if he had something to take away, it would probably be useless if he blew up that person's head or took away his head. Long, who had further improved his armament hacky skills, still had some confidence. If he couldn't kill him, he would just leave. And her father. Although Long didn't want to use it, she also noticed Garp's whereabouts. Even if something unexpected happened, she would be fine. Using the surrounding favorable factors, this is a necessary means. But, she really didn't want to face her father with this expression, she could already imagine. Whoosh! The wind blew violently, and the dust began to fly wantonly. The fierce wind tore a lot of soil and rocks into sand. If the opponent wants to fight in a group, then Long has to take away their vision so that he can fish in troubled waters. Except for Li Qi, the others are not to be feared. Even the fighting process might be able to win her over. She knows a top-secret information about Li Qi. Chapter 636 Huaqian Lia's 3 masterpieces dedicated to the king and the god. Morgan said that he would not be a human if he didn't kill him. Ha ha ha. Dear audience, we can see that at the Earth and Stone Pass, several players are fighting each other. The whole valley is shaking, as if it is caught in a superstorm. The player codenamed Thunderbird of the World Government, Doflamingo, the helmsman of the Magic League, Hang, the new Shemale King of Shemale Paradise and even Li Qi of the 8 Heads. They actually attacked a female player at the same time. This is Miss D, whose origin is a mystery. How did the other party offend them? The legendary journalist Morgans will continue to report for you. At this time, Morgans shouted loudly. Looking at the battlefield in the video, the audience in the motor arena was also talking about it. The next second, main image switched. Morgan's big face first hit the camera, then retreated and continued to hold the camera and spoke loudly. Then, we can see. In the center of the valley, Admiral Aokiji is fighting with 10 very special stone men. Their battle turned the center of the valley into an icy battlefield. I guess the temperature there must be very low now. If you want to go in and out, it is recommended that players buy a few more down jackets before going. Very good, speaking of this. Morgan said, and took out a thick down jacket from somewhere. Please look. Down jackets launched by the Winter Union Chamber of Commerce, of course, there are thin summer models. Using wool produced by winter seeds. Speaking of this, Morgan said with respect. Winter seeds are one of the masterpieces of the Holy Knight Huaqian Liu of the Kingdom of Miracles. Dear audience, you should have heard of it. He patted the winter clothes in his hand and said with amazement. The silk thread produced by it combines heat preservation and toughness. When you wear it on your body, in addition to the unimaginable heat preservation effect, its toughness can also effectively resist the slashing of ordinary swords. Even in summer, it can resist the temperature of the outside world. It can be called the best protective clothing for warm winter and cool summer. At this moment, Morgans held the hanger in his hand as if he was holding a dance partner. He danced in an exaggerated pirouette while shouting loudly. You can't buy at a loss or be cheated. The price is as long as please look for the Winter United Chamber of Commerce, don't mistake it for. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, audiences from all over the world looked at Morgans talking endlessly there with a confused look on their faces. This is the way street vendors usually shout and introduce products. It was the first time they saw it in such a live broadcast facing the world. Suddenly seeing Morgans do this, people felt quite friendly and fresh except for being confused. And as Morgan's introduction continued, many people really began to be moved. It's not that they believe everything Morgan says. It's mainly because he talked about the paladin Huaqian Liu. Huaqian Liu has huge popularity in the whole world. The important reason is naturally not because she is a paladin, but because she has made great contributions to the world. It is rumored that the paladin Huaqian Liu presented 3 masterpieces to the king and the gods one after another. The original seeds of the 3 crops, Xiangyang seed, Anhai seed, and Winter seed. With the king's promise, the 3 masterpieces became popular in the world one by one. Xiangyang seed can produce a lot of food in places with strong sunshine. Anhai seed can be planted near the sea or even on the sea to produce nutrient water. And Winter seed can grow dense silk in the winter land for making clothes. Xiangyang seed was the first to become popular, followed by Anhai seed. And Winter seed seems to be in full production now. The first 2 crops have directly changed the economic operation of the world. Because of the previous example, people have no doubts about Morgan's introduction. It is not only warm in winter and cool in summer, but also can prevent ordinary swords from slashing, and the price is high. The price is not very expensive. If you don't buy it, you are not a human being. Bang! Very quickly, Morgans finished his lines as if his mouth was burned, and put the clothes in his hand back. Then he picked up the microphone and started to explain seriously again. If the audience hadn't been watching the live broadcast, Looking at Morgan's seriousness at this moment, I'm afraid they would think it was an illusion. Hoo. In the gap between the explanations, Morgans also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was advertising in front of God. If God was unhappy with him and killed him, he would have nowhere to cry. Fortunately, it seems that God will not care about such a small matter for him. While Morgans relaxed, he couldn't help rubbing his wings. The reason why he suddenly advertised this time was because of winter. The Winter United Chamber of Commerce gave too much. The other party was very arrogant, asking for 10% of the profit right away. Not just this time's profit. In the future, the Winter United Chamber of Commerce will give him 10% of all the profits from the sale of winter seeds. There was only one request. That was to advertise for the Winter United Chamber of Commerce whenever Morgans attended the conference he presided over. Once this condition came out, Morgans had no choice. He would not be a human if he didn't accept it. The Kingdom of Miracles sells Xiangyang seeds and Banhai seeds to people all over the world at cost price. These two major crops are now greatly changing the world economy in a brutal way. Now, most of the winter countries in the world cooperate with towns and cities on ice temperature islands. They form the Winter United Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce will surely rise with the help of winter seeds. 10% of the profit, can Morgans accept it? Of course he will accept it. But if he accepts it directly, he will be even more inhuman. He will definitely bargain. It takes a lot of effort, risking his life, and the World Economic News can advertise for the Chamber of Commerce. Morgans finally succeeded in getting 20% of the profits. It is not the 20% of the profits of the winter planting, but the 20% of the profits of the entire Winter United Chamber of Commerce. With the winter planting as the signboard, the Winter United Chamber of Commerce will definitely have a great reputation. With a great reputation, it can also make a lot of money by selling other products. How can Morgans let those poor and crazy winter children come to his door? If he doesn't kill them, he is not a human being. So he is not advertising for the Chamber of Commerce, but for himself. Morgans feels happy about the countless wealth he is about to receive. But he is happy in his heart, but he is still very serious on the surface's commentary. Guhahaha, everyone please watch the video. At present, many players have stopped at the 3-wind pass. They may really not be able to pass it, or they may have other ideas. Morgans took a cup of water from a small table next to him to moisten his throat. He pointed the cup at the camera intentionally or unintentionally. There was a trademark on the cup, which was the trademark of a merchant selling Banhai seed nutrition water. After getting 20% of the profits from the Winterland United Chamber of Commerce, Morgans also wanted to try to use the same method to gain profits. But what made him feel sad was that those guys had no vision at all. They said he wanted too much. Really, they didn't even understand the investment in advance, their vision was still too small. Just give that little mosquito money. Just put the trademark on the screen for a while. Ahem. After Morgans finished, he continued his passionate commentary. In any case, there are more than 6,000 contestants participating in the competition. After passing the Fengshuo Pass and the Sanfan Pass, there are less than 1,000 contestants heading for the Tushi Pass. And they are already crossing the valley of the Tushi Pass. The legendary host and journalist Morgans is trying his best to report to you. Chapter 637 The so-called genius, he gradually understood everything. On the other side, in the valley of the Tushi Pass of Nanjiao Island, the area at the edge of the middle and rear part of the valley was constantly stormy and sand and stones were flying. Some new contestants defeated the Stone Man and avoided this area to continue moving forward. Some came here specifically to watch the fun. Among them, the king of the kingdom of Salbi in the South Sea, the Great Bear, and the demon king Ivan of the kingdom of Kamabaka in the Great Root were among them. They looked at the besieged dragon with a faint worry on their faces. However, the dragon sent a message through the wind, asking them not to act rashly. Bang bang bang! A storm exploded, and a pink-haired figure in a suit was blown away. It was Foz. At this time, his figure was smashed into a mountain by the violent storm. When he hit the mountain, he did not fall on it awkwardly, but kicked it with both feet. He cleverly exerted force with all his muscles, and directly unloaded the impact on the mountain. Crack! Crack! The mountain was centered on his foothold, and dense cracks appeared directly. Whoosh! After taking a breath, Foz adjusted his body and shot out again to join the battlefield. Although he was only a mid-level A-level magic pattern user, he was restrained by others. It was no problem to be a qualified troublemaker. Especially he was a genius. 550 genius, that was Faz's magic pattern ability. The experience of encountering the god of extreme evil with Lucci once made Faz very upset. He was very jealous of Lucci. He believed that he was a genius who was not inferior to Lucci. However, the choice of the god of evil shattered his fantasy. If only he had been more talented at that time, Fuzzy sometimes thought with jealousy. So, time passed. Due to the birth of jealous magic, the rare developmental ability genius was born. The so-called genius began to manifest in Fuzzy. The magic that can improve rapidly, the basic attributes such as physical strength and physique soared rapidly with training, and he also had a deep understanding of magic. Even the armament haki and observation haki were affected and became stronger rapidly. If the magic pattern form is used, the control of the whole body will reach an extremely fine level, and at the same time, a terrible fighting instinct will surge. He is a genius who is more talented than Lucci. Faz firmly believes that he must be like this. Bang bang bang. Stepping on the moon step from the air and accelerating quickly, Fuzzy came to the side of the besieged figure again. Armed smash continuous hit. Silently, he got close to the back of the dragon. The fist spread with armament haki and hit the heart position behind Long. However, a storm suddenly arose. This time the storm was very fierce, sweeping out a huge tornado that was about to break through the sky. All the people who were besieging Long were blown away. Only Faz was not affected, but this was not because Long was negligent. He was also very annoyed with Faz, who was a sticky candy, but he was dragged down and his remaining strength was not enough to seriously injure him. Now it has been repeated many times, when everyone is paralyzed. She is finally ready to solve this trouble with one blow. Armament haki began to gather in Long's fist, only when she was not distracted to deal with various sneak attacks. Her terrible armament haki skills that sometimes work and sometimes don't work began to work. Die. What? Fuz's instinct under the genius burst out with a strong sense of crisis. Faced with the crisis, his body directly began to overload, which is called explosion. Hands directly intertwined in front of the chest. Armament haki is also concentrated in the blocking area. But it was useless. Long's fist directly hit his arms against his chest. Bang! The air circle exploded, and Faz was knocked out on the spot. Wow! While flying out, he also spit out crystal blood beads and some blood powder, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Expression. How is it possible? Is this armament haki? Questions and fears swirled in Faz's mind. Bang! With a heavy blow, Faz crashed directly into a ruin. After a while, ho. In the dim ruins, Faz tried to breathe. His hand trembled as he touched the position of his heart. He knew that he had a very fine sense of the whole body. The blocking just now did not work completely, and part of his heart was eroded. A-level magic pattern users have not reached the level of inhumanity. The heart was hit like this, which is not much different from death. What should I do? What should I do? The time waiting for death was very tormenting. It is difficult for Faz to count on others to save him now. Even if he has the luck drum, he will not count on it, even if the other party really has that kind of treasure to save people. But will it be used on him? Fuz is pessimistic about this. The impression of the bad character of the celestial dragons has been deeply rooted in his mind. So, now he can only rely on himself. Think. Think quickly. What can we do? I'm a genius, I can do it. Countless images flashed through Faz's mind. Finally, it was fixed on a special monster that looked like a jellyfish. That special monster called the resurrection jellyfish has the ability to completely repair its broken body. It is obviously a monster, but the power it uses does not feel like magic. Fuz had studied this monster captured by the world government at close range. However, because its attack was too weak, he could not get interested. Now, in the face of life crisis, Faz didn't care about anything. That kind of power. I want that kind of power. Boom. Fuz felt his head go empty, and the whole person seemed to be floating in an endless dark vortex. Instinctively, he threw himself into that dark vortex. Hwalala. In reality, Faz's blood was boiling. The heart began to resonate with the boiling blood. A strange energy began to appear out of thin air, permeating into the heart, and the eroded part of the heart began to slowly repair and heal. Bang, bang, Bang! As the heart began to beat more powerfully, Foz, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand and slowly pressed it on his chest, muttering, "Genius! Genius!" The corners of Foz's mouth began to tear, and the corners of his mouth on both sides completely rose. "This is a genius! This is the real genius! Ha 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 ha!" He laughed loudly, and even the thick bangs could not cover the heat of his eyes. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of falling stones, a bright gap appeared in the ruins. A figure pushed open a passage to clear out of the ruins. He looked at Foz, who was laughing wildly, and asked hesitantly, "Are you okay?" Seeing the person coming, Fuzzy's smile faded and he returned to his quiet look. "I'm fine, I'm just a little happy." Fuzzy supported himself on the ground and stood up, looking at the person again. He knew the man with the apple head in front of him, his name was Virgo, and he was a follower brought by Doflamingo. Besides this man, there was another tall guy named Pika. These two followers were not strong enough to participate in this kind of battle, so they just watched from the side. Just now, he was almost dead, and Commander Yunguko didn't come to see him. Instead, a follower of Mingo came to see him. Sure enough, that guy Yunguko didn't think much of him. But it doesn't matter. Fuzzy felt that he had been freed from the shackles. Genius, a genius who can imitate and use other abilities, this is the real genius. He has gradually understood everything. Even Lucci will no longer be an obstacle to him. Chapter 638 The Fall of the Times, What are you doing with the body of a she-male? Bang, bang, bang. Foz returned to the battlefield again. His appearance shocked Long. Even if the previous blow didn't kill him, it should have seriously injured him. Now he is full of energy again. Could it be that the man went over to heal him? Long's eyes fell on Virgo, who returned to watch the battle beside Lucci. Just now, Virgo's rush to Fuz's side did not hide it from him. Bang! A huge roar sounded again. The domineering aura used by Long collided with Licky Konoga opposite her. Even in the face of Long's attack, Konoga did not retreat at all. The terrible power collided with Long's bombardment. The whole valley seemed to be turned upside down, and the remaining clouds in the sky had long been pierced. Just with the terrifying whirl, the atmospheric particles collided violently. The sky seemed dim. The clear sky slowly formed new clouds again. I said, "Tree harder. You can't let me retreat with this kind of power." Konojia's face was gloomy and she was not polite at all. Because she was in a bad mood, and the root of the problem was that Long whispered to her using the wind. The content of the whisper made her very unhappy. "In that case, let me show you." Long had no time to care about Foz's problem at this time. The violent storm blew again, and his mind was completely focused on Licky in front of him. For Long, even the enemy in front of him was very difficult. Licky Konoka, she has terrible brute force and a terrifying physique. She has the ability to temporarily increase the explosive power. She can also enlarge part of her body or even the whole body to obtain a more terrible explosion. In addition, her hair can dance and cut like a ghost, and can also be transformed into many hair arms to attack at the same time. Facing such a difficult opponent, Long also needs to use a special move. Thunder exploded, and the domineering color domineering and armed color domineering were wrapped around it at the same time. Next, Long will try to attack with domineering and armed at the same time without other interference. The attack strength of the single Hackathon is already very strong, and the single armament Haki is also very strong because of that skill. But he may not be able to do it with the combination of the two. The time given to him to get familiar with it is still too short. However, it has to be done now. Come on! In the world of dragons, the world seemed to be silent, and she moved forward with the wind. The terrifying power began to gather momentum. Facing the oncoming dragon, Konoka was not to be outdone. Countless hairs grew wildly and condensed into several huge arms. The taut right arm biceps swelled exaggeratedly. As she punched, the swollen biceps seemed to wander to the fist, and the fist suddenly became larger, bursting out with a terrifying force that penetrated the atmosphere. Boom! The huge roar shook the earth. The new clouds in the sky were immediately pierced by the shock wave that was released, and spread out without a trace. Bang 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 bang! Amid the roar, there were smaller and denser sounds of blows. That was Li Qi fists bombarding in succession. The two of them were stuck there. Whoosh! The wind was blowing hard, and the dust was everywhere. Good opportunity. At this moment, a figure rushed forward against the spreading shock wave. It was the new Demon King Hang. Enchanting charm. A pink heart leaped out of Hang's eyes as she smiled and frowned. Don't even think about it. Another figure came forward to block the leaping heart. The armed color domineering directly defeated the heart. However, the disintegrating heart stained the skin and melted into it. Like a thorn in the flesh, the face of the person who blocked this move flushed. Whoosh! The man took a few deep breaths, and his fingertips became sharp and inserted into a blood vessel in his body. The originally restless emotions retreated like a tide. Oh? With such abilities and appearance, are you the current she-male king of Kamabarka Kingdom? You actually jumped out at this time, aren't you afraid of being liquidated by the world government? My junior. Hanger smiled at Ivankov with a charming face. She may be almost the same age as Ivankov, but she is worthy of being Ivankov's predecessor. Because Hanger is the former she-male king of Kamabarka Kingdom, and also the new she-male king who created the new she-male. In terms of shocking deeds, Ivankov can't compare with her. Hee ha! Don't flatter me. Ivankov put his hands on his waist and spoke righteously. I just can't stand you fighting this beautiful lady. And I have tolerated you for a long time, the new she-male king. What are you doing with the she-male's body? Looking at the new she-male king in front of him, Ivankov's face was full of anger. This anger was not fake, but really poured out from her heart. After taking over the kingdom of Kamabarka and becoming the she-male king, Ivankov also knew about Hang's evil deeds in detail. Once, Hang went to the kingdom of Kamabarka and seized the title of she-male king by force. Not only that, he also created new she-males and forced the she-males of the kingdom of Kamabarka to change their gender and become new she-males. Except for a few diehards. It can be said that the kingdom of Kamabarka has been hollowed out by Hang. That's all. What really made Ivankov angry was that Hang established the magic pattern guild She-Male Paradise. The name of this guild does not just mean the superficial meaning of the She-Male Paradise. There is another meaning, that is, the paradise of lust. 0. The new transvestites use transvestite bodies to receive the opposite sex on that island. Well, most of them receive men and do some unspeakable things. This behavior is simply shocking. Many pirates, hunters, and even some merchants and civilians who come here are curious and go there. Many people fall into it after going there. As the saying goes, men are the ones who understand men the most. These transgender new transvestites rely on caring care and the lustful magic that can amplify the senses. This makes the base of the she-male paradise directly become the gentle land of the new world. This behavior makes Ivankov feel sad. This is the degeneration of the she-male. It is also the degeneration of the times. How can the body of a she-male do such a thing? What? Isn't it just doing something that everyone likes? Hanger looked nonchalant in response to Ivankov's questioning. In fact, Hanger had a purpose for opening such a venue. 0. It's just that she knows this herself. What do you like? Don't think I don't know it's that tree. Hearing Ivankov's words, Hanger's face changed. Seeing Hanger's slightly changed face, Ivankov also knew that he guessed right. Once, because of the new she-male. Ivankov once asked Long to go to the she-male paradise to check it out. Long didn't refuse at that time. After a careful exploration, he concluded that the establishment of the she-male paradise was probably based on the sacred tree that the new she-males worshipped. That tree is alive. Even though some strange and hazy beauty shrouds it, it is not easy to detect. But the dragon turned into an invisible wind and approached it as close as possible, and still sensed the essence of it. That attractive magic power is extremely rich. Although it is a tree, the dragon concluded that it must be a member of the pure demon species. Why don't I understand what you are saying? No matter what. Whether it is a new she-male or a customer, everyone is enjoying it. I didn't do anything harmful to the world. Hanger emphasized his legitimacy, and then pointed the finger at Ivankov. It's better to say you. You old she-males should have ended long ago. Except for you, almost all the others are ugly. It's really disgusting to my eyes. New she-males are the choice of this era. She looked at Ivankov's smooth face and her face calmed down. Your ability is suitable, give you a chance. Join us. Boom. The huge roar drowned out Hank's words. More violent shock waves exploded and spread like waves, and the continuous stalemate between Long and Licky had already come to an end. They both retreated with a huge shock wave. Long retreated 8 steps, while Licky retreated 9 steps and 7. Chapter 639. The imprisonment was successful, and Garp laughed to death. How? The wind was blowing, covering the words. Licky stared at the figure opposite, and then touched the hand that had just been punched. The fist ached slightly, deep into the bone marrow. That weird armed color? It felt really good. The power of the phantom beast on the body began to flow, and the painful place began to heal quickly. As Licky, her self-healing ability is not to be underestimated. The power of the phantom beast is very useful, so Licky specializes in the power of the phantom beast, and only relies on a strong physique to practice the armed color. She didn't expect that armament haki could reach this level. The armament haki recorded in the Black Scroll of the Great Martial Arts only went up to the armament haki crush technique and didn't go any further. Looking at Li Qi, who was thinking on the opposite side, Long felt relieved. Because she understood that this irritable woman had finally calmed down. It should be possible to reach a cooperation. All this was thanks to the armament haki. At this time, Long was sincerely grateful for Garp's teaching. After fully experiencing the more terrifying power of armament haki, Long had clearly sensed it. It was almost not a common skill. It was a kind of understanding, a state, almost divine. It was like an inviolable rule, to truly crush the opponent. Now Long felt that she had only understood the fur, but such power had benefited her greatly. She seemed to see the future of armament haki, so what about the future of conqueror haki? Long couldn't help but have such doubts after seeing the future of armament haki. I wonder if her father has learned such a path? At this moment, if Garp knew what Long was thinking now, he would definitely give him a fist of love. Wanting to fly before learning to walk, Garp said he couldn't even do it himself. Long looked back at the increasing number of onlookers around him, and then looked at Lucci, who was protected by the lucky drum. She knew that she should leave. Although she had reached a little cooperation with Li Qi on the opposite side, it didn't mean that Li Qi would show mercy now. Under this circumstance, it would be very difficult for her to kill the young man again. Moreover, Long also saw that the lucky drum was already communicating with some people. The world government is now an official member of the Hunter Association and the Magic Pattern Association. They can mobilize a lot of connections, and Long is afraid that he won't be able to escape if he stays any longer. As for the young man, Long has remembered him in his heart. I'll find out more about it later. Whoosh! The violent wind began to blow. When this familiar scene appeared, the enemies around Long were alert. She seems to be running away. Beside the lucky drum, the king of the Shadow Demon of the Magic Pattern Guild, the Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobetta, said calmly. Hearing Dorobetta's words, Yungu Kei's face changed drastically. Mr. Dorobetta, please help me. I agree to your conditions. Okay. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shadows spread out with Dorobetta as the center, and suddenly shuttled across the ground. Then they floated above the ground and passed through an invisible wind. A figure appeared directly. It was Long. Long's figure that was in place also suddenly dissipated. Swish, swish, swish. After Long appeared, other stretched shadows passed through Long's shadow. Countless shadow thorns seemed to nail Long's shadow to the ground. It made Long feel that his actions were greatly restricted. What is this? Long barely turned his head and saw a black-haired young man. The ace of the Shadow Demon of the Magic Pattern Guild, the top Magic Pattern Envoy in the Magic Pattern world. Now he has been promoted to an S-level Magic Pattern Envoy. As Changqingshu and Moliu became S-level Magic Rune users, other top Magic Rune users in the Magic Rune world also followed suit. Among them, Shadow Knight Envoy was one of them. Long did not expect that Shadow Demon's trump card would intervene, which was bad. When such a powerful Magic Rune user advances to S-level Magic Rune user, his strength will not be that simple. At least he has a huge advantage in one aspect. Obviously, Shadow Knight Envoy's strongest point is his confinement. Even if ordinary people have similar strength to him, it is difficult to break his confinement, which can be called the best auxiliary. Of course, correspondingly, Shadow Knight Envoy himself cannot move during this process. On the other side, confinement successful. Dorobetta said slowly. You can go up, now she can't move for the time being. It's worthy of being Shadow Demon's trump card. After complimenting the other party, Yungu Kei immediately winked at the others. Others didn't need him to say anything, and immediately rushed up to show Long their colors. Swoosh! Will the leader of the Ying Revolutionary Army end here? Minga did not continue to attack, but watched the 2 A-level magic rune users belonging to the world government rush forward. The reflection of the sunglasses made it difficult to see his eyes. Oops, Dakshang, hurry up. Dakshang, who was watching the battle, and several figures beside him looked at the battlefield nervously. Some even wanted Dakshang to attack. Dakshang heard his words and did not attack immediately. When he opened his mouth to say something, a huge laugh came directly from the scene. Ha 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 ha. A man in flowery clothes and pants attacked. He directly knocked the 2 A-level magic rune users away with one move. The person who came was Garp. At this time, he stood in front of Long and looked at the half-circle of people in front of him. Whether it was the onlookers or the besiegers, he could see everything. Then he put his hands on his waist and said righteously, "You guys are so grown up that you actually attacked a girl. Are you ashamed?" Garp turned his head back. Ha 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 ha. Garp couldn't help but spit out a breath and burst into laughter. The corners of his eyes curved into crescents, and tears of laughter came out faintly. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, you are so shameless, ha 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 ha. No, I can't control it. I'm dying of laughter. He didn't know what he was laughing at, which made some people watching feel puzzled. Is it really that funny? People around him couldn't help but wonder. Only Long, who was sprayed by Garp's saliva, felt a black line on his face, and she knew. After a while, Garp, who had laughed enough, began to raise his fist. He smashed the shadow below with his armed color domineering. The figure of Long disappeared immediately, leaving only a thank you. Hearing Long's voice, Garp's face almost couldn't hold back. But now he still needs to deal with troubles. On the other side, Long followed the wind and moved forward to the outside of the back of the valley again. There were other contestants ready to pass. This earth and stone level is relatively easy. Contestants who can pass the 3 wind levels have a 90% chance of passing as long as they come in. It can be said that the water is very obvious. Of course, if the magician Kafinger was not attracted by Aokiji and an uninvited guest went to reminisce with him, other contestants would not have it so easy. And Long followed the flow of candidates and began to pass through the valley. There are countless narrow passages in the back of the valley leading to the outside world. Sure enough, a group of contestants walked along one of the passages to the bright outside world. They relaxed their minds and didn't have time to put on a smile on their faces. An invisible force descended out of thin air. Chapter 640 Dragon wants to create a world without gods, the root and the root consciousness. Invisible waves swept over. Suddenly, the faces of the contestants began to change and twist, and even gradually became majestic. Long, who followed the team secretly, also felt a surge of thoughts in her heart. Various negative thoughts began to invade her mind. Who? Long's figure appeared and began to take deep breaths. This invisible force that seemed to lead people to fall now made her deeply afraid, as if it released all the evil in her heart. Under normal circumstances, Long would not worry too much even if facing such a force. But at present, she is not in a normal state. It's not about transgender. It is not a physical abnormality, but a deeper psychological problem. Faced with these negative emotions, Long was originally resistant rationally, but emotionally he let go of his resistance and accepted it all. From fear to hesitation, and finally to comfort. Long's face changed very quickly, as if it should be so. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, after the advent of the new era, Long was actually a little confused about the development of the Revolutionary Army. Because since the advent of the 18th God's Age, civilians around the world are no longer as miserable as before. Especially the 3 masterpieces created by Huaqian Liu of the Kingdom of Miracles. Just with the 2 popular crops, most civilians in the world have a pretty good life. As for another crop, winter planting, it was promoted late and has not yet completed fermentation. It can be said that the 3 major crops alone have greatly increased the living index of people around the world, not to mention other things. Of course, there are not no problems. There is order and chaos in the South Sea, wars in the North Sea, demons and monsters rising up in the world, and pirates running rampant. But no matter what, this world is much better than the old times. The celestial dragons cannot act recklessly. Many powers of the world government have been dismembered by those behemoths. The only area that can be directly controlled by the world government is the East China Sea. And the East China Sea is also highly valued by the Navy. The Navy patrols the four seas with the Grand Admiral Fujitora watching closely. It can be said that Long himself feels that he has no motivation to overthrow the world government now. As for overthrowing those forces with gods, Long feels that his head is not that stubborn. It would be better to join the Kingdom of Miracles and serve the king directly. But I don't know when. Long found that her thoughts had changed. She seemed to start to hate the gods. Silently, she began to hate the gods and some equally famous people. She began to think of overthrowing the gods. From a rational point of view, Long felt that this idea was absurd. But emotionally, it felt very reasonable and urgent. A strange balance was maintained in her mind, making her very conflicted and troubled during this period. However, now she doesn't have to worry about it. The balance was broken when she first left the valley. Now, driven by emotions, she once again bathed in this strange fluctuation. Long felt as if she had completed a pilgrimage. She finally figured it out. This world is abnormal. It's too strange that the gods who destroy the world exist. People don't need the existence of gods above their heads. An abnormal world needs treatment. She wants to set things right. Then, create a world without gods. When Long redefines his ambitions. Somewhere in the world, Noren, who is revered as the goddess of fate by the tarot totem, opened her eyes, and the trajectory of fate intertwined in her eyes. The fate of the world has shifted. She murmured. She, who monitors the fate of the world most of the time, discovered the abnormality at the first time. Hwalala. Her delicate hands cut off a message of fate and turned it into a diamond-shaped crystal. Then she turned around and looked at the black-haired girl who was in a daze beside her. Kaola Kaola, go and give this to my master. Oh okay, goddess. Looking at the crystal handed over by the goddess, Kaola responded quickly, her face flushed a little. She was in a daze when the goddess called her, which made her want to get into the ground. Noren looked at Kaola's face of shame and felt funny. When you get there, stay there first. I need to comprehend the trend of fate. You will receive a reminder of fate when you leave. The original trend of fate in the world is constantly breaking and reorganizing, and it is even more so with the frequent fluctuations of world consciousness or roots. These are all the nourishment for her growth. The change in fate this time is not big, but it is not too small. In a week or two, Noren will not move. If Kaola was left to stare blankly beside her, Noren would feel bad. After hearing Noren's words, Kaola wanted to say something. But Noren waved his hand. Her figure disappeared directly. Watching Kaola's figure disappear, Noren refocused his attention on fate. She stood on a huge stone platform emitting platinum light. Although the surroundings were pitch black, undercurrents were surging. This was the level of fate. And the 10-meter cubic stone platform under her feet was nothing else, but the anchor point of fate. Noren had already arranged many similar anchor points on this planet. This was Noren's daily work, traveling around the world, arranging fate anchor points and monitoring fate. Although she could descend directly to various parts of the world with the help of fate. But the price of doing so was that she would be targeted by the root, or more precisely, the root consciousness. The root and the root consciousness were not the same. The root gave birth to the root consciousness. Because the root consciousness had spirituality, it could not control all the power of the root. Because the power of the source is too terrifying. The source means consciousness is like cells with consciousness, and the root is like the human body. This weak consciousness forcibly controls the root. There will only be one outcome, the consciousness and spirituality will be diluted in the infinite power expansion, and finally dissipate like fireworks. The new root consciousness will not do this instinctively. The root consciousness of this world is newly born, just like a child who cannot realize too much knowledge. For example, things at the level of destiny, the root consciousness has not yet realized it. But if Noren uses destiny wantonly through the root consciousness will immediately realize this level. Then its growth rate will be further increased, and at the same time due to the intervention of the root consciousness. It will be difficult for Noren to have such a good growth environment again. Maybe the root consciousness will target her and want to make her a growth resource. At the level of destiny, which is closer to spirituality, the power that the root consciousness can exert is much stronger than the present world. Therefore, Noren is currently more of an inspector at the level of destiny. Of course, Noren is already preparing for the future on a daily basis. On this planet with the highest destiny weight, arrange the destiny anchor points. When all the destiny anchor points are arranged, Her master will help her weave the destiny web. Then rely on the destiny web. Even if the root consciousness detects it in the future. In the destiny level, Norn feels that self-preservation should not be a problem, and there is no need to be timid about anything. And the fluctuation of destiny at this level is the nourishment for her growth. Norn is naturally reluctant to lose it. Feeling the tidal fluctuation of destiny, Norn thought leisurely. For a lover like her who is so worry-free and can become stronger by herself, the master should. Chapter 641 The world is a collection of countless prejudices, don't be prejudiced against demons. Interesting to interesting, what's wrong with that guy? He actually accepted the baptism completely. Outside the valley, on the steep cliff of the Green Water Mountain not far away. A black-haired young man in dark red noble clothes sat on the cliff. Looking down at the dragon in the distance, he was looking at it from a high place. His face was full of interest. This person was the gatekeeper of another gate outside the valley, the devil, Saint Jobel. As the code name of the tarot totem, he was devil. Since his debut, this was the first time he saw a human being who accepted his baptism without any resistance. What on earth was that woman thinking about? I was really curious. Saint Jobel stood up from the cliff with curiosity on his face. He planned to go one step further. He didn't know what the person who had undergone the devil's baptism was facing. If he wanted to understand, it was naturally not enough to rely on this level of power. Hey! When Saint Jobel was about to act, a silver knight's gun was directly in front of him. This scene made Saint Jobel raise his hands and surrender. Saint Jobel, don't do unnecessary things. At the other end of the knight's gun, a knight in silver armor held the silver gun tightly in his right hand. His solemn eyes stared straight at Saint Jobel. As long as Saint Jobel dares to make any unusual moves, he will take action. Don't worry. Don't worry. Saint Jobel raised his hands and tentatively used his fingers to push the silver spear away, then he said with a smile on his face. Relax, relax, don't be so nervous. I'm not a devil. I just a devil. Seeing the knight still look solemn, Saint Jobel also had a look of distress on his face. So rigid. Zija. Everyone has a devil in their hearts, I just help them liberate. Look, that woman accepted my baptism completely. What a sacred thing. Saint Jobel pointed at the dragon among the contestants below the cliff and said with a happy face. Zija had no other reaction to Saint Jobel's words, and still stared at Saint Jobel. Hey, why don't you talk to me all the time? Is the restraint in your heart fake? Are you afraid of being persuaded by me? Saint Jobel stared into Zija's eyes and said slowly. There's nothing wrong with this. People are always afraid of their other selves, and think that they are ugly. But, since it exists, isn't it for a reason? Without evil, there would be no good. The judge knows everything. The world is a collection of countless prejudices, like a desert, one grain next to another, one layer on top of another. He is only judging the biggest prejudice. Relax, don't be prejudiced against the devil, this is the right thing in my world. He said kindly, with temptation in his eyes. The world is upside down, isn't the devil's world also a kind of splendor? You. Why do you reject it so much? The world has two sides. Don't just praise one of them. The other also needs someone to support it. Come join me. Isn't it more exciting to create a new world than your dry life? Come on. Come on. Come on. The bewitching words were repeated. Swoosh. Bang. With the sound of breaking through the air, the knight's silver the gun smashed Saint Jobel's figure directly. As Saint Jobel's figure shattered, the surrounding scene also shattered like glass. Everything returned to the beginning. Hyger's silver gun still blocked Saint Jobel, and the devil's hands were still raised high. Unconsciously, Hyger fell into the devil's whisper. Pa, pa, pa. Saint Jobel put down his hands and clapped his hands, praising. You are indeed restrained. You ignored me again. Bang. After praising, Saint Jobel sat back on the cliff neatly, and it was obvious that he had stopped. However, Hyger's ears were still filled with his whispers. Why don't you understand? People can't grow if they resist the devil in their hearts. Growth? He believed that people could accept the growth of the devil in their hearts, but that would take time. It takes a long time to know oneself and grow little by little. Fear, contact, confusion, acceptance, growth. He would never approve of Saint Jobel releasing all the demons at once. Meditation. Zijia began to concentrate his mind and stopped thinking. Saint Jobel was the demon in his heart, Zijia was sure of that. It was his mission not to communicate with the demons, to guard and control the demons. Zijia was sure of that. It was hard to imagine what the entire South China Sea would become without his guard. The gods in the South China Sea would not care about these details. While Zijia continued to stare at Saint Jobel, the dragon had moved forward again. At this time, many other contestants also began to wake up. The intensity of the demon baptism released by Saint Jobel was not high, but it was easy to break if the spirit was strong enough to resist. Even if the spirit was not strong, as long as they resisted apart, most of the contestants who could get here could survive. Many people even grew up a little because of this, which was a very mysterious feeling. This feeling made some of them look gleaming. Some people felt that they had tasted the sweetness and even went back to the valley directly, ready to come out again to see if they could experience it again. However, their behavior is a manifestation of not completely eliminating interference. The devil's candied fruit is not so easy to swallow, greed will lead them into the abyss. This is exactly what Saint Jobel wants. When he becomes stronger, when he gets rid of the dogskin plaster of moderation, then he will create a new race, named just like his code name, Devil. And these greedy people are the seeds of devils. Saint Jobel is looking forward to a world full of devils. What a gorgeous scene that will be. Go, 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 ha ha ha. Yoon, how do you feel? My driving skills are very good. A motorcycle quickly passed through the earth and stone valley. Several stone men along the way were smashed to pieces. The young man on the motorcycle asked the white-haired man on the back seat of the motorcycle without looking back, laughing. The young man on the motorcycle was the chariot Jisni, and the man on the back seat of the motorcycle was Yun Zhao. Oh! It's amazing. I didn't expect you to drive so fast at such a young age. I like driving too. Can you teach me in the future? In that case, you will be my senior. Hearing Yun Zhao's words, Jisni's eyes lit up and his face became even happier. He laughed and waved his hand, saying that it was no problem. Okay, absolutely no problem. I will be very strict then. Let me tell you. I am the fastest motorcyclist in the world. I have a world competition, not self-proclaimed. Jisni couldn't help but look back and emphasize. Really? Senior, the fastest motorcyclist in the world, it seems that the title of senior is not enough. I want to worship you as my master, and I will teach you more in the future. Master is scared. In the howling wind, Yun Zhao's face under the fox mask was smiling, as if he was teasing a child. However, his tone sounded very serious. Seeing that Jisni's mouth was wide open because of the call of master, Yun Zhao also smiled. Chapter 642 Time Gem, the war is about to begin. Ha 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 ha, okay, then I will accept you as my apprentice. I will teach you seriously, I promise. At this time, Jisni's face was full of smiles, and he made promises again and again, almost swearing a poisonous oath. It's not just that Jisni thinks Yun Zhao's words are nice. More importantly, Yun Zhao is very powerful. He couldn't help but recall his previous experience. Once Jisni begged his grandparents to find various strong people to participate in the world motorcycle competition he held. The result? All the people who came were ugly. Others were fine, but some people in Tarot Totem laughed at him for always playing house. Even the emperor who usually indulged him the most did not agree to his request. After all, the majesty of the emperor who drove a motorcycle was afraid of being greatly damaged. In this case, Jisni felt that he was doubting his life. What he wanted was to win the glory with a thrilling attitude after a fierce fight and a hearty game. Instead of defeating a group of small fish without any fluctuations in his heart, they all fell down before he even tried hard. But, this is the reality. There are too few strong people who are interested in motorcycles. Willing to come to participate, there is not even one strong man in the World Motorcycle Championship. Now that he finally caught one, he wanted to worship him as his master. Jisni felt very happy. He had already imagined patting Yun's shoulder to encourage him on the podium of the World Motorcycle Championship. He said earnestly, "Don't be discouraged, you will be the champion when I retire in the future." Thinking of this scene, Jisni felt his blood boiling. He couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy. Jisni was very excited, so he said directly. Since you are my apprentice now, I will tell you a piece of news. Anyway, with your strength, you should be able to get the gem. Hearing Jisni say this, Yun Zhao also became curious. Those 50 gems are very powerful treasures, they are time gems with the power of time. Although they are only consumables, they have very powerful functions and can reverse time. It can be said that as long as you get one gem, you can basically be invincible. I heard that attacks can be blocked by the time barrier. Even if you are dying, as long as you can still draw the power of the gem, you can directly reverse the injury. So, you must not let others get it first. In Jisni's opinion, it is no problem for Yunzao to get a gem with his strength. It's better to say it in advance. However, as a disciple, he still has to remind him, so as not to be careless and be picked peaches by others. Time gem? What amazing news! Is this the god of time? At this time, Yunzao's narrow eyes under the mask narrowed. The power of time is so easily sent out, although it is only a consumable. However, this is only the 50 places in the qualifying competition. If it is a formal competition, then are there more powerful prizes? For example, a non-consumable time gem. Yunzao began to calculate. Originally, Yun Zhao participated in the competition just for the sake of novelty, to see what interesting people there are in the ocean today. But when the time stone came out, he felt that he had to at least be in the top 20. Let's see if there are more powerful prizes in the top 20. Maybe it can be used to improve the strength of the Shinigami. Currently, Soul Society has solved the technical problem of the transformation of virtual crystals in Hueco Mundo. Those Shinigami who have begun to consume their previous life's foundation have entered a period of rapid growth again. Before reaching the upper limit of their qualifications, their spiritual power grows relatively fast. Spiritual pressure is the release of spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the spiritual pressure that can be exerted. Of course, it is not so easy to control the excessively rapid growth of spiritual power. Fortunately, many captains and even officers were once terrible strong men, and their will in the spiritual attribute still remains. The spiritual attribute has many hidden attributes on the spiritual side. Will is one of them. It can condense the spirit, and the spirit is the embodiment of the soul. In other words, will itself is the attribute of spiritual power turning into spiritual pressure. Except for the spirits born in the new life, all the inherited spirits in Soul Society have accumulated will. Although due to the blowing of the yellow spring wind, the total amount of spiritual attributes of many strong men has fallen more or less with the blowing time. However, the will part of the spiritual attributes is very tenacious and remains. This means that before reaching the peak of their previous life, their spiritual pressure can be smoothly improved with the growth of spiritual power. In Soul Society, there are more than 20 strong men whose spiritual attributes have reached S end in their previous lives. The worst one was blown by the yellow spring wind for 800 years, and only an unyielding will was left. Then he came to Soul Society for more than 2 years and barely graduated early to become a chief officer. Because he didn't accumulate and transform spiritual power in his previous life, he had to practice spiritual power all by himself. It's too slow to accumulate spiritual power by talent alone in more than 2 years. And now with the improvement of virtual crystal transformation technology, it's no longer so difficult to improve spiritual power, which is a bonus for inherited death gods. There are 2 types of Shinigami spirits in Soul Society, the newborn type and the inherited type. Obviously, Yun Zhao belongs to the inherited type. At present, his spiritual pressure has also truly entered the second-class spiritual power. And this is also the limit of his bonus. Because in his previous life, his spiritual attribute was only at the upper part of the S range. In the old times, SN spirit was very difficult to achieve. Not only do you need talent, but you also need to be able to grow up. Basically, only the overlords of those times or the strong men with terrifying spiritual talents can achieve it. In the old times, Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion and other pirate overlords and Garp of the Navy. In addition, there are top swordsmen like the Red Earl who are born with the domineering of observation haki or extremely concentrated will. Although Yun Zhao has a strong talent, he did not reach this level during his lifetime. Now that he has entered the second-class spiritual power, he can also quickly increase his spiritual power through virtual crystals in the future. But after the growth, it takes a period of digestion and control before it can continue to grow. It was much faster than accumulating spiritual power by himself. However, after experiencing the speed of direct leap improvement before, Yun Zhao still felt a little unsatisfied. The main reason is that his current strength is too weak. Maybe this conference can give him a little surprise. However, his talent also has an upper limit. According to Yunzeo's estimation, it is good enough for his talent to enter the first-class spiritual power. As for higher, it is not possible to achieve it by relying on virtual crystals and self-cultivation. However, he has another choice, Captain Eisen, Yunzeo's eyes are leisurely. Time passes. Many players have stepped on the Earth and Stone Gate and the Demon Gate after it. Some major battles that occurred were also eliminated due to the advancement of a large number of players. Within 20 kilometers radiating outward from the center of the West Cape Island, 50 golden light pillars shot up into the sky, evenly distributed in this area. More than 500 players broke through the 4 levels of the Fruitful Gate, the Three-Wind Gate, the Earth and Stone Gate, and the Demon Gate. They quickly moved towards these light pillars. In the process of moving forward, the atmosphere began to become solemn. The sky also dimmed because of the will of the strong. The war is about to start. Chapter 643 Application Letter for Affiliated Forces in the South China Sea, The Strength of the Bear. A column of light somewhere on the West Cape Island. A cylindrical stone platform several meters high can be seen here. On the side of the stone platform facing the sky, a golden gem is inlaid in the center. The light column that goes straight to the sky is emitted by this gem. Haha! Is this the gem we want to take? It feels very difficult. At this time, Ivankov and Big Bear came here with a group of companions. Do you want to try to buckle the gem out? One companion said directly jokingly. Don't take risks, it's hard to predict what God will do, Hearing the words of this companion, Big Bear holding a book warned seriously. Ha ha ha, Big Bear, don't be so serious, I'm just joking. Ha ha. What a naughty boy. Ivankov blinked at this companion. This made the companion swallow his saliva, not because he was tempted, but because he was scared. The New World's she-male paradise is famous, and many people are really squeezed to death. Although he knew that Ivankov was not that kind of new she-male, he was still a little scared. What are you thinking about? Seeing his companion's expression, Ivankov was in no mood to tease him. It was all because of the new she-male king. The reputation of she-males has been ruined. Ivankov was furious and was about to say something when his face suddenly changed. A whisper came to her ears with the wind. She and Big Bear looked at each other and gave instructions to her companion. Then they came to a more remote forest nearby. A figure also emerged, and the wind lingered around them, so that the sound of their conversation would not be heard. Long, are you serious? This is not a joke. Ivankov looked at Long with shock. Because she was shocked by the voice transmission that Long had just given her. Long was actually going to infiltrate the upcoming Martial Arts Association as Miss D. Isn't this a joke? What will happen to the Revolutionary Army if Long becomes a high-ranking member of the Martial Arts Association? And with this gender? It's too much of a sacrifice. I've thought it through. Looking at the excited Ivankov, Long's voice was very calm. There are too many strong people participating in this conference. It's hard for you to get into the top 20 with your strength. Even for bears. Hearing Long's words, Ivankov opened his mouth, but didn't refute in the end. This is a very easy problem to see. Originally, according to their previous plan, let Long sneak in to see if he can help them get into the top 20 as much as possible. In this way, he will become the power class of the newly established Martial Arts Association. But it was not until the real competition began that they knew. There are really too many strong people participating here. Before, they were rehearsing with the previous several Kendo conferences. The situation of the previous Kendo conferences. With their strength, they can even be in the top 10, not to mention the top 20. However, it was too easy to come here. Several major forces directly dispatched 3 gem-level or crown-level demigods. For example, the Navy has Admiral Akainu, Admiral Aokiji, and Navy Legend Garp. The world government has the demigod Eisen. Well, there is also a high-level A-level magic pattern user, Fury Fist, whose combat power barely reaches the 1-star gem level after stacking buffs with his ability. He also participated in the Siege of Long before, but other than that, he is not seen on the surface. The Yaki cult has Jinkai, the demigod Jinpeng, as well as Hwaki and Liki. There are also the 3 major forces of Dark Curtain, Miracle Country, and Chaos Realm. The strong men dispatched by these major forces should not be underestimated. After that, there are demigods like Blood Shura and Thousand Hands Senra and some other monsters. There are too many strong men coming. Long is not optimistic that Ivankov and Big Bear can stand out. At present, Ivankov barely has the strength of 3-star diamond level. Her ability is very suitable for training. In order not to fall behind in the era of great martial arts, the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army also practiced hard. Ivankov later worked harder because of the stimulation of the new demon. Plus, the expensive holy light potion has been supplied to her all the time, and her strength has been improved rapidly. As for Big Bear, it is the same. During the establishment of the Revolutionary Army under the situation of the South China Sea and the South China Sea, Big Bear became the king of the kingdom of Salbi by chance. Now in the South China Sea, if you want the kingdom to be free from turmoil, you need to have a strong military force. If there is a war competition in the North China Sea, then there is an arms race in the South China Sea. Every kingdom and even town in the South China Sea either rely on strong military force, or rely on strong weapons and equipment, and there are also strong national magic pattern guilds. You must have strength. Because according to the laws promulgated by the Dark Curtain, they have the right to submit an application letter for affiliated forces to the Dark Curtain. This application letter is equivalent to a contract or agreement. The Dark Curtain is a witness. If the designated party refuses, an arms war will begin, and a greater price will be paid after the defeat. If accepted, it will become the other party's affiliated force for a period of 1 year. Request flowers. The affiliated forces are obliged to pay tribute to 1/3 of their resources within 1 year. It is precisely because the South China Sea has such a legal tone that towns in various countries and even small villages without affiliation are very nervous. As the king of Salbi Kingdom, Big Bear does not want to make other kingdoms and towns his vassal. But at the same time, he also does not want the peaceful Salbi Kingdom to become his vassal. Therefore, his strength must be strong. Only in this way can he deter other forces in the South China Sea from plotting against Salbi Kingdom. Therefore, he also works hard to practice. If measured by attributes, his strength and spirit are both in the S range. He is also very good at armament haki and observation haki, which is considered to be at the level of a real monster. Plus his very comprehensive fruit ability. If he really fights hard, he will not show mercy. His strength is also enough to reach the threshold of 1-star gem level. In the old times, it was not even a big problem to be a general. However, let alone the new era. Even in this martial arts competition where the major forces limit the number of strong people to participate, it is very difficult to get into the top 20, and you need to rely on luck. If the later competition system is favorable to the weak, there may be a chance. But Long does not want to rely on luck. Now her ambition has changed. It was an aspiration that was very far-fetched in today's era. If she told Ivankov and Big Bear directly, she would be considered a lunatic. But just like in the old days when she wanted to overthrow the world government, it was also a shocking wish at that time, but she still did not look back. It is still the same now, but it seems that she is the only one going forward on this road. Time passed, and after a while, Ivankov walked out of the forest with a lot of thoughts in his mind. She felt like she was not awake yet. After changing the sex of Long, she said jokingly that it was very beautiful, and it would be better not to change it back in the future so that she could enjoy her eyes. I didn't expect that what she said at the time would come true. What a sin! Sin! Ivankov didn't have the heart to tell those revolutionary comrades that the leader would be a woman instead of a man in the future. Is Long a transsexual? Ivankov suddenly became interested in this question. At this time, she suddenly remembered. When communicating with Long, Long seemed to adapt to the new gender. If she hadn't changed her gender herself, she wouldn't have believed that the other party was once a man. Ivankov shook his head and returned to his companions with Big Bear. It was still important to do business. Although the chances were slim, she still had to work hard. Chapter 644, Alternate General Akano, Did the Shemale Eat Your Meat? Bang bang bang. As time passed, soon, people started fighting in the areas of various gems. The center of the side of the cylindrical platform facing the sky was inlaid with gems, and a stone needle was derived from the gem as the center. This side was like a clock. Some players tried to fight. They found that the stone needle was vibrating on the stable stone platform during the battle. And as the battle progressed, the pointer moved a small grid. Obviously, the scale and pointer like a clock were the progress of gem unlocking, which was easy to understand. So, the battle began to intensify. The irritable people were even more excited. These people came here just for the title of Wuji, and they were the type who pursued glory. After all, there was a title like the world's greatest swordsman in Kendo. The martial artist had the title of Wuji, which they thought was reasonable and regarded as an honor. Just as the swordsman and swordsmen were striving for the top, so were these people. Since they could have a big fight, they started to make a big fuss. Pa! Whoosh! A fist emitting a scorching red light rushed out. The scorching high temperature caused the atmospheric water vapor to evaporate and formed a scorching shock wave. The shock wave directly knocked away a large group of people who were surrounded here. Some people's clothes were on fire and they tore them without saying a word, and some ran away directly. Navy Candidate Admiral Adiabatic Akino. What a troublesome guy, such a guy actually came to our side, what bad luck. At this time, Ivankov saw Akino coming with an adjutant, and also a face full of pain. Just now, she was fighting well here. Even though she was surrounded and beaten by several people because of her strong strength. But with her strength, she was still very comfortable. If it wasn't for the battle to advance the stone needle scale, she would definitely turn all those people into she-males, and the 3-star diamond level strength was no joke. But now that he met Akino, Ivankov felt troubled. The opponent's ability made the body temperature ridiculously high, and there was a powerful burst. It was like a hedgehog and a rabbit, and there was no way to start. When Ivankov was afraid, Akino looked at the group of people who recovered after being blown away with a calm face. He took the big cigarette handed by the adjutant and held it in the corner of his mouth skillfully. The finger touched the end of the cigarette, and the cigarette was directly lit, and he took a deep puff. Huff huff. Akino blew out circles of smoke rings. Under the angry eyes of the crowd, he said slowly. I want this gem. Those who object, come out and get beaten. As soon as these words came out, someone couldn't stand it. Those who can pass 4 levels to come here are not rookies, and a hot-tempered man couldn't stand it immediately. So arrogant. The alternate general is amazing. Die for me. Lightning bathed the big man, and he flew out at an explosive speed. Thunder gun. Seeing the yellow-haired strong man flashing over, Akino looked calm. Hot impact fist. The incomparable high speed and terrible high temperature directly hit the flashing figure. Boom. The scorching shock wave flew across, and the water vapor in the atmosphere evaporated and became extremely dry. The ground was swept by the high temperature and turned red. Wow! Crystal blood beads spit out from the big man's mouth, and evaporated before they could land. The whole person was directly knocked away and shot out. How irritable he was just now, how embarrassed he is now. B-level magic pattern master, Bashan, seems to be quite famous among B-level magic pattern masters. But a mere B-level dares to come in front of me, wait until you become A-level before coming. Huff, hi, hi. Akino looked at the figure that had disappeared from his sight and exhaled another puff of smoke. Then he turned the cigarette butt into ashes, and stared at Ivankov who was alert beside him. He frowned slightly and said with a somewhat uncertain tone. Are you a she-male? Without waiting for Ivankov to answer, he said to himself. What a bummer. You she-males are really a nuisance. Once, a subordinate that Akino favored went to the she-male paradise and came back with skin and bones. Although it was his subordinates who failed to resist the temptation, Akino still blamed all the she-males for this. Haha. What an unpleasant look. What's wrong with transvestites? Did transvestites eat your meat? Looking at Akino's trash-like look, Ivankov exploded. If she was ridiculed by the world before, Ivankov could keep a calm mind and be aloof, because the world didn't understand transvestites at all. But now she felt that she was easily exploded. Because the world understood transvestites, and understood them from an angle she had never thought of. The other party's look made her feel like she was a very vulgar commodity. She felt bad all of a sudden. Don't talk nonsense, I hate transvestites. Come up and die. Akino looked at Ivankov with a trash-like look, stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers to make a provocative gesture. In fact, his prejudice against transvestites was not shared by that subordinate. That was just a side dish. What annoyed him the most was that the new transvestite king made a disgusting statement. Something like he had a one-on-one battle with the sun god and then escaped unscathed. Such remarks even briefly attracted the attention of many people. Although King himself did not care. But as a brain-dead fan, Akino felt deeply painful for the new demon king. Such remarks simply tarnished the noble title of the sun god. He was not afraid of being burned to death by riding on the heat of the sun god. Although for unknown reasons, the sun god always appeared in the newspapers from time to time even if he did nothing. Various rumors made the heat of the sun god always unable to drop. But forget about the others, this Akeno could not stand it. Because some people actually thought that the new demon king was the lover of the sun god. This wave almost made him angry to death. He has the ability to heat up and has always followed the sun god. How can he tolerate others to smear him like this? It's really unreasonable. There is a difference between a demon and a new demon. Forget it, I'll beat you up first. Although Akeno has a great reputation. But Ivankov felt that he was no pushover. 3.4 If there was a need to fight here, then let's fight. Squeak. Ivankov's fingernails became sharper and longer, giving himself a boost. Of course he rushed forward. Burst heat shock punch. The secret of the shemale fist technique, the fragrance of desirelessness. The blazing high-temperature shock wave collided with Ivankov's high-speed fist. Ivankov used his superb boxing skills to display his armament haki in an outward form. The impact of high temperature on Ivankov was minimized. Boom! The shock wave flew across, sand and rocks flew, the air was dry, and the ground was faintly red. While the two were fighting, a white-haired figure was walking slowly out of a forest not far away. After seeing the battle here, he had a smiling expression under his fox mask. High-temperature fruit. It's really a strange feeling. Chapter 645, One Sentence to Hold Hatred, Special Ghost Justice. Looking at Akeno fighting with Ivankov, Yun Zhao felt very subtle. Because he had fought a pirate with the ability of the high-temperature fruit when he was growing up, and then killed the other party with his own hands. I didn't expect to witness it again. This familiar ability user turned into a candidate admiral of the navy. Such a feeling made Yun Zhao have a more real sense of reality in the world. He walked step by step to a big tree. Sit down on a stone under the big tree, watching the two people's battle like watching a play. I'll help you. Miss Yvonne. Several of Ivankov's companions also started to move forward. Big Bear has gone to another place to compete for gems, and the companions brought by the Revolutionary Army are basically left to assist the weaker Ivankov. Just now they stopped several contestants for Ivankov. Now, Akeno came. The others also stopped. They were ready to sit on the side and reap the benefits. There was no way, Akeno was too oppressive. The incomparable high temperature made you feel that the water was evaporated when you approached him, and he also knocked Beishan, who was now a high-level B-level magic pattern user, away with one punch. With such strength, they didn't want to go up and fight head-on. It's rare that someone is in the front, so they naturally want to watch the show. Hey! That guy is actually sitting like this, so leisurely. At this time, someone saw Yunzao sitting under the tree watching the show, and he looked like he was just about to pick up melon seeds. He also felt a little speechless. However, he walked over. Who do you think will win? Yun Zhao communicated smoothly with the familiarity of the passerby player. I don't think they will win. Ah? Why? Because I'm here. Yun Zhao said teasingly. Ah. The passerby player touched the back of his head and felt a little funny. Suddenly he felt the battle fluctuations stop and looked back. The two big men were looking straight at this side. At this time, Akeno and Ivankov were surprised to see the white-haired man wearing a fox mask not far away. If that person hadn't suddenly walked under the tree just now, they would have distracted their attention a little. Otherwise, they would not have noticed that there was a person there. This guy is not simple. The two of them had the same idea. Especially Akeno, he saw this guy sitting on the back seat of the tank Jisni's motorcycle before. It has something to do with Jisni, so it should be taken seriously anyway. Don't look at me, just keep going. Looking at the two people staring at him, Yunzao also spoke slowly. Humph. Playing tricks? You're still wearing a mask here? Are you afraid to show yourself to others? Not really, I'm just a little shy. Facing Akeno's questioning, Yunzao laughed humorously. Anyway, you're here to compete for this gem, right? Akeno ignored Yunzao's answer. He waved as he spoke. The adjutant who had run away since the start of the war came over immediately and handed him another cigarette. After taking the cigarette, Akeno lit up his hand and took a few puffs and continued. Then let's fight. The martial arts competition selects people with real strength, so don't expect to win by using despicable means. As soon as these words came out, the contestants who wanted to watch the show were directly angered. In one sentence, he successfully attracted hatred. Although Akeno didn't say it explicitly, these players already felt that he was mocking them. Is it despicable? Yun Zhao looked at Akeno's solemn eyes and understood his hidden meaning. I think you may have overestimated me. Maybe I am such a despicable person. Day. He stood up and walked towards Akeno. But I am still very interested this time. Familiar abilities, the reality of the present world is really fascinating, that world is like a dream. Now it seems that I am not dreaming. Akeno frowned, and then said it directly and concisely. I don't understand. He is still not good at speaking such confusing words, and Akeno thinks it is best to get to the point. Hey! The ash disappeared with the high temperature. Fight! Whoever is weak will fall. Pa! Pa! Akeno's arms glowed with a dazzling red light, and his heat was from the inside out. After more than 2 years of development, the fruit's ability broke through certain limitations and could condense high temperatures at a certain point. The effect presented was: the temperature limit was no longer 10,000 degrees. Instead, it can exert a temperature between 10,000 and tens of thousands through fixed point condensation. With powerful explosive power. High kinetic energy plus high temperature, its attack power is very terrible. What a terrible temperature, this guy can actually use such a high temperature. Ivankov was shocked. She didn't expect that Akeno didn't really move just now. If he used this trick just now, she would definitely not face it head on. Boom! 58th Breaking Dao, Tianlan. Yun Zhao caught Akeno's attack head on with one hand. The extremely violent whirlwind collided with Akeno's fist. The heat caused the gas to expand, and Yun Zhao formed a violent whirlwind in his hand to collide with it. Relying on the reaction force, Yun Zhao retreated backwards. This fruit has been developed to this extent. If I had met you, 223, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yun Zhao rubbed his palm casually, and there was not much damage. The heat conduction of air is very poor, so even if Akeno's temperature is very high and can't touch people, it's useless. And the whirlwind just now blew the heated air towards Akeno like a fan. With just this one move, we can see Yun Zhao's understanding of the high temperature fruit. He cleverly resolved Akeno's high temperature advantage with one move. However, Yun Zhao didn't care much about this. If Akeno didn't use armament haki, his high temperature would have limited damage to him. It's just that he used the special Ghost Way prosthetic body, so he needs to be careful. Prosthetic body is like a spiritual body's clothes, allowing ordinary people to see the god of death. However, the disadvantage is that the state of the prosthetic body will have a little impact on the performance of strength. After all, you have to protect this clothes. Otherwise it will be accidentally destroyed. I'm afraid he will have to perform a magic trick of disappearing on the spot in front of ordinary people. If it weren't for protecting the prosthetic body, Yun Zhao wouldn't even dodge Akeno's high temperature without armament haki. This ordinary, not very mysterious high temperature. The damage to Yun Zhao's spirit is too low. If it weren't for the fact that its essence is blessed by human desire, the pure high temperature damage would be lower. This belongs to the system advantage. Chapter 646 Magic Pattern Resonance. Should good people be pointed at by guns? The power of wind, the ability is wind. Akeno frowned as he looked at Yun Zhao, who took several steps back with the help of the force. In today's world, there are many people who have the power of wind. With the advent of the magic pattern era, magic pattern users have many abilities about wind. Some are based on tornadoes, some are based on storm weather, and some are even based on sandstorms. Anyway, it is some kind of natural disaster or catastrophe about wind. These are still based on the magic power of fear. There are other types of magic that have wind abilities for some reasons. Therefore, wind abilities are not rare among magic pattern users, and it can even be said to be one of the most common abilities among magic pattern users. Wind abilities are not surprising to Akeno. It's just that the man in front of him can't feel the fluctuation of magic power. Either he is not a magic pattern user, or he has reached the level of an S-level magic pattern user. If it is an S-level magic pattern user, it is normal for Akeno to feel that he cannot detect it if he wants to hide the fluctuation of magic power. Akeno has heard of it. S-level magic pattern users can already use their abilities without using the magic pattern form, but the ability will be reduced. He even heard from a friend of Light and Shadow. The Magic Pattern Association has begun to develop the first version of the magic pattern technique suitable for A-level magic pattern users based on this characteristic and principle. It seems to be called magic pattern resonance. Because this technique is of great significance to magic pattern users. In many cases, it is not necessary to open the magic pattern, but the combat power is not enough or the ability cannot be used without opening it. And in order to avoid chronic death, it is necessary to use holy light potions to greatly offset the side effects, and the cost is too high. Now having this technique is a big deal for the entire magic pattern world. You are a magic pattern user. Akeno looked at Yunzeo opposite and said with some certainty. Nowadays, in addition to the most popular magic pattern users, the ability users of the sea are devil fruit users. Of course, people like Tarot Totem and 12 Holy Knights are relatively special. He didn't think he would encounter one. Compared to the rarer devil fruit users, Akeno directly locked on the biggest possibility. Pa. Oh. You actually saw through it, you're really amazing. Yun Zhao clapped his hands and agreed. Looking at Akeno's face that he knew it, Yun Zhao's smile under the mask became even stronger. Humph. Come on. I want to see how strong you are as a magic pattern user. This guy must be an S-level magic pattern master, who blocked his attack just now with only the non-magic pattern form. He knows all the newly promoted S-level magic pattern masters in the Magic Pattern Association, but he is not among them. Other well-known high-level A-level magic pattern masters have never seen anyone similar to him, so the possibility of these people suddenly breaking through is ruled out. In other words, it is very likely that he is a very hidden civilian magic pattern master. Akeno analyzed it seriously in his mind. After just a little analysis, he was inclined to win over the other party to join the light and shadow formed by the Navy. This way he can get an introduction fee. It is not an ordinary introduction fee, but a saint. He also lacked the light potion. While Akeno was silently calculating, Ivankov on the side felt a little confused. Is this guy's brain okay? He just stayed there after one move. When he hit her just now, he didn't drag his feet at all. Ivankov shook his head and didn't think too much, and rushed forward to say. Don't waste time, let me whip you well. Boys. Her habitual nonsense made Akeno's thoughtful pupils condense. Get out. The arm with an extremely red light swung directly at Ivankov. The secret of the human shemale boxing technique, the fragrance of no desire. This time, Ivankov didn't hold on for long, and was directly smashed away by the hot shock wave. The whole figure hit a large moss-covered rock on the roadside not far away. Crack. The cracks covered the surface of the rock. Bang. Ivankov fell from the rock, and then covered his face and rolled on the ground. Wow! It's so hot, so hot, so hot. I'm going to be burned to death. Miss Yvonne. Under the worried eyes of Ivankov's companions and the surprised eyes of others at the scene, Ivankov suddenly jumped up from the ground. He let go of his hands covering his face. Of course it's a lie. Hee ha. It turned out to be a lie, and he wasn't burned to death at all. At this time, Ivankov's companion complained again and was speechless. Sister, do you want to look at the occasion? Be careful not to be beaten to death. Hee hee. Watching Ivankov's performance, Yunzeo was also quite interesting. He didn't hate this kind of guy who was good at creating an atmosphere. Forget it, take the gems here first. As soon as Ivankov interrupted, Akeno started fighting directly. Although he likes to think occasionally, he still likes to speak with his fists. He no longer looks at the clown Ivankov and rushes directly towards Yunzeo. Compared to Yunzeo, whose strength is more mysterious, Ivankov is obviously not qualified to move him. He thinks there is nothing to care about this kind of clown. Boom! The hot shock wave began to run rampant. Facing Akeno's attack, Yunzeo used instant step to start a game of chasing him. This familiar ability that reflects the memory of his previous life makes Yunzeo interested in playing. Although his white fight strength is limited, it can only be comparable to his initial strength. How strong is this strength? It is said that he and Jisni's strength is slightly inferior to the 3-star gem level chariot battle. According to Yunzeo's estimate, it is probably a good level among the 2-star gem level. With the mobility of instant step, Yunzeo feels that it is still no problem to beat the people here. Such a fast speed, as if teleporting. Ivankov was surprised when he saw Yunzeo dancing under Akeno's pursuit. The speed of Akeno's high-temperature explosion was not slow, but that guy's speed was even faster. With this speed, that big guy can't do anything to that guy. Let me try it too. Ivankov still had ideas about the gems here. She didn't think about running to other places when she encountered difficulties. Because there are a lot of strong guys. It's not like she encountered an irresistible strong man, but retreating when she encountered a little difficulty is not in line with her character. I hope things will go better with the dragon and the bear. Ivankov had a flash of thought, and then he directly joined the melee and prepared to besiege Yunzao with Akino. However, her joining was not welcomed by Akino. He was ruthless and didn't say much. He fought with two people directly, and directly implemented his life creed, the strong stood and the weak fell. If he falls, it means he is not a strong man. Madman! I will not show mercy. Facing Akino's arrogance, Ivankov said a harsh word and then stopped him. Then he dodged Akino's occasional attacks while attacking Yunzao more frequently. He danced countless after-images towards Yunzao like a knife, vowing to hit Yunzao. This operation made the onlookers speechless. Is it possible that the thinking circuits of the demons are different from theirs? Or, good people should be pointed at by guns? Chapter 647 Jiajigan Daksheng, is Daksheng's brain blind? While Ivankov was fighting in full swing, a gem stronghold near them to the east also had a group of people fighting. This side was divided into two battlefields. One was a large melee of several people. Although it was a big fight, it was a battle of paddling nature. Because they all focused their attention on the other battlefield. The other battlefield was one person against many people. The man on one side was very tall and strong, holding a book in his hand. He was the big bear who had separated from Ivankov. The people who besieged him were the warhouse of the Magic Pattern Guild, which was quite famous in the North Sea. Ha ha ha! This is my power. Let me see my limit. Wearing a metal helmet, with long golden hair, he danced with a spear in one hand with great power. Grey flames burst out from him and then wrapped around the spear. As he swung, a sharp grey strange bird and the spear shot towards the big bear. Faced with such an attack, the big bear slapped it directly with the pad of the palm of his hand, trying to deflect the attack. Rumble. A huge shock wave began to fly across. In the frenzied impact, the big bear was the first to retreat and dodge. The strange bird also broke away from the spear and rushed in, directly opening a 10-meter-long hole in a nearby small cave of dozens of meters. Seeing this scene, the man laughed. This is my current power 710. The commander of North Sea Germa 66, the strange bird Vinsmoke Judge, the president of the warhouse of the Magic Pattern Guild. This man's eyes were filled with ambition at this time. Due to a discovery made by the demon hunter, after the ceremony was over, Judge immediately returned to the North Sea, and then filled the silver pot given to him by the mysterious man in various war places in a short time. After that, he quickly traded this hot object. This time, Judge found out that the mysterious man was indeed a member of the illegal Magic Pattern Guild War Carnival. War Carnival wantonly provoked conflicts among various kingdoms in the North Sea, and their identities remained a mystery. The power layer of many kingdoms and towns in the North Sea. No one knows what they are thinking, but their actions are indeed provoking war. For this force or even the greater darkness behind it, Jiaji does not want to be involved. So he took the proceeds from the transaction and wanted to completely cut off this connection. However, now after tasting the power this time, Jizi feels that his heart is ready to move. The era of magic patterns has arrived, and he is not a magic pattern user. But it was the War Carnival that traded the treasure he named War Crystal with this insignificant condition. This treasure made him a magic pattern user directly. And this treasure can also make his loyal clones become magic pattern users. At that time, Jiaji had no reason to refuse this transaction. Now relying on the transaction, with the War Crystal obtained in the last transaction, he finally advanced to the A-level magic pattern user. Now the New World Alliance nominally leads the North Sea. The Magic Pattern Guild that they rely on the most, the Magic Union, has only 3 A-level magic pattern users. In just about half a year, he became an A-level magic rune user with the help of the War Crystal. At the same time, he has 6 B-level magic rune users who are completely loyal to him. If time is longer. For a while, Jiaji couldn't help but be absent-minded. On the one hand, the War Carnival is a bit deep, and on the other hand, it is the hope of ruling the North Sea again. President. Until one of his subordinates spoke, Jiaji came back to his senses. Looking at the big bear standing quietly in front of him, Jiaji had a blank expression. Go on, Zofi. Zoffy is Jiaji's right-hand man, and also a member of the War House, and his ability is also War. Among the North Sea magic rune users, War is a very common ability. It's just that the abilities are the same, but many people's qualifications are very different, and the performance is not necessarily the same. In order to cover up the fact that his clones can also become magic rune users, the War House also specially recruited magic rune users with war abilities. Of course, Jiaji is distrustful of these recruited magic rune users. The illegal magic pattern guild War Carnival is provoking war in the North Sea. Among the dozens of people who were caught in their actions in the past, all of them were magic pattern users with war abilities. It can be said that many magic pattern guilds in the North Sea and other seas, they are wary of magic pattern users with war abilities. Even if Judge himself has a trick, he is also wary. Who knows if there is a War Carnival madman hidden among the people he recruited? Go. Without saying much, Judge took 6 B-level magic pattern users to deal with Big Bear. He only brought B-level magic pattern users to this conference. Among the 6 people, only 2 were recruited from outside, and the remaining 4 were clones. With such power, Judge is determined to get the gems here. Looking at Judge and his men rushing up, Big Bear was not too careless. Because the power of Judge is very special, even his meatball ability can't be directly bounced off, and even has to penetrate into his meat palm to destroy it. If he is too careless, he may suffer a great loss. Bang! Silently. The 12-mark stone needle of this gem stronghold has moved 7 marks. However, it seems to move slower as it goes further. Ha ha ha, that guy doesn't seem to be using his full strength. Let me help him. Moving around is good for exercise. In a lush tree not far from this gem stronghold, a golden-haired monkey with silver vertical stripes on its back looked at the battle not far away through the gaps between the leaves. Its eyes were on the big bear, with a sly smile on its face. It is the golden and silver monkey king on the fantasy beast island, now called the Great Yellow Ape. Since it discovered that there was a wretched human called Yellow Ape outside, it could only add a big to its name to distinguish it. This time, the Great Yellow Ape, who should have stayed well on the fantasy beast island. It followed Jin Chi out directly, and signed up as a solo fantasy beast. It was not very skilled the first time it came out, and it could have fun when it got familiar. That's what it thought. Even though the environment of the fantasy beast island is very good, staying there all the time is a torture for the naturally playful Yellow Ape. Especially since the outside world seems very interesting. Now that it's here, it feels that it's really fun. Going to several battlefields, making everyone jump. Add negative buffs to the strong, that is, buffs in the physical sense, and positive buffs to the weak. One-sidedness is not good, it's interesting to have balance. This is exactly what the yellow monkey is doing now. Swoosh! The bear's pupils shrank slightly, and a golden light suddenly shuttled in front of him. 2 monkey-haired fingers pierced his eyes directly, and this dangerous move made the bear's eyes widen. The next moment, the bear found that his instinctive reaction was wrong. 360-degree blind spotlight. The intense light flashed into the bear's pupils, his eyes were extremely painful, tears flowed non-stop, and the whole person was suddenly unwell. Listening to the strange move name that suddenly came to his ears, the bear felt very confused. So, his brain was blind? Chapter 648. The protagonist whose fortunes have turned, he really couldn't bear it. It's so dazzling. What happened? At this time, I don't know that Desyang was at a loss. Even the members of the war house who besieged him and the paddler in another small battlefield not far away were also at a loss. Some people were caught off guard and looked directly at the dazzling light and were also shocked. Fortunately, there was a distance and they closed their eyes instinctively, so their eyes didn't feel much discomfort. Some people were just in the blind spot of the light, such as behind Desyang and behind De Huang Yuan. They could understand what happened in the process. At this time, they looked at the golden and silver monkey king in surprise. Some people even recognized it. It's a fantasy beast from the fantasy beast island, and the race is called the golden and silver monkey. This fantasy beast is very strong. Admiral Huang Yuan and the immortal snakebird of the Whitebeard pirates have been played by it. A brown-haired young paddler looked at De Huang Yuan in shock. He didn't know the yellow ape when watching the live broadcast, but knew it from the newspaper. This paddler is called Pixie, and there is a group of monkeys in his hometown forest. Growing up in such an environment, Pixie is naturally very concerned about the monkey-like fantasy beasts that appear in the newspaper. Pixie once studied the hair, color, and facial features of the yellow ape. He saw at a glance that this ape was the same as the one in the newspaper. And there was a special temperament on it, which was not ordinary at first glance. However, it was not ordinary to be able to flash over in an instant and let Daxiang, a well-known big man in the South China Sea, suffer. Ha ha ha, not bad, well said. With a blink of an eye, the yellow ape turned into light and shone in front of the paddler, scaring him directly. Was he going to kill him for talking too much? Looking at the golden monkey hair in front of him that was smooth and exuded a strange luster, he couldn't help but blurt out. Good, shiny hair. It was the first time for Pixie to see this kind of special hair. It was obviously monkey hair, but it felt very special, and he couldn't help but want to touch it. You have good taste, it's you. A rich golden light flowed out from the monkey hand of the yellow ape, and it was directly touched by it to the brow of this player. The golden light flowed directly from the brow to his whole body. Finally, it settled on his abdomen, and then radiated to his limbs and head. A wisp of golden flame emanated from his skin, and finally turned into a monkey-shaped flame coat. The temporary buff was completed. This is... Feeling the terrifying power constantly emerging from his body, the paddling player was shocked. Ha ha ha, perform well and try to get the gem. If you get it, I will give you a better surprise. The yellow ape smiled playfully and directly drew a pie for the other party. But this pie really made this player dizzy. Good luck comes, good luck comes. Pixie remembered the comics he had read, with the magic pattern user as the protagonist. When fighting monsters, the king gave magic weapons, and the seniors gave magic pattern skills. When falling into the abyss, you will directly encounter magic plants that can enhance magic power. The powerful monsters will follow automatically. After going through hardships, defeat the demon king and return to the country to marry the princess and inherit the throne. In a short period of time, the brown-haired contestant has gone through the process like a revolving lantern. Finally, he had only one thought: he was going to become the protagonist. Okay, I will definitely work hard. The lazy young man expressed a trepidation, and then felt that this performance was too bad. He changed his posture, patted his chest solemnly, and his face was firm. Don't worry. Senior Fantasy Beast. Seeing the young man in front of him changing his face, the yellow monkey was also very interesting. It's no fun for the weak to keep losing, it just likes this. I don't know if these people can bring it some surprises. The big yellow monkey thought that the roles were almost given. Next, it prepared to go to the sky to watch the show from a high altitude. Suddenly, a ray of fire flashed in the distant sky. Finally, it quickly grew larger. Accompanied by the fire, it fell on the top of the head like a meteor. The young man's face changed drastically. Boom! Accompanied by a huge shock wave, the place where the big yellow monkey was located was directly broken. Two pieces of 1.5-meter rock slope tilted up and tilted up. Hoo-hoo! I'm fine. Pixie was pushed aside by the shock wave and stretched out his hand to look at the golden flame wrapped around his body, with a look of surprise. When the shock came just now, he thought he was going to fall to the ground. But he almost forgot. He is not the same as before, he is very strong now. With such power, it can be done. Pixie affirmed himself in his heart. Then he focused his eyes on the front. In the center of the fracture, a figure appeared with wisps of fiery red flames. Yaki Shao, Hwaki Tamako. Pixie was shocked when he saw the person coming. Not to mention the shock of the appearance of a big shot. What he was most confused about was that the fantasy beast should have a good relationship with the Yaki religion, or was this the way the strong greeted each other? Ha ha ha, isn't this Tamako? How come you have time to come to me and are so enthusiastic? Is it because my monkey wine is so delicious? At this time, the big yellow monkey had already flashed to a tree. It blinked at Tamako, showing a look of understanding. Seeing the big yellow monkey's expression, Tamako looked a little embarrassed. Please give me flowers. He pulled out his long legs and was about to speak when the fiery red flames on his body began to boil. Pa pa pa. After a strange sound, the flames swelled out into a flame chicken head. As soon as it saw the big yellow monkey, it cursed. Damn monkey, it's you who hurt me. It's you. The voice trembled, as if it was trembling with anger. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this a little chicken? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're so pooped. Seeing the chicken head emerge, the big yellow monkey laughed out loud. You stupid monkey! You still have the nerve to say that? Tamako has told me everything. You were the one who instigated him to frame me. I was wondering why you were willing to give him so much monkey wine. It turns out you were waiting for me here. Ambush me, sneak attack me, wow. I'm so angry. I've lost my freedom. Chicken Phoenix couldn't speak properly. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Are you a fool? I paid for the monkey wine for nothing, and Tamako got the benefit. No matter how you look at it, he got the benefit. Did you find the wrong beast? Your IQ is worrying. Is your IQ the same as that of the beetle? After being ridiculed by the yellow monkey, Chicken Phoenix went from being angry to being in deep thought. Tamako couldn't help but sigh and reminded. Chicken Phoenix, you know the character of the yellow monkey. Yes, yes bastard. You almost led me astray. Hearing Tamako's reminder, Chicken Phoenix suddenly realized and then flew into a rage. Tamako, beat it hard, beat it to death. I'll lend you the power if you need it. Okay. Tamako's plan was in his mind, and he looked at the yellow monkey with a hint of apology in his eyes. At the Fantasy Beast conference, he got the void binding crystal from the yellow monkey, which could make him a Fantasy Beast Jinchuriki. But the Fantasy Beast Jinchuriki is not friendly to the Fantasy Beasts, and basically no Fantasy Beast will voluntarily sacrifice its freedom for others. He can naturally defeat those weak Fantasy Beasts. It's just that the weak Fantasy Beasts can't even beat him, and the strength he sealed to improve is not much. The final goal is still locked on the old friend who is not very wary of him. But after the matter was accomplished, Chicken Phoenix refused to cooperate with him at all. He didn't really want to treat his old friend with the treatment of a prison cell. And the most important thing is, Tamako heard that the Phantom Beast Jinchuriki has a strongest move, which requires the cooperation of the Phantom Beast. Old friend. He really couldn't bear it. In order to divert the conflict, he had to sacrifice this naughty monkey. Anyway, he didn't wrong it at all. Chapter 649 The Several Stages of Tamako's Phantom Beast Jinchuriki, the Real Immortal Phoenix. You're finished. You're dead. The Chicken Phoenix dissipated after saying harsh words to the yellow monkey. The arrogance on Tamako's body began to surge more and more, which is the power called Phantom Beast Transformation. Phantom Beast Transformation is the unique power of the Phantom Beast Jinchuriki. It can borrow the power of the Phantom Beast sealed in the body. Tamako didn't know the situation of other Phantom Beast Jinchuriki. Because he was the only Jinchuriki in the Yaki cult, and it was the first time he used the air binding crystal. In the past, Yaki Great God didn't use this for experiments, or now he is experimenting. Tamako only knew that the void binding crystal of Yaki Great God was made directly based on the Phantom Beast God Destroyer. All the data of the Phantom Beast Jinchuriki were deduced by Yaki Great God. But even so, that data was very valuable to Tamako, so he didn't go blind. He spent a lot of time to get the data from the experimenter. Combined with his situation, Tamako divided his Phantom Beast transformation into 4 stages. The first stage is the Phantom Beast Chicken Phoenix, the second stage is the Phantom Beast Fire Phoenix, the third stage is the Phantom Beast Explosion Phoenix and the fourth stage is the Phantom Beast True Immortal Phoenix. These 4 stages of Phantom Beast transformation correspond to the 4 forms of the Chicken Phoenix. Know the same as he needs to be beaten to switch forms. In addition to being beaten out, the form of the Chicken Phoenix can also switch forms autonomously. This is what Tamako envied very much. However, there is a disadvantage in the Chicken Phoenix switching forms. When it is the third form of the Explosive Phoenix, it will be full of fighting spirit and cannot be stopped. But it also has advantages. In the fourth form, the IQ returns to a high level or is smarter than usual, but the personality will turn into cold and arrogant and look down on people. Now in order to beat up the yellow monkey, the Chicken Phoenix is the true immortal phoenix as soon as it attacks. The extremely terrifying power surged from Tamako's abdomen. Tamako felt the active cooperation of the Chicken Phoenix and smiled in his heart. But his face was still serious, of course, no one could see his face now. The extremely thick arrogance turned into substance and enveloped him, as if he had turned into a real phoenix. This power definitely reached the level of a demigod. Tamako knew. After all, he still crossed the class and his status in Yaki Shao directly rose to another class. This is the weight of a demigod. The weight of a demigod is completely different. An ordinary 1-star gem hunter, if it is not that special or difficult ability. Facing a demigod, he may be killed instantly at the first sight. The power gap is too big and it is easy to form an instant kill with overwhelming power. Not to mention demigods. Even some powerful 3-star gem hunters may kill a 1-star gem monster in seconds. After all, the current boundary of demigods is not a step-by-step advancement but a continuous one. Some 3-star gem masters may be just a little short of demigods. Let's not talk about these. When his strength reached demigods, Tamako was really happy. But what made him even happier was, if Chicken Phoenix was willing to cooperate, that move might be used in the future. With that, his strength really took off. Tamako was not arrogant at all. He knew clearly. Although demigods were powerful, they could not withstand the fierceness of other demigods. Especially those monsters that demigods killed demigods in seconds were even more violent and messed up. Fortunately, after entering the fourth form of the true immortal phoenix, the extremely rich and vibrant flame power made Tamako feel extremely safe. The power of the true immortal phoenix has the power of immortality. This immortal power allows him not to worry too much about those who are stronger than him. And bang! A burst of flames broke out, and Tamako, who looked like a phoenix to outsiders, instantly appeared in front of the yellow monkey. In order to calm the chicken phoenix, take a beating. Yellow monkey! A fierce flame beam pierced the sky. For a moment, the sky was dim, and only dozens of golden beams were still standing quietly. Ha ha ha! Do you want to compete with me in speed? If you can touch a hair of mine, I will lose. The figure of the yellow monkey has appeared on another tree. After it said this, its figure crossed the sky. Looking at its leaping figure, the cold and arrogant voice of the chicken phoenix also came to Tamako's heart. Those eyes are really troublesome. If you chase it, its personality will definitely conflict with yours. I'll settle with you later. Hearing the completely different tone of the chicken phoenix, Tamako understood that the chicken phoenix's IQ in the true immortal phoenix form was finally online. Fortunately, in order to avoid schizophrenia, the chicken phoenix needs to have a unified concept, and the decision made by the chicken phoenix in its normal form is not changed because of this. Without this premise, Tamako is not easy to fool. Okay, I'll chase it right away. Tamako nodded and said briefly. Then the endless explosion erupted, and he instantly turned into a piercing red light and rushed straight into the sky. The flame temperature of the true immortal phoenix is not high. At least compared with the 9-tailed fire fox of the same period, its temperature is indeed lower. But it has an advantage, the flame flows fast, which is the power of the explosion. This flame flow rate is largely based on the power of immortality. It's like fire will explode more violently when it meets oil. Although the actual situation is more complicated, this description is barely appropriate. The extremely fast flow brings improvements in many aspects. First, the temperature can be superimposed through the flow rate. As long as the flow rate is fast enough, a terrible high temperature can be superimposed. The second is a very violent kinetic energy explosion. That is to say, its speed will be very fast. Among the flame beasts on the Fantasy Beast Island, the speed of the chicken phoenix in its final form is first class. But it is fast, but the yellow ape is faster. As a light-type beast, the characteristic of the yellow ape lies in its special eyes. The dynamic vision of those eyes is very abnormal, and it can also greatly perceive the leap of light. These two characteristics are combined with the photochemical transformation of the yellow ape. It can leap quickly at the limit of its perception, and its speed is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is just fast, but the chicken phoenix's IQ is back online. It is obvious at a glance that the yellow ape will inevitably fight with it with its personality. Although the yellow ape has a bastard personality, he will at least be a little soft when he does something wrong. Even if he continues to make mistakes later. However, the chicken phoenix doesn't care about these, let it beat it half to death to vent its anger first. Swoosh! The flames completely dissipated, leaving the people in this gem stronghold looking at each other in bewilderment. No matter what, let's get the gem first. Pixie saw that the clock had turned to the 7th of the 12 scales, and began to muster up his strength. Seeing those big shots flying around so elegantly, he was very envious. Now, the power to change his fate is in his hands. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he may be as cool as those big guys in the future. Come and fight. He ran quickly and rushed towards the big bear with his eyes closed. Boom! Sand and rocks flew, and the shock wave shook the two large rock slabs that were raised not far away and fell to the ground again. The players who were paddling raised their hands to block the smoke and dust. They put down their palms and stared at the guy who was paddling with them. Suddenly burst out. That guy is just the weaker one among us, with a strength of at most 3-star silver, but why didn't the phantom beast take a fancy to me? I would have flattered him directly if I had known. At this time, two people couldn't help but speak. They are all B-level magic pattern users. Compared with ordinary people, magic pattern users grow much faster. Especially now that there are endless resources for magic pattern users to use, and there are also the assistance of holy light potions. 1.2 I'm afraid that Pixie is already a good genius with such strength at this age, but he can't stand the comparison with the magic pattern users. Nowadays, many magic pattern users always think that the era belongs to the magic pattern users. After all, such a rapid upgrade speed. In just over 2 years, the first batch of S-level magic pattern users have emerged in the magic pattern world. It's just that the magic pattern users are so powerful that they still can't help but feel jealous. When did it become so easy to gain strength? Just a light touch, the guy became powerful. Others envied him, but Pixie, who was still fighting against the big bear, frowned slightly. The powerful force certainly made him excited, but he found that his power didn't seem to be permanent. Every time he collided with the opponent in front of him, the power in his abdomen was reduced by 1 point. This is a power that will be consumed. However, even if he came to this conclusion, Pixie fought even more fiercely. In any case, he had to get the gem. Otherwise, the shelf life of this fascinating power would expire. Chapter 652 Major Systems in the West Sea. Ivankov directly called out that someone was cheating. When Huoqi chased the yellow monkey all the way and even started a battle, there were still many people fighting in each gem stronghold. Their situations were different, or each player made different choices. Some specialized in fighting in one place. Some adopted a roaming strategy, specifically looking for weak strongholds to fight, and if a strong player came, they would run to find the next one. Others chose to cooperate with the outside world and cover the place, and some wanted to use their abilities to hide in the dark and steal, etc. The choices of each person were different. In this situation, time passed slowly. At a certain point in time, one of the 50 golden light beams suddenly went out. In that gem stronghold, the scale had completed 12 scales. As the players expected, the gem fell directly from the stone platform and slowly floated up. Swoosh! A thin figure appeared with a sound of breaking through the air. He stretched out one hand and grabbed the gem into his palm. Is this the time gem? Feeling the message transmitted from the gem after contact, his face was moved. Lord King. A black-clothed and black-haired young man walked up to him. Well, I will act according to the plan 24 hours a day, Dorobetta. Lead the way. Okay. Dorobetta nodded. Soon, the spies who had been prepared and had been monitoring took them to the next base. This was the simple plan that Dorobetta had planned from the beginning. The Dark Curtain invested 3 gem-level forces in this conference. They are Bombik, codenamed Power, Jasny, codenamed Chariot, and Dorobetta, the S-level magic pattern user. As the actual organizer of the martial arts conference, the record cannot be too bad. The final result of this conference is also important to the top leaders of the Dark Curtain. They naturally need to ensure the winning rate. Bombik and Dorobetta found a gem stronghold and fought with all their strength. At the same time, they asked some of their subordinates to open up a small battlefield nearby to increase the progress as soon as possible. Now that the goal has been achieved, it will naturally snowball. Soon, they completed the goal in another gem stronghold. The players in this gem stronghold were unwilling to give up and went to find another one. Bombik and his team ignored the emotions of these players and the subsequent chain reactions. They went directly to the next goal, the stronghold where the chariot Jasny was located. With the chariot looking like it hadn't had enough fun, they swept through this stronghold. After getting 3 time gems, they didn't go any further. As the actual host of the fighting competition, they couldn't be too ugly. These time gems are just the introduction to the next event. Without strength, it is just a precious treasure. Although the time gem is precious, this competition is carried out under the will of God. They are also unwilling to lower the impression score in God's heart. Soon, Bombik and Dorobetta went back directly. Instead, the chariot Jasny went to another base. Not to mention the chain reaction they caused. Other major forces were similar. The Chaos Realm is ruled by Vicky, one of the 7 Night Moons, and her sister Kelly, the Ace S-level Magic Pattern Master of the Magic Pattern Guild. In addition to these 2 people, There is also Narcissus, the 7th executive officer in the West Sea ruling system. The West Sea is divided into 2 systems. One is the goddess's Eternal Night Island. This system can be said to be a derivative of the Eternal Night Island. The 3 princesses, the 12 stars of the 7 night moons, and more than 1,000 flowing fires. They are not only the close people of the goddess, but also the greatest guarantee of violence in the West Sea. The second system is the ruling system. The ruling system is headed by the governors of the ruling hall. They are the highest administrative body jointly established by the various countries in the entire West Sea and the forces scattered on various islands, towns, and villages. If the princesses have not asked, the governors theoretically have the same status as the night moon. The largest violent organization under the governors is the West Navy, that is, the Zhixiang Army. It has actually gradually replaced the role of the Navy. The governors have very high power. They must have good strength and administrative means. However, administrators who do not directly cheat are actually very limited in their personal strength and need more time to grow. Under such a common situation, the 7th Archon Narcissus is a rare exception. Narcissus has very strong strength at a young age. This strength is completely based on basic attributes and domineering, and its strength is comparable to that of a 2-star gem-level hunter. It is with such strength that the West Sea ruling system participated in this event on behalf of the West Sea ruling system. Now, although the several gem-level players participating in the Chaos Realm did not adopt the same strategy as Bombik and others, but their behavioral intentions are also very clear. This time, the Chaos Realm is still the country of miracles. Both received rough information about the time gem from Tarot Totem before the event. After all, these 2 major forces belong to the same level of major forces in the eyes of the high-level leaders of the Dark Curtain, and they have cooperated through the Hunter Association and the Magic Pattern Association. Therefore, such information that will not have a huge impact will sometimes be taken out to show goodwill. As for the world government, it didn't get this treatment. After all, in the eyes of the Dark Curtain, the world government without God standing behind it was not of sufficient level, and the Navy and the Yaqui cult were not well connected. West Cape Island. When the Dark Curtain succeeded, the Chaos Realm and the Kingdom of Miracles also quickly completed their goals. The top leaders of these forces also did not fight and retreated directly. Several of the 50 light beams were quickly extinguished. Such a scene and the influx of other failed players. It made the players of other gem strongholds work harder and the progress was greatly improved. In a gem stronghold somewhere, Yunzhao, Akino, Ivankov, and a lucky person who was also chosen by the Yellow Monkey were fighting a big melee. 403. Of course it was a big melee. But the main target of their attack was the chariot of the Tarot Totem, Jisni. After Jisni completed the task, he did not go back directly, but thought of his new apprentice. So, after laughing and shouting too slow and other words, he opened fire directly at everyone fighting here. An unprecedented melee began. The scale advanced rapidly, and now there was only one scale left. Ha ha ha, harder, harder. Give me more stimulation, let's have fun. Watching Jisni firing recklessly like a madman, all kinds of shells were directly greeted in everyone's face. Even imitated the scorching heat of Akino and burst out with fiery hot slurry. Ivankov called this scene unscientific. Asshole! This guy has so many weapons. Where is the referee? Where is the referee? Someone is cheating. Are we still having a martial arts competition? I once said that it was not recommended to use weapons in principle, but this damn weapon is about to hit my face. Is it really just not recommended and not impossible to use? Yunzhao couldn't help but feel funny when he heard Ivankov's complaints after dodging Jisni's electromagnetic cannon attack. But he didn't expect that the rule was so loose. In this case, perhaps. Yunzhao's eyes flickered under the mask, and his right hand tightened the hilt of the knife at his waist.